In a journey that began more than a year ago, these teams have fought round after round, tournament after tournament, in pursuit of what would be today, and that championship trophy. And let's be clear, there's more than dollar signs on the line, because today we get the opportunity to name the best Apex Legends team in EMEA. So for the first time, I am so delighted to welcome you to the Apex Legends Global Series EMEA Super Regional Championship Finals. Oh man, that feels good to say out loud. And of course, joining me on the desk, T-Squared and Glitter. Everyone, welcome. Who's excited?
I am excited. What a day to be alive, honestly. If you're an Apex fan, you have to love this. If you're a player, you're a little stressed out, but this is the moment that you've been looking for, and I could not be more stoked to have the Glitter explosion here on the desk. Glitter, how you feeling?
Okay, I don't think it's just the players that are stressed out. I'm stressed out. We've seen the most intense 3 days of group stages for these finals that I expect, now that we're in the final stretch of this race, that things are only going to get crazier from here. So I am so ready to just dive into everything.
Oh man, you know what, Glitter, I think you said it best. Absolutely agreed. Let's take a look at what today is going to look like, because of course, if you've been following along with us in our group stages, this is going to look a little different. Here's how it works. 20 teams have battled for this large global prize pool. In fact, the largest in history, of course. Each playoff series features 20 of those teams, of course, 60 players. This is pretty standard for us. The top seeded teams, well, they're going to be based on those group stage performances, which is why those group stages, we had 3 days of them. They were so very important. And of course, Tom, teams are going to battle it out in that match point format. And that match point format is something I think that's a really nice change here for our finals day.
Yeah, what is that? Well, if you're new to the match point format, that means that you have to hit 50 points and then you have to win a game. So that's that typical format where 12 points is getting first place plus 1 kill point for each kill that you get throughout all of this. But also keep in mind that these, just like Glitter was saying, they've been playing for 3 straight days. The group stages happened over the last weekend, and these players earn the right to have seeds throughout all this. So if you're the first place seed like new, you have 10 extra points going through this. That means you only need 40 points to get to that match point format. That's huge.
Absolutely. We've seen teams get to 40 a lot faster than I'm sure any of us have anticipated with this level of talent. So let's take a look. As Tom was mentioning that tournament, this is how the match point is going to work. We've actually got an even more robust explainer to bring you through the entire match point format. Take a look.
And the qualifying points distributed, the finals will begin. Scoring in finals will follow the match point system. In the match point system, there is no limit to the amount of rounds that can be played. Instead, teams battle to reach 50 match points, which are earned by kills and placing high in the matches. Once a team earns a total of 50 points, the next match becomes match point eligible for that team. The first team to win a match after they are match point eligible will be declared the 2021 ALGS champion.
Come on, brother, step up.
And that is the way the cookie crumbles. Glitter, you got me hyped before it. I love that you mentioned, as we went to break, we went to that spot there, we were talking like, we're all human too, and we are hyped. I mean, this is exciting and stressful all at the same time.
100%. I mean, we got to watch how everything played out. I got to commentate over those 3 days, so it feels like you're almost kind of in the game when that's happening on top of it. And every single team, every player deserves to be here today. And I know that not a single one of them is going to go down without a fight.
Oh man, okay, this is perfectly segued. I don't usually get to do this, so this is awesome. Guess what? She's absolutely right. Those group stages have gotten us here to those top 20 teams, and we're going to take a look at who is vying for the lion's share of this massive prize pool. Tom, I want you to start us off. You'd already mentioned New Esports. They are the top of the pack, coming in #1 here, and that's going to see them 10 bonus points.
Well, let's add a little spice to the mix here, Kate.
Woo!
And I was in Hockey's stream, you know, second place Alliance over. You can see Alliance Hockeys. And he said something that I think is kind of true. EMEA is better than NA. I'm going to go and say it.
Oh
the
my.
pool is deeper. The players are ridiculous. It's more vast. These teams are just absolutely insane. The amount of teams that we're looking at right here are the best. Everyone deserves to be here, but there were so many teams, Kate Glitter, that were left out. I mean, we're looking at Dead Inside. We're looking at so many great teams that couldn't even break it into this top 20, and that just goes to show you how deep this pool really goes in EMEA.
Absolutely. And I mean, you nailed it there. I mean, the reality is that this is these lobbies are already scary. They were already scary in group stages. Guess what? This is downright horrifying, and I am so very excited to be talking about it here with you today. And as I mentioned at the top, this is about more than dollar signs, of course, but we'll get into that in a second. Glitter, I want you to tell me, I mean, listen, what does 10 points mean to some of these players? This is literally like a fifth of the points they need just to get to match point.
Yeah, and when we see some of the teams that can have really consistent days, those 10 points putting a team like New Esports that much closer to the 50-point threshold, like Tom was saying earlier, is insane. I mean, if New Esports comes out of the gate with a day that they had similar to day one of groups, then they would be able to be just shy of that threshold in literally only 2 games. So it's obviously not going to be as easy because these are now the best of the teams that have come out of our group stages. However, it is possible, and any leg up that you can get in this group of teams is just so important and so vital to your success, because even if it's one of those teams that isn't even in a top 5, we've seen all of them be able to take home a solid win. So it's anybody's game right now.
Absolutely. And Tom, I want to real quick jump on one thing that I think I forgot to mention earlier. You'll see in that graphic there were 3 teams that had 1 point apiece. Why is that?
It's called a tie, Kate. Sometimes it happens, okay? Sometimes you go down with the ship. Sometimes you're in a boxing match and you trade. Sometimes that's what happens. But yeah, I mean, those points are really, really crucial. But the thing is you have to get the dub. And I believe New Esports, even though they're sitting in first place with all of those points, throughout all of that, they're picking up a lot of kill points. They didn't get a lot of dubs. In terms of dubs, I think Alliance had tied for most with 4 overall. Same with Fire Beavers, one other team also. I forgot who that was. But it's all about getting that dub. And once we get to match point format, all of these teams understand the circumstance. You're going to have an X on your back, and they're going to be gunning for you.
Yes, they are, and we get to watch it all unfold all day today. Well, let's take a look. As I mentioned, there's more than prize pool money on the line, but my God, that prize pool and that money is very impressive.
Sheesh.
I mean, Tom, former pro, what is this kind of, this is life-changing moolah.
This is like, if we were traveling right now, this is the type of place where you place first place. You're staying in that extra city 1 or 2 extra days. I'm just saying, you got to enjoy the city that you're going to. But at this point, you're enjoying home. You're going to celebrate with your family and your friends and your loved ones close to you, because $265,000 is absolutely ridiculous. I mean, you get money for being here, right? You saw that 16th through 20th. But Glitter, are you taking the 4,000 or are you taking the 265? I mean, let's be honest.
I mean, you're going for that over $250,000 if you can. And that's why the games were so intense leading up to here. That's why they're going to get even crazier here in the finals. I mean, that is literally life-changing money.
Exactly. So I know this is the hardest question we have to ask you guys all week, which is the 5 teams that you can tell us to watch, because there's so many teams. We talked about it. These top 20 teams, every single one of them, Glitter, you said it best. They all made their way here for a reason. They all deserve to be here. They've all found success to get here. Well, let's talk about the 5 teams that let's keep our eyes on the prize, our 5 teams that we should have in our scopes here, Tom.
So tough. I mean, thanks for the team for helping me put this together. Alliance, Equalix, New Esports, Gambit, Flavor of the Month. You can see them on your screen. Tied for most wins in group stage. We touched base with Alliance. Not only that, they have great rotations. If you've watched them play, they drop over towards the thermal station side. They love to hit the scan over towards round 2, going into round 3, and then make the rotation, especially with Wraith 2. You come through with that Valkyrie rotation. You have the portals if you need it. Equalix, a different play style. You're going to have Crypto, Caustic. Love that they land over towards Fragment. Love the methodical play. Calm, cool, and collected. Nasky not only knows the strengths, he knows the weaknesses of his team. New Esports, they're sitting in number 1 for a reason. They've been dominating. I mean, 92 points in day 1, 37 only in day 2, and then 74 in day 3. Gambit Esports, I mean, let's be honest, 100 points in day 2. Who could potentially stop them? Flavor of their month, and they're hitting their stride at the right time. They're playing some great Apex right now.
They are indeed. Glitter, I got to ask, we saw those 5 teams to watch. Is there anybody else on your list? Is there anybody else on your radar that, let me back up. Who maybe isn't on your radar? Because at this point, there's so many teams in this top 20. So talk to me about anybody else you got on your mind.
Honestly, I think one of the teams that I'm also looking at as potential teams that might be right there on the bubble. I definitely want to be keeping my eyes on Fire Beavers. They're one of those teams that we've seen have some really, really strong performances. I am not counting them out by any means. I want to be looking at TI Third Impact as well. I mean, the first squad that we saw bring in that Loba, and we saw how successful it was for them in some of those zones. So there, honestly, what it boils down to is I could call out every single team and give a reason as to why they could potentially do well or take this whole thing home. But I think we've got a good group here so far.
We do indeed. Don't sleep on anybody. That is the last thing these teams should do, because today it's all coming down to this. Hey, something else we want to make sure you're aware of. Keep your hands ready to type. Put your favorite. Here's the thing. We've got an ALGS MVP powered by Monster Energy, and it's going to be up to not just us and everybody in and around this organization, but also you. That is where you're going to want to see down below. Exactly, Tom. Get your fingers ready. You're going to be able to start that vote after game number 1. This is for your MVP. We want the public, yourself, our great community to have a voice, and that is how you do it. So use the hashtag of that player. We'll put that up after game number 1, as well as the other Monster Energy hashtag. So remember, this is definitely coming up after game number 1. So get it ready. Things are happening. At this point, Tom, I mean, as a pro, and I love asking you this question, as a former pro, what are the moments before a huge tournament like this feel like?
Feels like sleep. That's really what you want. I mean, it's so hard to sleep before these moments. I mean, I'm over here on the desk just talking about it. I can't imagine what these players mentally are going through. They're so stoked. It's hard to calm your brain down in these type of situations, but you have to. You have to be confident in your situation. You have to be confident in the amount of work that you have to put in. And at this point, Kate, it's really about having fun. Just go out there and have fun, showcase the amount of work that you put in, and just do your best.
They call them video games after all. Now, Glitter, final thoughts before we head over to game number 1.
I feel like our first couple games out of the gate here are going to kind of set the tone for how the rest of today will go. So I am going to be keeping an eye out for, like I said, every single squad, but I think that's most of my focus is on game 1 and 2.
Absolutely. That's awesome. Well, you know what? Never fear. We're going to get to game number 1 and our cast in pairs. The hype is real, everyone, and this scary lobby kicks off right after these messages. Well, stay tuned here. We'll see you right back.
My name is Sebastian Eketrap.
It's Andre Enriquez.
Vera Timirova.
Brennan Singer.
Zach.
In-game I go by Balong.
In-game I go by name as Deso.
Cubsky in game.
Nocturnal in game.
I go by Zach Baser, and this is how you play like a pro.
Legend I main in competitive is Wraith. She's the most well-rounded fighter. She just controls the flow of the game.
Wraith is pretty much the rotational leader. She's the front line and give your teammates all the information they need to execute either the win or a full squad wipe. Oh, knocked all of them!
The legend I main in competitive is Gibraltar. Gibraltar offers a lot of protection and a lot of defensive capabilities.
His gun shield makes you the best 1v1 character ever with a Mastiff in your hand. He's such a good character for fighting. He's very strong in fights overall, and the current meta revolves a lot around fighting in my opinion. I got the life now.
You're so good at this game.
Мой мейн-персонаж на данный момент это Кавустик. Он очень сильный персонаж в нынешней мете. Он может защищаться, так и атаковать.
I would describe my style of play as calculated and methodical.
Being at IGL, it's very important to communicate with your team.
I like to think 3 circles in or 3 steps ahead. I would like to say I'm calculated aggressive.
That sometimes I get too involved in fights and I need to take more of a back seat. That actually worked.
Keeping your mental health in check is really, really important.
A lot of players struggle with mental health issues. We've come to the realization that if you're generally not happy out of game, you're not going to be happy in game.
Grind and grind and grind without thinking, and they'll end up burning themselves out. I take breaks from time to time. I think it's really important.
We take care of ourselves first, and then we worry about the game later.
I'm so good! If you want to go pro, you have to have the mentality and you have to believe in yourself and also put in the work. Oh! Holy!
Look at it realistically. know your strengths and know your weaknesses.
I would say if you believe you can do it and if you want to do it, you should do it, but you also have to be honest with yourself.
Нет особой разницы, девушка ты или парень. Если ты стараешься, если ты хочешь победить, ты тренируешься, то ты всего добьешься, и неважно, кто ты.
If you get that good at a game, in any game, real sports, esports, doesn't matter, anything's possible.
Let's go!
Monster Energy, the official energy drink of the Apex Legends Global Series. Lenovo Legion, gaming PCs that are stylish on the outside and savage on the inside. Lenovo Legion is the official PC and monitor of the Apex Legends Global Series.
From the outside, who would know what lies beneath? Unleash it with a machine as savage as you are.
This is how legends are made.
Lenovo Legion. Stylish outside, savage inside.
Welcome, Apex family. The time is finally here. Our ALGS Grand Finals of the Championships fall out here, joined alongside my good friend, my casting duo Girl, as we gear up for game number 1 of the Grand Finals. Girl, how hyped are you right now?
I am super hyped. This is everything I've been waiting for the past few months now, or the past year. It's so psyched to be here. So excited to see how match point works out with all of these teams. Last time we had a match point system, our team kind of sneaked in and got the win, and we'll see what happens today.
That's right. Last time we had a match point system, we didn't have a $260,000 prize pool for first place. As we also take a look at the points and scoring here. Girl, walk us through this for any of our new viewers. How's it all going to work?
All right, so obviously if you get first place, you're going to get the most points out of the pack. So you're going to go from 12 points, second place 9, third place 7, and so on. And if you get 16th to 20th place, you will get 0 points. So you want to try and get as high as a placement as you can, but don't forget about the additional kill point. For each kill, your team gets 1 point, and that will stack up heavily if you're an aggressive team with an Octane Gibby comp.
You nailed it. So if you play ranked, obviously very similar to ranked point scoring. However, the big difference here also is match point format, which was explained in the pre-show, but if you're just tuning in, keep in mind, teams have to get to the 50-point threshold. So however many games it takes them to get to 50 points, and teams are starting with either 0 or 1 through 10 points based on their seed coming in. Once you hit 50 points, you unlock match point, which means you have to win a game following that. You have to unlock that threshold before you can win the tournament, which means teams might get grief. Teams will keep one another from trying to secure a win once they get to that 50-point score, which wasn't necessarily the case last tournament, Girl.
No, it wasn't. And I believe this time it's definitely going to be harder. The players that start off with 5 to 10 points may start off aggressive, more confident than teams with 0 points. We're going to see. Or they're going to go for that placement and try and start off strong with a win.
That's right. So here we go. The dropship is loading, and we are gearing up for game number 1. Ladies and gentlemen of the chat, blow it up right now. Let us know who you want to win. Is it Gambit? Is it Alliance? Are you on board with Flavor of the Month, Aqualix? Are you going for a dark horse like T-Rex, Endeavor? Of course, the Fire Beavers have looked so incredibly strong in this tournament so far. Or are you standing alongside the man himself, Shiv, and the solo queue goats? Let us know in chat right now, as we're going to have a fairly south dropship path, which favors teams, of course, like Gambit, like Alliance, like Flavor of the Month. That's one of the key storylines coming into this tournament, because Gambit, Alliance, Flavor of the Month all dropping on the south side of the map in Sorting Factory, in Thermal Station, and in Lava City, respectively. So keep a close eye on them, and if they end up fighting each other on early rotations on the south zone, we'll see where that zone goes.
Absolutely. And another thing that's really interesting about the EMEA region is that there's so many different comps. So you're going to know that the solo queue goats run a Bangalore, or you know that a few teams run Loba, and if they end up getting to match point, they're going to be easily targetable. So will we see some team comp changes later on in the future? We never know.
That's a great point. If something's not working, obviously shake it up. Or if you're behind in points, you might see some teams switch over to a Bloodhound or Wraith comp like we see right now that Gambit is running. On the flip side, the storyline of this tournament so far, Girl, has been New Esports, a Cinderella story who came in, not even considered to be a top 5 or top 7 team. They're coming into this grand finals with the #1 seed.
And as you've seen on the map there, it's going to pull north, maybe Fragment West, maybe Survey Camp, maybe Epicenter, but somewhere along there. So if your favorite team is landing alongside the north side of the map, they're going to have a good rotation to go through.
That's right. Picking up cargo bot there. Not looking like, it looks like he didn't get the best loot that he would have wanted to get out of that cargo bot. Nonetheless, flavor of the month dropping over in Lava City. Well, they're your reigning champions. They won the Winter Circuit playoffs. And what led to this point? Well, we had the Winter Circuit, the Autumn Circuit, and the Summer Circuit, as well as our online tournaments. And of course, each of those events got you seeding coming into these ALGS Championships. Like Girl said at the top of the show, it's been a long time coming. It started with our preseason invitational in Krakow, Poland, where we saw the best teams from around the globe. Flavor of the month, of course, included Le Site de France was in that event. And of course, Psycop popped off at that event. That was a LAN tournament in Krakow, of course, before the pandemic. That led into the announcement of the ALGS and the championship format. And since then, it has been so much fun to watch these stars be made, these storylines be created, all leading up to the grand finals here in this $2.5 million prize pool that was boosted thanks to every single one of you in the chat that supported.
Incredible. It's been an incredible journey for all of these players. And for one of these teams, that's the solo queue Goats. They're taking down Trials here for the best loot and armor possibly in the game here. Potentially, they might get some gold bags, they might get some gold armor. You never know what you're going to get in these trials. And they've had a long way to come. They've come contested, and now that they've beaten through the other teams, they have this place to themselves, and they're going to be super happy about that.
That's a great spot to be, one of the best spots to drop in. We know Team Liquid can drop here on the American side. Great place to be if you're the solo queue Goats. Meanwhile, let's take a look at the zones here. It's going to be a northern finish. So, of course, in the group stages, for whatever reason, we saw a lot of south zones. We're seeing a north zone to kick things off here, Epicenter and Fragment. So, if you're a team like a Qualix that drops Fragment east, well, you're in a good spot. Meanwhile, you'll take a look at Blasts and Endeavor. They're actually dropping in an interesting spot. I believe they're dropping on an unnamed POI, the houses just north of Sorting Factory. So that's going to be a quick rotation for them. That's kind of unheard of. Typically, you'll always drop in a named POI because you need the best possible loot. But in this lobby, no one wants to drop contested. No one wants to hot drop because you're going to fight 50-50, and there's a good chance you don't make it to late game. You don't want to take those 50-50 fights. So you want to drop uncontested, and that's what we're going to see in this lobby. Every single team will drop uncontested. So we'll have 20 squads remaining, at least until Ring 2 and Ring 3 here, girl.
Absolutely, and you see Magicians already made their way to Fragment, T-Rex also. And a really neat thing about Qualix is that they're running Crypto and Caustic. So that's really defensive team and a really aware team. They have the drone to look in their surroundings to know which team is playing what, who's in which building. And it's going to be a lot harder to push them. So if the zone depending on where the zone pulls, if it pulls towards them, they're going to be in a safe and secure location.
And don't you love to see the maturation of Nasky? He's no longer Nasky Twitch. He's like, all right, I'm a big boy, and I'm going to drop the Twitch for my username, and I'm just going to be Nasky here. Big shout out to my man Nasky. Got a lot of love for him, and what a story it was for him. Nasky, Strafey, and Dell really rose to prominence in the online tournaments and then going into the summer circuit. They worked their way from the bottom. I'll never forget sitting next to Nasky on the bus in Poland when he was just an amateur. I think placed 80th or 70th place at that event. And said, "Follow, one day I will be a pro player. I'll be a top player in Apex. Mark my words." And here we are now after winning the summer circuit playoffs. He rose to prominence, of course, alongside a Qualix as we jump on board with 303 Esports. They're looking over Fragment right now, seeing if they can get some long-range poke. And keep in mind here, based on this zone, and when we see a Fragment finish, it tends to be a very slow early game because there's so much real estate, there's so many buildings that people can post up in Fragment, that there's going to be less and less fights. So expect teams to rotate early, much like we've seen the Magicians do already, much like we've seen a variety of other teams do. Magicians obviously came from Train Yard, already rotated there. So expect this to be a little bit slower as teams are just going to occupy real estate in Fragment.
Yeah, and now we're looking at 303 Esports, and this is a spot that I've seen Scars play a lot in the past, so definitely look out for Scars nearby and see where they've rotated. Maybe they've even rotated all the way into Fragment. We're going to see later on. Flavor of the month, though, they're still looking at a team in Geyser. They're going to take a choke in between Fragment and Geyser, maybe gatekeep or just play the choke, perhaps even camp outside of the tunnel. They know there's a team going through the tunnel. This could be their time to take these 3 kill points and eliminate the first squad in the game.
Yeah, that's right. They could have taken that fight in Geyser if they wanted to and would have basically had no risk of third party, but they have a nice little choke god spot. They have a good position. They early rotated. They're not going to take that fight necessarily and give up that spot, but like you said, expect them to keep a close eye on the caves nearby, as it looks like that's going to be underrated. I think if I saw on the bottom right of my screen correctly,
Yep.
It's a tough team to fight 3v3 pound for pound, girl. I'm not sure if Flavor of the Month wants to take that fight, but of course they're confident going into this one.
Yeah, I'm not quite sure if they know it's underrated. I'm not sure if I've seen a Revenant, but if they're playing Revenant right now in the grand finals, this is going to be a really good push for them to push inside the building. They're probably going to have their ultimate up by now. And here we are with the solo queue goats taking some shots in the tunnel.
That's right. Bangalore, as you mentioned, the Shiv special on board with solo queue goats. And guess what? They're taking our first fight of the game so far. Long range poke put in. We'll see if they decide to put their feet on the gas pedal and take this. But keep an eye. They're in the north side of the map here. This is a clean 3v3 fight against one of the teams that must have dropped Skyo. Could be Le Site de France. Not sure which team it is. I believe it is LC. No, it's going to be up here. So, opportunity here to take this 3v3 fight, which is exactly what solo queue goats wants. They want these 3v3s. They like to play aggressive. Here we go.
They're outputting so much damage. It appears one of them goes down. PK goes down. It's off to Carry Rubik to clutch this one out with O-Rain. And O-Rain going down as well. Carry Rubik, can he do it? He's shooting Shiv in the back on Bangalore, but no, that's a clean team wipe from the solo queue goats, eliminating the first team in the grand finals.
Welcome to the ALGS Championship. Solo queue goats start strong with a 3v3 clean team wipe, and notice how they took that fight, girl. That is why they are one of the best pound for pound 3v3 teams in EU. They actually isolate one 3v1 one individual, while I think it was Carry Rubik who was just left in his Gibraltar Dome shield, not really doing a whole lot, as solo queue goats took their numbers advantages and team fired so incredibly well. Very well played by this highly aggressive Octane, Bangalore, and Gibraltar team. Zipit, DiffQ, and Shiv, they start strong. That's 3 kill points for them.
Yeah, I remember them starting competitive together, just forming their team, actually. And they go into competitive and they say, hey, we have nothing to lose. We're a new team. But now let's take a look and see what they're saying, see what they're planning, what their next move is.
I got a 1 frag, 1 arc. I'm good.
Okay.
Do you want to play up here for now?
Yeah, I want to fight.
Wait, there's another frag out here. Let me just take this.
Nice, yeah. Perfect. Good shit, guys. Well played.
Stuff.
Fucking beamed them.
Balls it, boys. Like, people are gonna shit themselves.
Yeah, we just need to keep playing the same way we've
Yeah. Like we want to take
fights,
like,
get the ball
I'm
rolling.
very confident in fighting.
Same.
We're gonna have better gear than them every time.
ALGS Champ. I'm just looking for like needs here.
Be careful for people to be like rat bitches. They play so different in tournaments.
Yeah, that's true.
I got
People
3
are
bats,
way
12
more
cells, by
careful.
the way, if you guys need anything.
I have 12 cells. I'm good. And
Any
I only
bats?
have 1 bat though. I only have 1
12
take a bat,
cells,
take a bat.
4 bats as well.
Okay,
I can give you 2 bats, yes.
Yeah, make sure you, if you need anything, make sure
come
you
here.
let us know early.
Give me
Put
4
it on
cells.
close. Put it on close.
Yeah.
Give me 4 cells, Chiv, and take the 2 bats.
Dropping 4 cells. Yeah.
Because you're on purple, I'm on
Yeah, I'm
gold.
on purple. Yeah. Who's shooting to the right?
I'm with you.
The team in front. Blue armor, minus 50 blood.
Yeah, right.
We need to use Bangle to
I do have Bangle too.
force them away here, yeah.
Cool, sick team.
It's okay, I think we just
Where are
force
they?
them
Just
away
play
with
there?
Bangle.
Yeah. I know where they're at though. It seems they kept running, you know?
Oh, we
Can
got a
we
team
move
over
up
here
on the
checking
high
us out right now. We got a team over here checking us out, but yeah.
Yeah, that team on the
Knock
right.
down.
Yeah. Wait, they're getting fouled? Oh, yeah. They just keep moving back.
Yeah, just play here and hold our back. That's what we're doing right now.
That team
Careful
is
for the
looking
trap.
behind us. Okay, the trap, yeah. They're getting shot from EMEA or something? I don't know.
There's so many teams alive that...
Some good perspective from the solo queue goats. Zipith, the Irishman, former member of Ad Hoc Gaming, playing alongside Matafe and Kuya on that ultra aggressive Ad Hoc Gaming squad way back in the summer circuit. Good to get their perspective. DiffQ, well, former member of Team Girl, played alongside Girl in the Twin Rivals event, as you have some experience playing with Diff.
Yeah, I've been friends with Diff for a very long time, and actually Diff is from Denmark, and Zipit, I believe, is part Danish as well, so really cool to see. perhaps their first tournament win here as a squad. And I was saying before that when they formed their squad, they had nothing to lose, which formed a lot of their aggression. They play aggressive, they play like they've got nothing to lose, and they want to keep that momentum as a team because they have really great mechanical skills, one of the best in the game. And now we're moving on to Alliance as they take zone damage, and they're getting gate kept in this choke. 10 seconds till the zone closes, and they take extra damage.
That's right. This is a tough rotation, a tough zone for Alliance. We've seen them in more tough positions, but guess what? They got that Valkyrie ultimate. Skyward dive going to come through for Alliance, and that'll help them on the rotation here, girl.
Very good note. Very, very good note. As they're playing Valkyrie, they may be able to pop that ultimate and get through. And they're going through the choke here, perhaps, or they're going to fly here. So we've got 2 minutes to get into the next zone. Zone 2 is easily healable, and that was Totem Esports trying to gatekeep Alliance as they're also taking damage and getting gate kept. So too many teams on this side of the map getting gate kept and taking storm damage. Here we go with the Valk ult, flying right through. They're scanning their surroundings now, and they can see as there's teams left and right of them, but they found an open spot, and that's the train cart on the train tracks here as they find an EVA 8, but they also have to pop some batteries and heal up. New Esports taking some damage.
Enemy over there. Yep, and we know New obviously playing such an interesting comp because they like to play aggressive. They like to take team fights early. We saw them dropping insane amounts of kills in the group stages, but they play obviously a more defensive Crypto and Caustic team composition. Very similar to Aqualix, except a completely different play style as New Esports. They instead like to play edge. They like to play aggressive, whereas Aqualix likes to early rotate. One thing we just saw out of Alliance right there is really what I call the Alliance special, finding themselves in a tough position, yet still finding a way to make lemonade out of lemons. As we see, Alliance finds himself good positioning. They're going to be able to reset and post up. Underrated, also playing edge here. 18 squads remain. Another squad was taken out. Didn't see which squad that was. I do know Endeavor was under quite a bit of duress from Gambit, so it may have been Endeavor. We'll keep you guys updated as we get more intel.
Underrated's the squad that we watched rotate all the way from Geyser all the way up onto this hill, so they didn't actually end up fighting. There's 18 squads remaining. They've gotten some points, and we heard that Gambit is actually eliminated. They were our second squad eliminated, and Shift FPS takes down a member of T-Rex, and that's Squirny going down. But Zipith also goes down, and they're going to go for the quick res here and try and pull off this 2v2. They're going to get the res off. They got the thirst off. They're in a good position.
Solo Q Goats continues to take their fight. 17 squads remain, so I think that was the last member of T-Rex. And we did get confirmation, like Girl said, Gambit is out. And that is the story of Gambit. They tend to start a little slow. They're kind of like the TSM of EU. Start slow, finish really, really strong. And we tend to see a bit of inconsistency. It's either go huge or get taken out a little bit early for Gambit. Well, guess what? They're out early in this one alongside two other teams. One of them, of course, being T-Rex, I believe, who just got taken out. Solo Q Goats continue to rock and roll here. Look at that beautiful nade's going to be placed right now by Zipith. That's going to open up an opportunity. However, the ultimate is coming through from Bangalore, which is keeping them from pushing, at least for now, and they're going to have to back out and reset. Zipith wanted that fight so badly after connecting for nearly 100.
Oh my goodness, and it's so hard to see with all the smokes and the zone surrounding them. They're taking so much damage. Shiv is going to be able to battery here. There were really nice nades, but unfortunately that Gibby bombardment actually saved that other team because Zipith wasn't able to push off of that.
That's right. Bombardment, Gibraltar ultimate obviously coming through, living up to its name. A defensive ability, sometimes used a little more aggressively, as it's going to be Le Cité France nearby. So we got Solo Q Goats versus LCDF, arguably one of the best teams, if not the best team, coming from France, going up against the Solo Q Goat, Shiv from the United Kingdom, alongside Zipith, and of course, DiffQ from Denmark. We'll see what LCDF can do in this 3v3. They're a little bit behind in shields, blue shields, and of course, Solo Q Goats knows that. They know they can take this fight to their advantage. They do have Psycop kind of playing front lines with purple shield, maybe perhaps scaring them a little bit. And Psychop's going to back out. He doesn't like this fight. He knows the Solo Q Goats are going to play for the kill here.
They got the entry damage, and I believe they're going to push off of that if they can. Unfortunately, they're so far down the hill that it's a little bit scary to push, but they had two cracks. It was an opportunity. They didn't end up taking that opportunity. Still 16 squads left, 48 remaining. Both of these two teams here fighting actually both drop Skyhook, so they take a half each and then they end up fighting later on in the tournament. And we'll see the rotation coming through here. Les Cités de France find a team and they're going to creep up right behind them.
Yeah, wise decision not to take that fight because LCDF was heglishing so well, but Psycop on the flank deals so much damage and actually is going to knock Maliwan of the Magicians. This is a CIS squad coming from Russia, as we'll see if Les Cités de France wants to push this. They got to be careful though, because they know that Solo Q Goat's nearby and a few other teams, I believe, as well. So you don't want to all in these fights necessarily. As we take a look, and guess what? We see 2 black market circles. Those are those big blue circles on your screen, because we have 2 Loba teams competing in today's competition. Nothing like we have seen before, as we have Third Impact and the Fire Beavers both playing Loba. Meanwhile, Les Cités de France decided not to take that fight. They're going to hold themselves a high ground and use that opportunity to get themselves a better position.
Yeah, Fire Beavers ended up taking down Maliwan in the kill feed over there, and now Les Cités de France want a piece of this. There's so many teams. Maliwan actually getting eliminated by Taskmaster. There's so many teams in this area, and the fights are going to go through. Flavor of the Month taking down Gnaski and Serdell in the kill feed.
Oh, that's huge. Flavor of the Month knocking Aqualix. Alliance is getting taken out as well, so we have some of our top teams, Alliance, Gambit, and Aqualix out of this one. And guess who is profiting, who is eating? It is Flavor of the Month, Taylor, one of the best skillful individual players in the game. His mechanics are insane, top rate in my opinion. The young man for Flavor of the Month is going off.
Wow, and they have 2 teams right in front of them, so they're gonna have to play this safe. They can't take an all-in 3v3 because they're going to get third-partied right here if they end up doing it. The damage, the absolute amount of damage with the Volt, but Taylor actually only has 30 bullets in his Volt. He's gonna need energy ammo soon or swap a weapon on this box brass.
We did just see a Horizon ultimate coming through as well. Like you said, a diversity of team comp. 7 squads remain. Underrated, putting in absolute work against the Fire Beavers. They're going to take out that entire squad. And by the way, Shiv is the kill leader right now in the lobby with 5 kills. Ultimate's going to come through, and it is looking bleak right now for Flavor of the Month, as they'll be able to survive at least for the time being, but taking so much damage is Taylor. He's going to get knocked. Damage coming from up top as well. The team firing is in, and the late Dome Shield. Wise decision from Pierre to hold on to that Dome Shield. They'll get a revive. They'll survive for now, but the question is for how long with so much pressure coming from the top of that hill. 4 squads remain.
The crypto ult was actually incredible there. It's going to get them these kills here. They're going to go down. They're both very low on health. Na'Vi trying to take advantage of that. The solo queue goats are out by Underrated, and Underrated actually are coming in to take out Flavor of the Month as well. Underrated are absolutely insane by Swinny with the Kraber shot over here and the Thirst.
They are cleaning up this entire lobby. Just took out all 3 members of Flavor of the Month, and now they're doing the same thing to Na'Vi. Underrated with 7 kills right now from K-Sweaty. He's going to connect for another. Immediately, the Valkyrie Q comes in. So much damage, such a great position from Underrated, who, by the way, had to rotate all the way from the south side of the map. It is an absolute firing range right now. Call this target practice, as Underrated is popping off in game number 1.
Oh my goodness, only 2 squads remaining. This is insane, and they are playing Revenant, so they could potentially wait for that Revenant ulti to push and get that secure win, but they have them pinched in a corner. They have all angles on this team. Now, do they win? Yes, they do. The team actually ended up dying to the zone, so Underrated, our first winners of the Grand Finals in today's games.
A massive congratulations to them. That is the way that you want to start. Underrated with Revenant. Valkyrie and Octane start so incredibly strong in game 1. We know there was at least 7 kills picked up for K-Swinny, who was rocking with the Kraber. And this team comp, this team, so very good in these moments. When you least expect them to play well, they live up to their team name, and Underrated goes huge because they were relatively quiet in the group stages, girl.
They were, and once they got that first team wipe, they just kept going. They kept taking out teams after teams, and that momentum is going to bring them far. They've got an over 20-point game this game.
Insane performance for Underrated. That will certainly help them in the overall standings. We'll see where they stand overall, as of course the kills and the 12 points for first place will be remarkable. At least over 20 points, like you said. We're going to go ahead and throw it back to our panel to break it all down. T-Squared, Glitter, and Kate, take it away.
Oh my! If you had told me at the beginning of that game number 1 that we were going to see more team comps than ever before, and that it was going to come down to that at the end with all of the chaotic fighting. I would have never believed you, because from the moment we saw the drop, there was methodical gameplay, then followed by all-out bloodshed. Tom, let's start with you. Break me down exactly how Underrated, which clearly are not, did this.
One more time for the chat. Sheesh! Holy cow, are you kidding me? K Swinney going absolutely nutty in that. And if you've ever played competitive Apex before, if you've ever seen that zone, that hill is crucial. A lot of times there's about 4 or 5 teams in that zone, and they're all trying to take over that rock, that giant area that you're locking down. But the Kraber was just so strong, and just great teamwork from Underrated overall.
Absolutely. Glitter, we're going to take a look at that final moment here. I want you to break it down. I love, Tom, that we talk about in ranked, we talk about in pubs. Glitter, talk to me about what you could take from this. I mean, what did they do right? So many things.
I mean, like Tom was saying, first of all, they obviously had the height advantage there. You saw Navi did kind of get taken out by the zone in an attempt to make a final rotation, probably to push up onto Underrated. They had the Kraber. They had knowledge of where every single other team around them was. So they were able to take out Flavor of the Month right off the bat. Then they switched their focus on over to Forking, who was over in the tracks, because they didn't have a whole lot of cover, and they were about to have to push in with the zone collapsing in on everybody. I mean, it was positionally smart. They had the weaponry and the resources to do what they needed to do. And keep in mind that Underrated was also one of those teams that came in with an additional 2 points to kind of pad their bottom line. So it's just going to continue adding to what they just got here in our first game.
Absolutely. Let's take a look at those results. And as a reminder, Alliance Gambit, Aqualix all out early. Holy God! Okay. What the what?
What?
Sorry, gang. Tom,
Yeah.
Glitter.
Okay. Are you kidding me? 29 points, Underrated. I mean, we know that the race is to 50, and then you want to win a game, and then Glitter just talked about the extra points that they have. Holy cow, are you kidding me, Underrated? The way they were able, I mean, if you were watching this, I got up to get coffee. I came right back, and half the teams were dead, okay? I'm looking at the rebroadcast right now, and we went from zone number 4 to zone number 5. We had 15 squads down to 7. It was just absolute madness. You know who's getting a lot of those kills? It was Underrated.
Wow. Absolutely. As we take a look at our leaderboards here, of course, remember, we have 20 teams that we are fielding, and of course, Underrated, Glitter, the match point's 50.
Yeah, honestly, at this point, the fact that Navi died to the zone and not to them is huge, because with the amount of points that Underrated just put on the board, if they had managed to get 3 more on top of that, it would just be terrifying. Every single one of these teams is now going to have to be playing catch-up to the fact that Underrated decided to start today with a 17-kill game. Have we ever seen, like, what?
Exactly. And I will say something else, Tom, and this is the thing I absolutely want to make sure we note, and the casters did as well. They've got a Revenant, a Valk, and an Octane. I have not seen that in this level of competitive play. Am I wrong?
It's fun. It's fun to see the meta that we have. We're in such an interesting time where we can see a lot of different play styles, and we can look at the highlights right now and see all those different compositions that are coming through. Again, there's Caustics, there's Cryptos, there's Bloodhounds, there's Valkyries, there's Wraiths, there's Octanes, there's Revenants, everything. There's Bangalores. And you would think that the way that they were popping off early, solo queue Goats was going to be the team to stop, and they were at a certain point. But holy cow, the way that Underrated worked that hill, the way that the Kraber shots were connecting for K Swinney, there was basically no stopping them. And the rest of this lobby needs to watch out right now, because nobody's expecting anybody to come through that hot with that many kills in game number 1.
Absolutely. Now, Glitter, I will say, when we have seen teams in the past that have come out swinging, though, to be honest with you, this is a fabulous level that I haven't seen often. But when we see teams that come out swinging, now is it something where we should expect them to have those crosshairs on their back? Are they the team everyone is going to be gunning for? Are they out early potentially in this next game?
I mean, it depends on if people can find them, right? It's going to depend on where the zone is, where teams have to be rotating through, and who they have to rotate through in that process. This is a scary, scary start. I said at the beginning of the show, I know we called out a specific grouping of teams that we thought might do well, but it was anybody's game, and Underrated made sure that everybody knew.
I love that. And you know what? This is a great segue to something we like to call the ALGS MVP, powered by Monster Energy. And you know, it takes 3 players to get to the top of each of these leaderboards. And so we know that there are the fans, you are incredible community, and us as well. We've all got our favorites. Well, now is the time for you to start that voting. We want the public, our great community, to have their vote and be a part of it. Now, here's what you're going to do. You're going to go ahead and use these hashtags for each of these players. Okay, these are the players allowed here. We've got, then what you do is you use the hashtag for the player and then the hashtag ALGS Monster Energy MVP. So vote now. If you vote on Twitch chat, YouTube live chat, and of course, the Twitters as well. So that's and we're on @PlayApex on Twitter in case you don't know, but these are the 60 players. These are the 60 players you can have a vote for our Monster Energy ALGS MVP. So get your vote in, be a part of this overall voting system, and see if your pick is going to be our ALGS MVP powered by Monster Energy.
I really think that you should be typing in hashtag #CaseWinnie right now. I don't want to be biased. I'm not trying to sway the chat any which way, but holy cow, we saw the shots, the Kraber shots. Holding that hill is just not as easy as they made that look, y'all. And they were able to execute that perfectly. I mean, it was just beautiful to watch.
It was indeed. Was there, the underrated, I just love the name. I just love the name. It's so enigmatic of a team that comes out of, well, not nowhere, clearly. They are very clearly a part of this lobby, and I should say a part of this very scary lobby. And you know what, Tom? I love that you said that, because this lobby is so scary. The fact that they came out swinging, the fact that they could succeed in a lobby like this, oh my. Keep your eyes peeled for underrated. Speaking of keeping your eyes peeled, our community has been talking, and we want to see what you've been saying. Can't wait for the EMEA ALGS Championship Finals. I have a feeling it'll be more exciting of the 2 finals this weekend. Oh, here we go, throwing down shade, Tom and Glitter. Here we go. But I am biased. Prediction. My heart says Fire Beavers. My head says Alliance. But my spicy pick. Oh, I missed it. It's TSM.
It was flavor of the month. Don't worry.
Flavor of the month. Thank you. Thank you very much. Exactly. Glitter got my back. Getting hyped. ALGS, my faith is on my goats. Yes! There you go, Solo Q Goats fan. And apparently they were popping off in the early game for sure. Wow, nice. Using that whiteboard. Oh, hell yeah. It's finally time for ALGS EMEA Championship Finals. Looking forward to it. I love it. I love it. Look at that. Look at those path emotes. That's nice. Crown the best of the best. Well, it's about time we continue on the journey that will eventually crown the best of the best, which means it's time for game number 2, y'all. And we've got 2 great casters, Onset and Gaskin, ready to take this throw as we throw to these messages. And then it's time for game number 2. Get ready. Stay tuned. We'll be right back.
Нейды есть? Нет. Хорош. Постели фраги. Рейф ног. Один по нокам.
Один.
Я хилюсь.
Ласквад,
убиваем. Не фул, они не фул.
Ебать одно, ног! Лаца до! Сюда,
блядь! Хорош.
welcome back everybody, and the story continues. The race to match point has already started off with quite a bang here, Dan Gaskin. Underrated in that game one. I mean, almost putting up 30 points on the board from the first game. On their way to, of course, that 50-point match point threshold is unbelievable. That is the definition of coming out of the gates hot.
Absolutely nuts. They had 2 points to start with today, and now they have already, what, a 16-point advantage over second place. Considering some people started 8 points ahead of them, they are going to be extremely happy. But the circle worked out quite perfectly for them. They had a pretty aggressive composition. There's a lot of legends in this lobby. I think the most we've actually seen in a competitive lobby in quite some time, 11 different legends being used, but some of them weren't really viable, I'd say, in that type of circle. For example, Loba misses out a little bit when it's very open, when there isn't very much buildings to work with in the end game, can't steal away loot from certain people, harvest those resources. But certainly a very interesting game one, and also picked up, of course, that team at the end, Na'Vi, just giving away kills, or not giving kills, should I say, killing themselves to the red to ensure that more kills didn't go in favor of Underrated. I think we're going to see a lot of things like that today.
Yeah, the metagame is certainly going to evolve. The more and more we see the match point format, the more these teams get used to different situations, how they want to try and get those points on the board, and even how they're going to change their style of play as these games progress, as they get closer and closer to that 50-point threshold. Well, as you can see, we're loading into game number 2 now. We don't know how many games it's going to take for us to get to match point and find our champion for the EMEA region. That is still left to be decided, Dan, but Underrated, what a start it was for them.
I mean, another game like that from Underrated, they'd be on match point after 2 games. We could be looking at a winner after 3. I don't think it's going to happen, but certainly is possible if they have a performance like that again. They looked extremely scary, and everyone else in the lobby should be running from Revenant, that's for sure, just like you do in your ranked games. But diving into game number 2 then, circle of course always going to be very important here. The slightly northern circle that was above Fragment and No Name was a great circle for those who were in the center of zone, but it might be difficult for those who were rotating a little bit from the outer edges. Although we did see a lot of successful rotations, the Valkyries certainly played a big part in that.
And Underrated are going to be hitting that beacon and finding out where zone is with that information as well. You'll see that pop up in just a few moments as well. We get the opportunity to see that circle. But talking about this composition is very, very interesting for me, as we do see where that circle is going to be pulling. You see a lot of countdown, but it looks like it could be finishing on that radio tower, maybe in the sort of the outside of those POIs in the open a little bit. But talking about this composition, that is the perfect example, game number 1, of how devastating it can be. The question is, how consistent is this composition in winning games? Because we take ourselves back to the group stages. Of course, all of these teams have been competing to get to this lobby across 3 days of action, and they didn't win a single game. That is the first game in the ALGS Championship that Underrated have actually managed to take home first place. So great news for them, but with the match point format, if they do find themselves in that 50 points, will they be able to put together consistency with first places?
And you bring up a fantastic point, because it's all well and good getting match point and securing yourself those 50 points, but can you actually do it when the nerves start to kick in a little bit, when the pressure's on your side, when maybe you start to play a little bit less aggressive because you fear about going down? And we have seen it historically throughout Apex Legends, where teams do struggle when they get on match point format, as Endeavor, one of the teams who don't really have a POI in this tournament to drop on, have already lost 1. And it looks like they might lose 2 if they're not careful here. Very difficult when the entire lobby has already claimed every POI that's possible.
Yeah, you're going to kind of take what you can get at this point. And Endeavor, unfortunately, are going to have to make their first point of call in this second match, trying to get Noises back into the lobby, as Bryn is going to have to retreat. And you can see as well, not a lot of resources to work with for them. So the 30-30 shots that did the damage are certainly going to slow them down as far as their rotation is concerned. But this is a team that I think would have been very happy that they managed to get into finals. That goes without saying for every single team who's in this lobby, but they were one of the ones who were kind of, you know, maybe not expected to get to this finals, and a great performance from them, coming in 15th place as well, scraping into that top 20. They're going to be extremely happy as we now see a fight breaking out as the quick rotating Aqualix are already on the move.
Yeah, fighting for this potential god spot. This is where we've seen finishes around this area by this radio tower that you were talking of, and Aqualix straight in, taking down a member of Third Impact, trying to secure this little chokehold. I think it was a game Le Site de France picked up a victory when we saw a circle very similarly to this in the group stages, so I'll be keeping an eye on them to see how they rotate, where they think is going to be the god spot. But also that little RV van that you see them just checking out with the crypto drone. A lot of teams like to play that.
Now you can see Magicians in a fight. And they're taking down Top Dogs. There is one player left alive for them who's managed to escape, but early fighting going down, and all of a sudden you're feeling there's a little bit more aggression in this second game than what we saw at the start of game number 1 here. And just a reminder, everyone in this lobby at the moment is essentially involved in a race to that 50-point threshold. Then you're going to see the game change, but getting there is so vital for all of these teams.
And you are going to have to be aggressive. You've just seen Underrated secure 31 points after game 1, including the 2 they started with. They only need 19 more and they're on match point. You need to keep up with that aggression. Sure, things will slow down a little bit later as we get closer to more teams being on match point, and it becomes a lot more tactical and methodical about where you want to place and how you're going to win a game. But right now, get that KP on the board. Of course, I don't want to see stupidity. I don't want to see aping teams unnecessarily. But you heard the comms in the last game from Solo Q Goats. Everyone's playing scared. Let's just run at them. Let's take the advantage. If you have loot, if you have weapons, if you have ammo, get in the face of your opponents.
We're going to see one team getting in the face of their opponents. That's going to be 303 Esports trying to finish off this kill. Unfortunately, just going to be flesh damage. Doesn't manage to get the knock, but the rest of the enforcements are now arriving. But the team that was in front of them seemed to have retreated now to one of those buildings to get a little bit of height and be able to reset the fight. A real opportunity, maybe just missed there by 303 Esports, and it was missed by about 2 HP.
And it was off-screen in game 1, but I saw 303 in the kill feed actually take an engagement with Fire Beavers. They managed to down 2, and then Sunset 1v3'd the rest of the guys. I mean, I know they probably were weak after the initial gunfight, but that's certainly something that can knock your confidence going into game number 2. When you have lost a fight, when you've lost a straight 3v3 like that, I don't know what exactly happened, but you know for sure they will be thinking about that going into game number 2 here, as a lot of teams now are trying to move on in towards this circle. There is already a Loba center of that zone. And if it can be, you know, a little camper van that they find themselves in, a building that they find themselves in, that Loba is going to be so naughty when it comes to endgame.
Yeah, we caught Aqualix as well. They have a great position as well due to their composition. They're holding down that choke, and they can kind of watch both ends pretty comfortably as well. They have the caustic as well, so the barrels will be going down. They can deny anyone and slow them down who tries to enter and fight, and they're going to have that advantage. So Aqualix in a really good spot here. But 303, you can see a little bit of a slower rotation for them, which is something that they try and avoid, as historically they do try and play center zone as quickly as possible, but maybe just taking that engagement a little bit earlier on that we saw is going to make them just decide to change how they try and approach this game number 2. But Magicians now trying to land some shots onto that radio tower that I was talking about, the drill tower, the big yellow thing that you see in front of you, whatever you want to call it. But you can already see teams trying to hold down height, but holding down height early is going to be very difficult to do because you are exposed. But I tell you what, Disbelief with this longbow in hand is dealing out a lot of damage to the lobby.
Just being a real nuisance at the moment, and that's where you've got to be here with the height in Train Yard. Make sure you get those Evo shields up all to purple, but can start getting closer towards red. Just touching on 303 as well, you're talking about the rotation. A lot of the teams in these lobbies have had to rotate a little bit slower because they've had their kind of drop spots contested ever so slightly. I'm not talking a direct fight in terms of contesting. I just mean loot has been taken away from certain areas, and it's just been so difficult for teams to actually find weaponry, find armor, so they're having to be a little bit slower. Can't afford to be aggressive because they find themselves sometimes with just grays or maybe weapons they're not comfortable with.
Well, Na'Vi are going to be in a very good spot now. You can see they found themselves a little home to call home. And they're going to be trying to hold out as many teams that are trying to rotate in from the western side through Countdown where they are at the moment. And for them, they're just going to be chilling for the moment. Na'Vi in a very good position. My question for Na'Vi, as we saw in that last game, they get to a lot of end circles, Dan, but they don't convert it into wins. Maybe they're just a little bit too aggressive with trying to pick up KP and not holding position when he gets that end game. This will be a real good test for them in this game. Good position. They're in a great position as far as end zone is concerned as well, and maybe they can convert this game into a win.
Yeah, when we look at Na'Vi throughout the group stages, there were certain games they struggled. They were able to pick up one victory, but what I'd say is they have experience. I think experience is very important when we get into match point format. Not just experience in the game, but as players in general, being able to deal with those nerves.
Well, Gambit now. A little bit of poke damage going down. You can see the rotations that they've made. They were in Sorting Factory, then they went up to the ridge, and now they find themselves on the outskirts of Skyhook. So they really are taking the long way around, so to speak. And we know that Aqualix is in that choke that we talked about a few moments ago. So maybe Gambit are going to try and rotate and think about approaching that team. and trying to catch him off guard. But Solo Q Goats at the moment, they are commanding the train tunnel at the very northern tip of World's Edge, just holding out any teams who are trying to make a late northern rotation.
Yeah, it seems like Solo Q Goats again looking to get into early fights as we expect that from them, really, with a somewhat aggressive composition. The only Bangalore in play, of course, thanks to Shiv. His Shiv percentage is just up ever so slightly. But in general, with Legend composition and with the amount of variety we have on set, it does mean that a very good point that Girl brought up. When you are the only person playing a Legend, you are going to be targetable. If you do get onto match point, certainly teams will know where you are. If they see a bang, let's say Solo Q Goats get onto match point, they will be targeted. So maybe later on we might see bang change off when it comes to the Solo Q Goats, but at the same time, they do like the bang.
Well, Alliance made their Valkyrie rotation. You just saw that on your screens as well. The bubble will go down just to give them protection to reset as well and stop those grenades coming in. Another team who's made a rotation into Train Yard as well, New Esports with the Caustic as well. So they're going to be holding down that high ground, and it is going to be Disbelief still with that longbow in hand from distance, who's just kind of peppering shots into both of these carts. But New Esports, again, we talked about them. First seed coming into the tournament. Most points on the board ahead of the match point format actually starting today. But wins is a concern for them. Only one win across all of the games played through groups, but they were the quickest to put points on the board, so they might be one of the first teams, if they continue that form, to actually hit the match point format.
We cannot doubt the slaying ability of New Esports. We know that they have the possibility of winning every 3v3 engagement, getting third-partied or surviving third parties as well, but you hit the nail on the head, really. It's about how they approach endgame. We do see them on the Caustic. That is going to be something that will help in certain zones, and maybe that's what it's going to come down to in this tournament. When we get to match point and we see teams, several teams, it'll be about what type of end circle we have. Is it one that favors the likes of Underrated, for example, who have the Revenant, or the likes of someone who has a Caustic on their team, or a Loba on their team? It is going to be absolutely important that when you get a circle that favors you, you play it flawlessly. Otherwise, that could be the chance gone, and you may not get a circle like that again.
Now you're going to see an interesting situation here for Underrated, which is the fact that they found themselves in zone. They're very comfortable at the moment, but they have no defensive Legend to help them. They don't have a Gibraltar, they don't have a Caustic to stop any kind of push. It's kind of, they're going to be the ones initiating, or maybe they'll make a rotation with Valkyrie. There's so many decisions to be made for them. They had kind of the high ground where they could play their game, so to speak, in the first game, I should say, of the day, where they were just kind of peppering shots down onto the low ground. Didn't have to worry about the defense because the defenses were provided by the geometry of the map. But here's going to be an interesting game for them to see how they can perform and how they can adjust.
Something really interesting that I've just found out as well. I did say there was 11 Legends selected in Game 1. There's only 10 now because someone accidentally clicked Horizon in Game number 1. Jay Savage now has switched over to Bloodhound, and maybe they'll have a little bit more success, and he will have a bit more success rather than that misclick onto Horizon. Never want to do that, especially not in finals.
Yes, finals. So just an update for you as well. Some of the teams that have been eliminated from the lobbies so far. We've seen Third Impact knocked out by Na'Vi. A little bit of a slow group stage for them by their own standards, and it's continuing here in the first game. And Top Dogs have also been eliminated by Alliance. So that's the first two teams we've seen eliminated in the lobby as we jump on board now with T-Rex, who are trying to do a little bit of damage to this team, just hanging around that rock in front of them. Dippities is going to have to dip out with that Sentinel and make sure that he's in position to heal back up, as 303 Esports now still on the fragment side of the map. You can see just outside of the zone for now, looking down on that crafter, because you can see there's a rage portal, there's also going to be 70 damage dealt to the player popping through.
We're also seeing a lot of teams on the edge of circle at the moment, just because there isn't much room to play actually within the current circle, and that's only going to get worse as it closes in, because I think this circle is going to end up in somewhat open ground. Throughout group stages, we saw a lot of open finishes, very difficult for those teams who aren't playing that Gibraltar that you spoke of, and I think actually this is probably the least Gibraltars we've seen in a lobby, as Underrated now are going to get aggressive with this Revenant, going to get sent back, but have they done the damage? We'll see whether they continue this push.
Looks like they've managed to hold off the push for now, but you can see it looks like a second wave might be coming in. However, Horizon was watching that portal with the Eva 8 and managed to get enough damage, and it's actually Horizon who's managed to knock Hackets there, who will go back through the portal and may well be res by Alliance, but Underrated and Alliance both involved in this fight.
Yeah, and let's actually have a listen in with Underrated, see what they're thinking about that potential kidnap that almost caught them off guard.
We can take the TP. It's risky, but we can take the TP.
No.
I hit one.
If you like knock 2 or something, yeah, we do.
He's down. He's still down. He's literally still down.
How you know?
He's down because I got the fucking silence on him.
Yeah, but like...
He might go...
Whatever. Pop your ult Axel.
I only got one. Give me ulti, quick.
Ultimate accelerant here.
We're ready.
Oh, my net was fucking atrocious.
Oh, I'm gonna have ulti. We could go. We could take TTP. It's risky, but we take TTP.
We cannot.
We wait.
We're gonna disappear.
I got ulti now. Oh, okay.
Yeah,
Fuck, man. There's no way.
We can plan on that.
Yeah, we can make it
plan
from
on
there.
that.
Let me place it in that corner, but they can shoot it from there.
Now you have to figure out where you can place it now.
I can place it right here, right where I'm standing, right exactly where I'm standing, I think.
Wait, where I am, it's good as well. Where I am, it's good as well, no?
No. This team can need it. No, that team can need it. We don't want it. I think here. Here's the best spot, literally here. And then you need to focus this team here.
That's atrocious. Everybody can shoot you, bro.
I think whatever we do, we need to all three go together. Just full send it, because we can't go one by one. It's too long.
No, we can't do that. I have to hold the totem, bro.
Oh yeah, we need someone to hold it.
You think?
Yeah. 100%, bro. That's why right there, when I was saying they needed it, Swinny, if he went with us, we would.
Well, you can hear that Underrated wanted to put the foot on the gas, but then Swinny just said, slow down a little bit, boys. We've got ourselves a good position here. We've managed to hold off the push, but one bit that I took away from that listening we just had, Dan, was the fact that the greatest thing you want to hear as a team, right? If we make a decision, we all three go at once, and we kind of live by the sword, die by the sword. If it works out, great. If it doesn't, we'll do it again next time.
Yeah, you can't just go half-hearted, especially with a Revenant ult. If you kind of all three push, then you can take advantage of the damage you do, but at the same time, you really want one person to be there to cover, because if someone else does kind of come from behind and catches you off guard, they can just kill you when you get sent back. So very intelligent play just to keep things a little bit slower paced for Underrated for now, as 303 have lost Bambino, or at least he's gone down. It's going to be a question of whether they can get him back up here. They have the height, but this might allow the teams to push up on them.
Yeah, defensive bombardment's going to come in though from ASCII, which might give them the time that they require in order to slow things down. However, slowing things down is not in the nature of Underrated. They're going to hit the Revenant totem. They're going to get the death protection. They're immediately going to be jumping into the action, and it's going to be New Esports which they're pushing. They've managed to finish off one of those kills, so that's a big push from them, managing to secure one of those knocks into a KP. And also, you can see other teams now have been initiated to push onto New Esports, so carnage being caused by Underrated. They've managed to stay alive, and they've managed to really cause problems for New.
Yeah, Kashira's just gone down at the hands of Vice too, so New Esports really struggling. They were #1 coming into the tournament today, 10 points, but they were only able to get 2 in game #1, and they've lost 2 players here in game #2, so certainly not the dream start that they would have wanted. However, Underrated, showing their aggression, showing that they want to get involved in these fights. They want to be that first team on match point. As things slightly slowed down now, teams still know where everyone is, but it's going to be a little bit of a looting process for those who did get KP. You can see that circle has closed in. That is a lot of open ground. There is very little to work with there on set when it comes to buildings.
Yeah, going to be certainly a tough rotation for a lot of teams now. You can see teams fighting on the northern edge of it. Na'Vi, one of those teams who's up on that tower, I believe, who are going to be overlooking everything. But all these teams inside a train yard, a couple of them will be safe. Underrated is one of those teams. ALGS, who are on top of that tower, now taking all sorts of fire. And this is the difficulty of this tower. So many different angles can shoot you. So many different angles can cause you problems. And it's going to be up to Serdell now, who pops the shield barrier. He's going to have to go back through the portal now just to try and stay alive, because his 2 teammates, they've been eliminated.
The timing on that was flawless, by the way. Just popping the bat before he entered the portal, a millisecond between the two, but the red is coming in, and this is going to be a difficult situation for ALGS and for Serdell in particular. But at least he's on the Wraith, might be able to rat his way into the top 10, try and secure a few more placement points. But we're going to see a lot of teams go down here now with this circle closing in.
Let's see the France, it's Lerabenu who manages to take him down. That will be ALGS eliminated, and look at Underrated go once more. The either 8 shots from Dazo are hitting hard, but there's a third party now starting to come in, and this is the carnage we're expecting. All of these teams inside a train yard have to find somewhere to play, and quite simply, there are not enough beds at the inn, and someone is going to have to be kicked out.
Alliance lost members, 303 lost members. Lecite de France picked up some kills, and it was Lecite de France who won a circle similarly to this during the group stage. So I want to keep a keen eye on how they approach this one, because look at that next circle. There is nothing to work with. Pure open ground. This is where your raw slaying ability comes into the equation. This is where your Gibraltars come into the equation. Underrated, they want to get aggressive, they want to get their kills now, because they don't have any defensive legends whatsoever.
The difficulty is, though, for all of these teams who are running Gibraltar right now, there's a Crypto in the lobby. You can hear that drone just buzzing about like a mosquito. above all of these teams in Train Yard, which means when those bubbles go down, that EMP is going to become absolutely vital. As now we see Underrated trying to make that move, trying to take advantage of the situations they can create by using that Revenant. They haven't managed to get a knock, but now they're going to try and move up on this team and try and finish them off.
K20 has to be careful though. He doesn't have death protection anymore, and he's the first one to re-engage. A great hold off by the team they are pushing, but Underrated looks like they still want a little bit of this. They feel like this is KP they can pick up, and it gives them a little bit of cover to push up into the next circle.
Well, here's Fire Beavers then, the Loba team, and they're trying to make their move now as the missile swarm comes in, and this player is going to be caught off guard, and he's going to be absolutely beamed by Sunset, who now switches over to the Vault to try and double the dosage. They're going to move in. 9imps will clean them up. Flavor of the month. Well, on the receiving end of that, and 9imps is going to pick himself off a little present there in the Prowler as well. So what a move from Fire Beavers. They're going to be in a great spot moving forward.
Well, Underrated have got themselves into top 5, but that might be the end of the road for them after all of their aggression. K20 trying to dip, dodge, and dive, but cannot survive any longer. 4 gang on the other side into the top 4, but it's Fire Beavers for me. 8 kills as leaders, 5 kills on the other side. They're up to about 14 kills right now, and they can increase that. This is a big, big game from Fire Beavers.
Scar's still involved as well. Totem Esports involved as well, and the big thing here is the impact of Loba on this lobby. She'll be able to steal away shield swaps, resources, ammo, grenades, everything that Fire Beavers could use here for endgame, and severely weakening every other team who is in this circle. And look at the aggression now coming in from Taskmaster with that flatline, managing to do a huge amount of damage. The Prowler player now, 9imp's going to be moving in himself. 9 Impulse looking for KP.
When you've got someone like Taskmaster who just deals damage for fun, you're always going to be confident, and there's some more damage. I think they might push in for the kill here on set.
Last 2 teams, and they are going to be eliminated as Fire Beavers take home game number 2 here. They swiped away the lobby as they were all fighting in front of them. Their rotation to the northern side of that zone, absolutely vital. And of course, Loba once again having a huge, huge impact on that end game. One of the most consistent. They had the highest win percentage out of groups, going from top 10 placements into win. Loba having a big impact once again down, and Fire Beavers showing not only are they going to put points on the board today, but they could be one of the teams to look out for when it gets to match point.
I am counting at least 15 kills there for them as well, and I didn't even get to see all 3 players' POVs. There could be more. This could be an absolute mammoth game for them to contest the likes of Underrated. But bear in mind, Underrated had a pretty good game as well. They were able to pick up KP and get into the top 5. They will be edging closer to match point, to edging to those 50 points they were searching for.
Yeah, massive performance from Fire Beavers then, and we'll have to see how those scores do add up now. We're going to throw back to Kate on the desk to tell us how it all went down.
Thank you, Onset. Thank you, Gaskin. Okay, first question up to Tom. I feel like game number 1, we saw that Revenant comp come into play incredibly with Underrated. Tom, is this game number 2 a real testament to what Loba can do in that late game?
Totally. I love the way that they called that one. I mean, at the end, utility is absolutely huge. Picking up grenades, picking up armor swaps, and also the confidence that Fire Beavers is having over towards that side of the zone, just filtering all those teams over towards Train Station. You see all of the players just setting up over towards Train. That means that they're going to have to coexist. And Underrated had the right philosophy, even though they got 5th place. Get some kill points along the way out. No one's going to stop Fire Beavers with their positioning.
They are not at all. I got to ask, Glitter, I mean, this is one of those moments where you take a look at game number 2, you compare it to game number 1, and you say, what's coming up for game number 3?
100%. And I said we had to watch out for these first couple games because they were going to kind of set the stage for what we should be expecting from these teams. And hey, they came in with the heat, okay? Fire Beavers, one of those teams we were definitely keeping our eyes on. And like Tom was saying, they literally outpositioned everyone. They were in the open area of that zone before everybody else that was trying to push their way out of Train Yard. They had the tiniest of angles as far as height advantage goes, and then they were able to just third party everybody else that had to fight each other as they were coming out of the Train Yard area. It was very, very beautifully played by Fire Beavers.
Yes, it was. Well, let's take a look at how good those results are with the Fire Beavers fielding that Loba. Oh! What the what? What the what? Oh my God, that's double dip. That is in,
Are you kidding me? EMEA is lit, y'all. EMEA is absolutely lit. They are popping off. It started with Underrated. It continues with Fire Beavers. And like Glitter said, they're coming in hot, and they are the Fire Beavers. 20 kills, 32 points. They're speeding this thing up. This is absolutely nutty.
Absolutely, Nutty. I'm telling you right now, I am playing Loba from now on. That is it. I have had enough. Everything is good. Let's take a look here at our overall leaderboards, because of course, now we are in game number 2. We've been overall in our... Okay, gang. Okay, 5 points. We got 5 points between Fire Beavers and Match Point. We got only 9 points between Underrated and Match Point. Glitter, I look at 4 gang up 6. I'm just going to sit back here, Glitter, and let you talk about some stuff, because I'm beklempt.
Listen, there are so many small details that are going on right now. Fire Beavers, Underrated, first of all, were only separated by 1 point of cushion coming into this. So they were already very close. Then we watched them have 2 very similar games here, putting them both within 1 game of Match Point at this point. What's huge, though, you see the massive point fall off between 2nd and 3rd place because Fire Beavers comes in with a 20-kill game, because Underrated have a 17-kill game. They're just point sponging all of these kills away from every other team, making every other squad have a longer journey until they hit their own match point. Now Fire Beavers and Underrated even have a mediocre game. They are already in the match point situation, while everybody else is still going to be fighting tooth and nail to get those points on the board. This is insane right now.
And Tom, this is game number 2. We've only played 2 games.
My new favorite word is point sponging. Thanks, Glitter, for that one.
Yes, Glitter.
Let me add that one to my all-time casting favorites, honestly, because that's what we're seeing right now from Fire Beavers and Underrated. And the nails on the head as we take a look at some of these highlights. I mean, what a game. What a start. You really couldn't ask for more. And if you're the rest of these teams, you're wondering what's going on. How after 2 games are 2 teams just a mediocre game, just like Glitter's saying, from being on match point. It's a blink of an eye. You put in so much time, so many hours, so many days to practice for this $250,000 first place, $600,000 overall, and it's just flying by right now because of the aggression that is happening in these lobbies.
Now I gotta ask, and I think aggression being, we're so completely enthralled, and we have to be with these points. You gotta get KP in order to get match point, and then you gotta win a game. And of course, all of these teams have succeeded at that at some point in our journey here. But I gotta ask, the first 2 teams, they are fielding comps that are completely, wildly different than, not completely, but wildly different than a lot of the rest of the field. How much does that impact? And particularly, I'm gonna start with Glitter, particularly how much does that impact when we see the zones pull in these different directions like we have?
I mean, it's obviously going to somewhat depend on their own individual drop spots, but we saw it specifically with Underrated. They didn't win this match, but they saw themselves in a position where if they didn't start using their totem as aggressively as possible against all of those other teams in Trainyard, then it essentially just wasn't worth it. They were just going to sit there and hold and eventually go down as a team. They needed those points. They knew they were in a solid position to do so, and we saw them with zero fear doing just that. They went and pushed as many teams as they could to make sure that they got some points on the board that still kept them within striking distance of Fire Beavers, who just had an absolutely stellar performance. So generally, if all of these teams are going to be playing on that level, anyone who is a slow rotator or is comfortable playing a little bit more passively until those final moments of end zone won't do well today.
And that is how the cookie crumbles for sure. Hey, you know, I know a lot of those people, our community, are watching, and you're trying to level up your own game. And of course, these pros make it look easy. But if you'd like to know a little bit about how to, you know, perhaps be a little bit more aggressive, perhaps find yourself in that support scenario, well, we've got a great resource. She's on our panel, on our casting desk. Her name is Girl, and she actually has a series we call Level Up with Girl. Take a look.
You've played the game, learned the ropes. Now it's time to figure out what kind of Apex Legends player you are. Today is for all of you entry fraggers out there. Let's talk about what it takes to become a successful aggro player in Apex. Sorry that you got thirsted. Hey, take this? Follow me. A good entry fragger gets the entry damage while taking less or no damage. Once you're able to do that or get a knock, then you can tell your team to go in. He's 1 HP, Dick! Let's say I'm playing Pathfinder. My goal is to try and be in a position where I can lead the fight. And when we get a knock as a team, I can grapple in and 1v2 while my team comes in and cleans up. Aggressive players have to be really smart in their positioning and great at hitting their shots. They also have to have the confidence to lead the team and outgun the enemy. There are several legends to consider if you're looking to up your aggressive play. Let's start with Octane and Pathfinder. These two are heavily movement-based and can help you get into a great position. Let's talk about my favorite Marvin, Pathfinder. We already talked about using his grapple to finish off a short-handed team, but it can also be used in the middle of a gunfight to dodge shots and get into a better position. Sometimes one Q is all it takes to give you the advantage in a fight. Finally, if you're looking for the ultimate aggro legend, you've gotta try your hand at Revenant. The whole point of playing as Revenant is to get into some nasty skirmishes. His death totem is the ultimate do-over, allowing players to push into the fray with reckless abandon. If you're not fighting with Revenant, then you're doing it wrong. They're pushing, I cracked the path. Being an aggressive player is more about team play than you may think. We fight this. If you trust your team, you'll be more confident being aggressive. Like so many other aggro players out there, I need that action. I need that hype. Now's the time to find out if you do too. Let's go. 2v3s ain't no problem for me.
You heard girl say it there and level up with girl. If you're not fighting when you're with Revenant, you're doing it wrong.
It's totally true, and Girl's just such a skilled player, but also just an amazing caster. So glad to have her on the team, and you're seeing that right now, all these legends being in use. That's what makes this meta so fun, and EMEA just has such a wide variety of players and skills.
They do indeed, and I'm so excited to be jumping into game number 3. But first, let's take a look at what you've been saying all over the world. Our community coming in hot with some tweets. Flying the Alliance Hockey's jersey high for game. Oh, that's nice. You didn't have the flag, but you got the jersey. I've never seen a jersey used like that, but I'm loving it. Well done.
That's usually how I dry my clothes, not gonna lie.
Not weird at all, Tom. Got my round friend this morning to watch ALGS cheering for Gambit. Okay, got a Gambit fan. Let's have some great games. Here we go. Let's see what Gambit can do, gang. Time for the ALGS EMEA Championship Finals. Let's go, baby. Time to not move to the winner's crown. Hey, I totally understand what that's about. I know that Glitter, I know that T-Squared, you both understand that as well. I mean, Glitter, last thoughts before we head on over to our game number 3 that I gotta say, we could have 2 teams on match point.
That's what I'm saying. We're going to keep our eyes on them the entire time, but it's still not counting anybody out because it's just been insane so far.
No sleeping on anybody. That's exactly right. Well, now it's about that time. We're going to throw to our brilliant casting duo that includes Fallout and, of course, Girl, and they're going to talk us through this 3rd game and see where we are here in our ALGS EMEA Championship Finals. But first, a few messages. We'll be right back.
Hey guys, Rain Day Gaming here with another Lenovo Legion 7 9 laptop combo. I love this laptop's design. I love that it's a gaming PC that's a beast whenever I want to use it for some Apex Legends gameplay. But check this out. Right here, the RGB lighting on the keyboard. The keyboard is one of the most important parts of a PC, and this thing just gets it right. The clickety-clack, whether I'm fast-forwarding through VODs to prepare for my next tournament, or whether I'm just typing and writing notes to get ready for what I'm going to say with Onset and the jokes I'm going to try to make about it. Either way, I feel like this is one of the key features of this laptop, and one of the reasons why I hardly ever put it down.
We are 2 games in, and as it currently stands, girl, our top 3 teams, well, they're unsigned. We got Fire Beavers in first, Underrated in second, 4Gang in third. Could you have even predicted a start like this?
I honestly didn't predict a start like this at all, but I've been a really big fan of Fire Beavers and Underrated for a very long time. They have really unique comps, especially when you're taking a look at those Octane, Gibby, Bloodhound metas. So I'm really a fan of seeing some unique comps.
Yeah, I just tweeted that out. The first 2 winners of the first 2 games are off-meta team compositions with Revenant and with Loba. Never would have thought we saw that as well. And we love, of course, to hear your thoughts as well. Make sure to tweet using hashtag ALGS. Tweet at us at Fallout with 2 T's, at Hey Girl. And, of course, you have a chance to get featured on stream. We want to hear your thoughts, though, on these team compositions. Gameplay, what are we seeing so far? We, of course, are breaking down as much gameplay as possible here going into game number 3, but we know we got a lot of smart community members out there, so we'd love to hear your thoughts as well as we get ready. Dropship is loading to jump into game number 3. And girl, the key storyline here, well, Fire Beavers 5 points away from that illustrious match point. If they can secure 5 points and win a game after that, well, they'll put themselves in a good spot. Underrated 41 points right now, 9 points away. Both of those 2 teams 1 game away with relative ease here for match point.
They might take this game a little easier. As we've seen, they had a lot of kills in their previous games. And now maybe they'll play it in a different play style, play it more securely, be one of those teams to get those 50 points before anyone else. So we'll take a look and see how that works out. I know Fire Beavers really likes to rotate early and get a great spot. I've been watching them in the group stages last week, and we're gonna take a look and see where the zone pulls off in this match. It could be the deciding factor for whoever gets match point first.
Yeah, that's right. We've seen 2 northern zones so far. And of course, the hot zone here will be in Countdown, where T-Rex likes to drop. T-Rex, not the fastest start for them. They got 18th place and 15th place, so they'll need that extra loot. And they'll need a big game here as we jump on board with the champions so far of this lobby, Fire Beavers. And what a story from this team. Of course, you have Sunset, former member of Gambit from Russia, 9 Impulse from Belarus. This is one of our CIS squads dropping over in Fragment West, so that allows them to rotate early, playing Valkyrie, Loba, and Gibraltar. Helps them get good positioning, and then, of course, use Loba to their advantage to scrap any late-game loot from anyone else in the lobby. It's a huge opportunity, and if you have 2 Loba teams, Third Impact, of course, is the second Loba team, but we get to see Fire Beavers to start for the first time here on their Fragment West path.
I really love watching their use of Loba, getting those extra armor swaps late game, getting into fights. They're mechanically skilled, so if they end up getting enough damage on one team, they're able to just quickly armor swap without even healing and then push or defend themselves appropriately. And it's so interesting to see this team play.
That's right. And Blind Market is down. They'll be looting quickly here, and then they can hit that Valkyrie for a quick rotation. That's pretty much the benefit here of their team composition. Meanwhile, Aqualix, who plays Fragment East, well, they're already out. One of the fastest rotating teams, if not the fastest rotating teams from Fragment East. Aqualix, though, have started a little bit quiet here. 12 points overall, and that was including the 5 or 6 that they got coming into this. They got a 5-kill game in 12th place last game, 15th place and 1 point for kills in the game before. So Aqualix currently sits in 10th. And if you look at these standings here, as we take a look at Solo Q Goats just looting up, it's kind of fascinating. Alliance, Aqualix, Gambit, so many teams that you'd expect Third Impact, 303. A lot of these teams you'd expect to maybe be in the top 5, top 7. They're currently outside of the top 8.
Yeah, something coming in from these bottom 10 teams is that they're aggressive. They're going to try and want to catch up with those top teams and get their points and maybe excel and exceed everyone else's expectations. So a team like the Solo Q Goats, they've got a long way to go. The map is going to pull south this time between Launch Site and Sorting Factory. It could even end right in between those 2 POIs. So take a look in the map to see. It's going to be really rough if it ends Launch Site, because Launch Site is one of those places where there's so many different chokes and it's really hard to get in. Some people just decide, hey, we're going to get some kill points and move from there. But there's so many places in Sorting Factory to hold. In Sorting Factory, so many buildings, so many different rooms. It's going to be interesting to see this one play out.
Yeah, Meanwhile, this is a very favorable zone for Gambit. Every time we've seen a southern zone, particularly the southeast zone, Gambit farms the lobby. And they obviously need that after 2 really slow games to start, getting 17th and 18th place, I believe. Good first shots coming through from Leogri. His teammates already have purple shields. He's looking to level up his Evo shield as well. Question is, will they take this fight? You know, this is kind of those fringe moments where you can maybe take an early game fight without risk for third party because teams haven't rotated yet, but obviously it's high risk, high reward because teams might be looming. Looks like Gambit, who likes to play aggressive, will decide not to take this fight early on. They'll slow play this, and they're going to be content sitting on top of factories here over in Sorting Factory, which is their drop spot. Gambit hasn't moved a whole lot. They're predicting a northeast finish here for this southeast zone.
Yeah, and it's very smart for them not to fight there because so many people are going to be rotating towards Sorting Factory and they're a bit mid-zone. And, you know, there's always going to be a few teams that like to rotate early right off drop. And, oh my goodness, shots are going off in Flavor of the Month with their first knock on Paradise from 303. They're going to get the quick dome res, but will they be able to shoot through that dome? Not yet, but the nades go through. Will they be able to pass through those nades is the question.
I love those grenades predicting the push from the team and the rotate. They want this fight. They like this fight. Taylor, who tends to be the tip of the spear for this Flavor of the Month squad, leading the way, but they're going to do just enough damage with the thermite to slow him down. Not sure which team that was, but a good job avoiding. It was 303, okay, from Geyser. Yep. Good call, girl. A good job from them avoiding what could have been a dangerous squad wipe coming from Flavor of the Month.
Luckily, they weren't able to shoot through that bubble because I seen a little bit of that Gibby outside the bubble, but fortunately for him, the bubble was secure. And they're going to take a look to see if they could catch them on the other side of that choke. But now moving on with Scars, Mandy has to heal up. Mandy was at about 30 HP there. They're stuck inside the trailer, maybe not the greatest place to be because you can get pinched from so many teams, but fortunately for them, they're okay for now.
That's right. Not the best loot though for them. It's a fast rotation though coming through from Scars. As we know, since they started playing Valkyrie, they're really quick to rotate. They of course drop all the way in Overlook at the northeast side of the map. The fact that they're really one of the first position teams over towards launch site, very impressive. Good rotation from Scars, and they've honestly been looking pretty solid so far in their game. They're currently in 4th place with 20 points, which it's hard to believe it. How much of a deficit they have to 1st and 2nd. Firebeavers and Underrated are just so far ahead of the pack with 45 and 41. 20 points is the 4th place team, but you'd think it'd be a little bit higher than that as we jump on board with Reply Totem Esport, Italian organization, featuring 2 French, Jay Savage and Amaz, and of course, Sharp from Italy.
Yeah, Reply Totem Esports has been very consistent throughout the group stages, each day over 50 points. So this is one of our most consistent teams throughout each group stage, meaning that no matter who they fought, they were able to pull out a great day, a great game, and we're in the middle of the pack there. So we're going to see some great things from them. Les Cités de France actually putting in a lot of damage over here. We're going to see a lot of damage coming through with the R99 from Joke, but unfortunately he's not going to push up on them just yet. Until they're flying in the air, they're trying to get those shots, but they do not connect just yet.
That's right. Speaking of the French, we got Les Cités de France on screen right now as they are playing Edge, known to play Edge quite often over towards Fragment. Meanwhile, Na'Vi on board with them right now. Of course, this squad got formed a few months ago. Navi's been in Apex since the very beginning, and 9 Impulse actually on the Firebeavers used to be part of that Na'Vi squad that performed under expectations throughout the summer circuit early on in competitive Apex. They since picked up Max Strafey from Nasky, Strafey, and Dell, and then formed Kuya and Co around him. And that's been a pretty solid squad. The question for Na'Vi is, though, can they prove that they are a top 5 team? They've had some, glimpses of greatness. We'll see how Na'Vi can do in these grand finals. Certainly a lot of pressure for one of the most reputable organizations in all of Apex Legends. As we switch on over to the Firebeavers, the #1 squad in this lobby right now, dominating so far. Let's go ahead and jump into a listen in with the CIS squad.
Не понял, не понял. Я просто не Они 2 дома держат, ребят, слушайте? Ты уверен? Да, да.
Давай тогда выжмем, нахуй, найдами просто первый дом, который ближе. Мне, кстати, тоже показалось, что это реально 1 склад 2 дома держит. Давай я ультану направо и заберем, нахуй, этот дом. Го?
Давай. Попробуй взять одного, да? Мы себя в хуевую позицию сейчас выгоняем.
Я ультанул, погнали. И на бабле просто добираем этот дом нахуй.
У нас тоже ультанули.
Ультанули. Я фулл нейд, да? Подожди, у нас нейд
Я на одном, я хилюсь.
Откидываю нейды, все, не надо, не души, не души.
Все, похуй. Блять, анлак. О, найс.
Ты просто не
Все, да. Кто просто лучший нахуй, лучший кол.
Да, самый лучший на свете.
Так их сейчас ебать должны, не? У них дверь тут сломана? Нет, я ломаю. Я ломаю.
Так, я больше не даю, надо, у меня одна осталась.
Вы наш дом заняли?
Понял. Забрал два молика.
У меня 0-3.
Обдать найт?
There you have it. The Russians listening. Showing some love to our CIS or Eastern Europe community as we jump on board with Alliance, a team that came in with such high expectations after performing so incredibly well throughout the entirety of group stages. Alliance looked great. They started a little bit slow here. They, of course, came in tied with Fire Beavers for the most amount of wins in group stages. They won 4 games, absolutely cleaning up those lobbies. Have had a really, really tough time ever since, though, at least in the first 2 games of this finals.
Yeah, and as you can see, Alliance actually got their first kill of the match, which was on Shiv FPS. He is the first person eliminated from game 3 here, and they're going to go on and get whatever they can from the box, try and loot the box as much as they can. There are shooters, they are coming back. It could be his teammates coming back for the banner, you never know. And this is IPN over here trying to get some damage on, and Diff actually goes down. Vibes takes him down with the charge rifle.
Yeah, it's the second member of the Solo Q Goats knocked as it currently stands. We'll see if Zippis can get the revive. Vibes so good with the charge rifle. Arguably one of the better charge rifle players in Europe, alongside Mandy from Scars. Loves to get it in his hands, loves to poke from long range. And Alliance, who tends to be one of the smartest teams, led by the in-game leader in Hockeys. Hockeys, of course, former member of the Army, plays so incredibly well, leads his team with that same level of leadership that he learned from his days in the Army in Sweden. Very, very impressed by this Alliance squad, and as a result, well, they're one of the smartest teams, one of the best rotating teams. They always seem to be making the best decisions. On top of that, they have a ridiculous amount of individual skill. They've been boot camping in Sweden for quite some time. The preparation from Alliance has been top tier.
Yeah, and it seems like they got Shiv back with no trouble. And when you take a look at the map, there are no teams nearby besides Alliance. So they know where Alliance is. They're going to be okay, but they're going to be late rotating, and they're going to be some loot down from all of the other teams, besides like a team like Scars, because Scars did decide to rotate early, end up taking that trailer. They're going to be in a great spot. And hopefully they can level up their Evo shields before anyone takes any poke at them later on. And now on with Gambit.
Hardeki on this Gambit squad, right nearby Fire Beavers. We might see a matchup or a clash of the 2 CIS teams on the rotation, as Gambit's going to have to move momentarily into the direction of the Fire Beavers. And keep in mind, Gambit felt confident about where they were going to predict the zone to go. Unfortunately, did not predict correctly, as they're going to have to make a rotation. They dropped Sorting Factory, so they had the best opportunity to get the best overall position. Sometimes that's just the way the cookie crumbles, but Hardeki knows. The team's right below them in Warehouse. Will they take this fight? Probably not. Too many teams nearby that are likely going to third party if they do. So as a result, we still have 20 squads remaining. I believe almost everyone, actually, yeah, everyone is still alive in this lobby, with Shiv getting revived. You see the 60 at the top right of your screen as round 3 is going to be closing here. Insane.
Yeah, now that match point is so close for some of these teams, everyone's like, uh-oh, the pressure is on. We got to get up there. We got to get those points. We got to catch up and get match points. So everyone's playing this one safe as compared to the first and second game where everyone fought. But Hawkins actually takes a portal and gets cracked here. He goes back to the trailer. He's going to take it back towards his team and get shot again, going down to half HP.
Wow. Hockey's taking a lot of damage early on. We'll be able to heal back up. His teammates should keep him alive here. As a Wraith, you can play a little bit more aggressive. Obviously, you're going to use some resources if you do that, but you have the right to play a little bit more aggressive if you want, trying to open things up for your team. Wraith, obviously the slipperiest character in Apex Legends, gives Hockey's the ability to do so. Hockey's one of the best Wraiths in Apex Legends as well. As we jump on board with 303, had to rotate originally from the Geyser. And of course, they're the team that avoided death just narrowly from Flavor of the Month, who's still probably nearby. They actually rotated back over. Be a bit careful here. They got a team nearby. They, of course, have Bloodhound scans to help. Counter scan's going to come through. Looks like there's at least one, maybe two teams. I think this might be Flavor of the Month again.
It could be indeed, and the scans are going to come through, and it's going to be so risky to fight at this point with 20 squads remaining. Like you said, everyone is so tight right now that you're going to need a really good opening before you push on any other team. If you take a straight 3v3 fight, one of you is going to go down in that fight, and the rotation's going to come. We're going to see them jump on the balloon. Might be something good.
Girl, we have 10 out of 14 legends in Apex being played right now. Talk about the healthiest meta we've ever seen. Of course, the only legends not being played: Pathfinder, Rampart, Horizon, and Watson are the 4 not being played, but every other legend is currently in use. We have 7 Cryptos, 15 Wraiths, 16 Gibraltars, 5 Bloodhounds, 3 Caustics, a Bangalore, a Revenant, Octane, 2 Valkyries, and 2 Lobas in this lobby. This is the healthiest we've ever seen in terms of overall balance of Apex Legends and legend meta in Apex Legends. We've come a long way since the old days of Pathfinder, Watson, and Wraith.
Yeah, 2 of the characters that you mentioned that weren't being played used to be one in the biggest meta, Pathfinder and Watson. So I'm, as a Watson main, I'm really sad to see Pathfinder go. Or did I say Watson main or Pathfinder
Watson
main?
main.
I was a Pathfinder main, but I was a Watson main for a little bit. But Pathfinder, I love Pathfinder so much. The grapples are insanely fun to use while playing Apex Legends. If you don't play Apex yet, get in there, and while Horizon takes down one with the evade on Ruabe, they're going to have a head start. They're going to try and knock him, but unfortunately they weren't able to thirst. Swinny's actually going to get knocked back as well, and Horizon gets knocked while pushing up. It's a 2v2. Mimu taking down Horizon, and Swinny taking down Mimu. Is it a 2v1 here?
Brilliant nade's going to be thrown right there. The revive's going to come through to make it a 3v1. Underrated, got a little bit scary there. Nack's going to come through. Oh my goodness, Dazo's the last alive. He's going to get some great shots in. Knows he has him absolutely wrecked, but he's down to 10 HP. The Valkyrie Q's going to come through, and the Q's going to connect. Scars stays alive. They say, don't you dare push us. What a performance right there from, I believe it was Taishin of Scars, to clutch up a 1v2 and keep his team alive, and that prevents Underrated from hitting match point, girl.
Oh, it did. They were actually the first team eliminated, so they didn't get any points. That is actually a really great note to take. They needed 9 points, and unfortunately, they didn't get any, but they'll be able to do that in the next game. Very well played by Scars, especially when seeing how much loot they had in the beginning, and taking a third party guarantees you a lot of loot. So taking that third party was great. Hawk is taking down PKMK in the kill feed here. See if they can get any kills.
And that's the reality of a Revenant team comp, right? It's high risk, high reward. You're going to take those fights, and the highs are high. Like when you drop 17 kills in game 1, could have got 20 if Navi didn't actually self-kill to avoid them getting the last 3 kills. And the lows certainly are low. High risk, high reward with Revenant gameplay. Meanwhile, Psychop and Le Cite France taking a fight here. Might be against the Fire Beavers, who we know was nearby moments ago. Le Cite France going to be tagged up, forced to heal up at the bottom of this house in Sorting Factory. Finally, the defensive bubble, the dome shield's going to come through to keep them at least at bay for now, allow them to heal back up. Psychop with the gold armor finds himself wanting to take these fights, but they got to be careful on this rotation. Thermite's going to actually keep them from moving, but the Wraith Portal will come through to keep them alive for now. As I say that, there's a team right above them. Need to be incredibly careful here. Joke goes down, Psychop goes down, Lair Binu is going to follow, and Le Cite France is out.
Wow, 15 squads remaining, 14 squads remaining. So many people dying in the kill feed here. I see Magicians down. I see Solo Q Goats down. I see Bryn's team down as well. There are so many fights going on here. And now we're going to take a look at Alliance also pointing towards a team. We see a smoke there. That was Shiv's smoke from the Bangalore. Alliance going to take a look underneath and try and get some kills here. He takes down Zipith. Zipith goes down, and he's the Gibraltar player. So that is a huge knock. You always want to take a knock on the Gibraltar player first.
That's right. By the way, Hardeki is your current kill leader with 5 kills. And on board now with Vifes of Alliance. We talked about Alliance being one of the best positioning teams in terms of their knowledge, understanding of where to go late game. They find themselves in the best position for this zone. They predict a train tracks finish here over towards Sorting Factory, to the west of Sorting Factory. They predicted well. Alliance in quite the god spot right now with the great opportunity to win this game. We'll see if they can close it out because their rivals, Gambit, still alive and well with at least 5, 6, or 7 kills. Here comes Vibes with that charge rifle, continuing to light it up. IPN already is a fully maxed out Evo shield. Vibes is about to follow with only 38 damage left to go.
Alliance has been taking their stand here for a very long time, and they do have New Esports behind them that they could tag up a little bit here. New Esports ended up taking down the solo queue goats underneath the building. Alliance is just playing this cool, calm, and collected. They know what to do. They know they have a game plan here, and they're going to try and get some shots on New Esports as they rotate up on top of that hill towards Sorting Factory.
That's right, up board now with Artico. Artico going to get another squad wipe. Accidentally drops into a portal straight to another team, and Artico's going to get punished for that. We'll get back through the portal. No, we'll not. He'll get taken out. So now it's all up to Leogri and Hardeki of Gambit. A slight misplay right there. Meanwhile, Alliance finds themselves taking a fight as well. Vice trying to do what he can. They're going to be able to get a full squad wipe as well. Great job from them. That's going to be on Totem. Scars doing the same, so it is our top teams, top orgs in this one who are alive. Gambit alongside Scars, Alliance, and others. RPR gets knocked early. Mandy's going to get tagged up quite a bit. He gets taken out as well. All up to Tai Sheen, last alive. Needs to clutch up like he did before, but no, he's going to get shut down as well.
Wow, that was a great third party by Gambit Esports there. There were so many third parties happening. Luckily for them, they were the last third party to make it happen, and now we're down to 3 squads remaining here. Tell us about these 3 squads.
We got Gambit, Alliance, and then, of course, another unsigned team in Legit Lolly, Phoenix & Co. Legit Lolly coming from the UK. We'll see what they can do. They're a full team of 3 right now, all alive in this current situation, so they can find themselves in a good spot here. Gambit, of course, down to 2. I gotta say, Alliance is in the best position to win this one out. 4Gang was in 3rd place coming into this game. This could be huge for them to leapfrog into the top 2, top 3, and they don't have a ton of kills, so I don't think it'll be enough for them to get into match point, but certainly will keep them ahead of the pack here. 4Gang's just been doing such a good job playing consistent throughout, girl.
Fun fact that they've made top 3 in all 3 of the games right now. So 4Gang are actually feeling themselves right now. But now on board with Gambit, they're trying to get that respawn before the zone pulls in, and they will be able to get that respawn off. The zone will move very, very slowly, so they will be able to recover. They got the armor swaps out for their buddy there, Artico, and the zone will be moving in slowly. So he'll have to loot a box really fast.
Yeah, wow, that's huge. If Artico can survive here, loop back up, which he will. Artico is back in the game. Ladies and gentlemen, we have a full-blown 3v3v3 fight here. Alliance is just going to sit back and hope that these 2 teams fight first, and they will. Alliance going to be the 3rd of the party. Gambit putting great shots in. This team's getting angled by both Alliance and Gambit. That is a sandwich you do not want to be a part of right now. Hardeki's going to knock one in Phoenix, and Vice is looking to follow through right after. The defensive bombardment ultimate from Gibraltar is going to come through to keep them alive for now. They will get the revive off, as Gambit doesn't want to push this just yet. They'll be back to full forces. I don't know if they'll be able to get heals off on time, though, as they're going to get tagged up quite a bit, girl.
The nade is going to come through. Alliance not taking too much damage from the nades, and Gambit is going to jump down. All 3 squads still up. Alliance taking those thermites. They're trying to look for Gambit here because Gambit is the team that has the bubble last one remaining. They're the last one to use their bubble, so they're going to get pushed in this bubble. Vice taking down Row here, and oh my goodness, Artico trying his best to survive. He survives. Alliance going down. Hawkus going down. Legit Lolly also going down. This is Gambit's game to win here. He's pushing with the EVA 8. He's looking in the bubble. He takes down 1. Can he take down the last one remaining? Yes, he can. Gambit Esports is the champion for our game number 3. That was insane.
Gambit fans, stand up as Gambit goes huge. That is the perfect endgame fight for Gambit. They love those 3v3v3 pure Slayer fights. Who can perform the best in those pound-for-pound fights? And Gambit typically tends to be the team that does. Hardeki pops off, was the overall kill leader in that lobby. Girl, that was at least 8, 9, or 10 kills, if not way more than that for Gambit. They drop Sorting Factory. They get a favorable zone. Solid zone as well for Alliance coming from Thermal Station. That was a must-perform game 3 for them to not let that deficit from 1st, 2nd, and 3rd place grow too large. That was huge.
Follow, you called it from the beginning. They have a slow start like TSM, and then they were able to pull it off in our game number 3. You called it from the beginning. They were going to get their comeback. They got all the points that they needed to come back. Let's see who's on match point.
I can't wait to see who's on match point. That is the Gambit special, ladies and gentlemen. Starting a little slow, but then popping off in game number 3. We'll see how many kills they got and where they're at overall in the standings as we throw it back to Kate, T-Squared, and Glitter at the desk.
Thank you, girl, and thank you, Fallout. And of course, we will see who is on match point, if any. And I will say, unfortunately, we know Underrated will not be, because that game, while it may have started as a long and winding road, it definitely escalated towards the end in a third-party knockout. So, Tom, let's start off with what we know, which is Gambit comes in slow, but boy, do they make themselves known here in game number 3.
Well, let's start with that Beatles reference, and that's why I love you, Kate. But that was, if you love Apex, I love Apex, because holy cow, what a game. Sorting Factory is just so fun to watch. And Gambit, just getting that res onto Artico right there is huge. You need the bubble. The shots were amazing, but the teams that started off with a lot of points in group stage started to heat up in game 3. And Glitty, we were talking about the first 2 games. Now we see game number 3, the tables kind of turn a little bit.
Yeah, I mean, one of the things that I noticed in that game, too, is that it was like all of the other squads knew just how close this game could or couldn't be. This is the first game where we didn't see any squads going down early. It was definitely a little bit safer play style. No teams were going out on those rotations. I mean, here at the end, we saw Alliance with an insane position up on the tracks that they were able to hold for a long time before they had to push down onto the low ground. But generally, people were alive longer in this game. They were making smarter decisions and being a little bit more conservative in an attempt to make sure that no free points were given over easily to Underrated or Fire Beavers, and it actually worked. We saw Underrated go out first with literally 0 points, and Fire Beavers went down soon after, so this could shake up the standings a little bit.
Yes, it could. Well, let's take a look at what the math tells us. We got shocked the crap out of ourselves at first. Okay, what the what? Okay.
I'm speechless. I honestly, Glitter, please take this one away, because these points are just getting out of hand right now.
Okay. So somehow, Gambit decides that they want to be in our trio of insane amount of kills for the day. 18 kills onto Gambit Esports. That's a massive game for them. But Alliance, like I was talking about with that position up there on the tracks, 12 kills for Alliance as well. Massive amount of points going down for them. 4Game was actually only able to play for position the entire time. 3rd place finish with 0 kills, but still being consistent as far as their placement goes. But we're all the way down in 4th, and we're still in double-digit kills. And this is that point sponge that I was talking about, because look how hard the fall-off is into every other team from there.
Tom, speaking of fall off here, there's one team that's definitely not on this list, and it's called Underrated.
Yeah, and unfortunately for Fire Beavers, it just wasn't their time. And it's just because these teams are starting to heat up. They're saying, no, it's not going to be that easy. We're coming to contest. And look at now, the points just flip. It was like, okay, there was only 2 teams involved here. Let's look at this. And also 4Gang, I love that girl called that out. Top 3. All of the games so far, they're starting to heat up, but unfortunately just not picking up the kills, not being a part of that point sponge that we're talking about.
Point sponge, there it is. That's the one. Thank you, Glitter, once again. And let's take a look now. Now we're looking at, I mean, conceivably speaking, we got 3 teams that are within match point eligibility, but let's of course not sleep on 4 or 5 or 6, because if anything, these teams have shown us that they can come in with double digits on these games. Now, let me ask, our first winners were obviously Underrated. They were fielding that Revenant comp. Our second, Fire Beavers. They were fielding Loba, of course. Let's talk about game number 3 and Gambit. What can you tell me if their team comp is that, what did that have to do with anything here, Tom?
It's a fighting team composition, and if you were watching what I was watching, the tracking from everybody was just insane. Everyone's hitting wingman shots, R301, the EVA 8's just popping off. I don't know if I saw a missed shot that entire last 5 minutes.
I mean, myself included. In fact, let's take a look at some of those highlights. Maybe you can spot one. I doubt you can, but this is where we're gonna go with this, Glitter.
I mean, we saw just how aggressive the teams got once they decided to fight. I don't know how Underrated ended up being the first team that we did see caught out there by Scars, but this was a solid showing from Scars, and we did see that they were able to get a ton of kills as a result of this game for them, and they are another one of those teams that we had our eyes on during the entire group stage because they were, you know, top in their group. Now, towards the end here, New Esports was one of those teams that we had hoped would have a stronger showing here, Tom, and it's been a little bit of a slower day for them.
Yeah, and let's talk about the positioning for a little bit, how Alliance was able to hold the top of the bridge for quite some time, and also Gambit was holding the top of Sorting Factory. So those are really two power positions where you have to hit your shots, you have to have a presence, and then Alliance sends it down towards the blue trailer. They start clearing people out, they're picking up a lot of kills along the way, and Sorting Factory, we saw how tight this was, and like you were saying, Glitter, there's no free points here. This lobby was extremely tight the entire way through, and then things started to pop off, and you could see just shot after shot. The big thing here is the mobile respawn beacon, getting Artico back into the game, getting that bubble towards the late game. You need that in these type of situations, and also forcing the third party. But we saw a mini fight break out, things slowed down, and then it started to pick up again. And fortunately, again, for Gambit, they just were not missing their shots.
No, not at all. And oh, sorry, go for it, Glitter.
I was just going to say the foresight that Gambit had to have that mobile respawn beacon, it was easily the deciding factor that played into their win. The ability to not only bring their third player in, but they had all of his stuff there. The death box was ready. All he had to do is quickly loot up, and then you combine that with their positioning over everybody else, and the fact that they were able from the beginning to pinch for gang down, so that they really only had to worry about Alliance, who was using their utility that entire time that they were helping with the fight against Fort Gang. I mean, that was such a good play by Gambit.
Yes, it was. Made it look easy, I think, which of course we know this lobby means it is anything but. But speaking of lobbies, no, couldn't tell you, whatever. At any rate, we actually have a nice announcement to make, brought to you by Lenovo Legion, the official PC and monitor here for the ALGS. Well, as we've been seeing all throughout our play here, you've seen that they've been giving away a Lenovo Legion monitor. That's what they've been doing this whole time. Well, guess what? We got the winner right now to announce. A huge congratulations to Rachel F from Australia. I know I should have put some drum rolls on there, Tom. Thank you very much for helping me out with that. But Rachel F, congratulations, GG. You won a Lenovo Legion 44-inch ultra-wide monitor. All the better to play Apex on, my friend. So good job there for sure. Now we also apparently have some tweets. Let's talk about the community, because you've been talking about us so high for the ALGS EMEA Championship Finals. I might be new to Apex, but I already love this community and game. Well, a huge thank you for watching us, and of course, welcome to the pack. There it is, enjoying themselves some Apex. And looks like some Bloodhound there if they're going to be playing. Oh, come on.
That's me right now.
That's tough right there. He's got it. Watching Apex Legends. And we've got some ship bans there as well. It's my top 5 prediction for ALGS. Okay, without an order, here we go. Gambit, New Esports, and Alliance. What do you think? Glitter, thoughts?
I mean, very, very close so far. That's how the games are slowly starting to play out, maybe with the exception of New Esports right now.
That is true, unfortunately. Well, that is all the time we have here on the desk. Don't worry, we are jumping into our next game here in our Apex Legends Global Series EMEA Super Regional Championship Finals. My goodness, it feels good to say the first time, and it'll feel good to say every single other time. And we are going to be throwing it over to our fabulous cast and crew. But first, take a look at this, and we'll see you right back here when you're done.
What is up, everybody? T-Squared here, and in front of me I have the Lenovo 7i gaming laptop. This is the official partner of the ALGS. The specs are absolutely ridiculous for the form factor. This is only 5 pounds, and the full HD display is absolutely insane. It's 15.6 inches, 1 millisecond response time, and you're gonna pump out 240 hertz on this bad boy. That's better than some of the gaming monitors that I have in the back.
They are getting focused indeed. The thermites are going to hit, which is going to melt their armors. Hardeki's just going to tank it a little bit, go for that battery, but oh no, they're getting Crypto Ultimate, and there they go. Artico down, Gambit, Leogri down, and Hardeki no armor. He can't do anything here, but get away with 1 HP, takes the portal.
And he's going to take that portal right to it. T puts in work. Oh my goodness. Hardeki just went huge. He just pushed 3 members of T-Rex, caught them off guard, and was able to take out every single one of them in the 1v2. Hardeki with 5 HP, a sliver in a dream, pops off with the EVA 8.
I can't close my mouth right
Welcome back, everybody, to the Apex Legends Global Series Championship. And the EMEA region seems to be a case of teams taking turns to pop off in our first 3 games. Dan, we've had Underrated come out of the traps with a huge kill point game. We've had Fire Beavers with the win in our second, and then Gambit matching that in the 3rd game. 3 teams popping off in 3 separate games so far, which means we have 3 points, kind of 3 teams running away with that race towards match point format.
3 teams very close to match point indeed, and the benefit for Gambit is they already had those points to start with today, so they're only 6 points off first place. They are very close to match point. I wonder whether Underrated and Fire Beavers might have missed their opportunity of just having that extra bit of a head start against some of these teams that do take a little while to heat up. Gambit, a slow first 2 games, just showed really nothing. 1 KP, no placement points, and then suddenly they explode. When they get a circle that works for them, boy, do they execute flawlessly. And now, going into game number 4, we've got 3, maybe even 4 or 5 teams that could potentially reach match point if they have a big game.
We've talked about those 3 teams. One team to keep an eye on as well that has always been involved in that end game as well is Scars Europe. Involved in top 3, top 4, top 5, and slowly accumulating points towards that match point threshold. 50 points, of course, is what they're aiming for. That is the first port of call for every single team in this lobby. And now, Dan, those teams are starting to approach it. And you have to wonder if any of the teams who are chasing spot those teams out and they have the opportunity to push and take them out of the lobby, they might well do so.
And this is what I was talking about earlier with Legend selection. For example, we only see 2 Lobas. You know, when you see a Loba, the likelihood is it could be Fire Beavers. Do you try and take them out of the game? They only needed 5 points in that previous game to actually be able to move on and get into match point. They weren't able to secure that. They only got 1 point from placement. It was a very difficult circle for a lot of teams. We saw about 8 teams go down as one of the zones closed. So Fire Beavers now will be looking at this and saying, okay, well, we didn't make it at the first jump, but we have to make it at the second attempt. Otherwise, we're going to pass the baton here, really, to other teams to take the initiative and be the first to reach match point.
Well, we're going to see the beacon being hit here by Gambit Esports, but we also saw where that zone is popping. We're going over to the very western side of World's Edge here towards Lava Fissure, where Na'Vi are currently landing. But one thing that we want to talk about a little bit as we get towards match point, Dan, is some of the statistics that go from the groups that give us kind of an indication of how good these teams are when they get top 10 positions of actually winning some of these games.
Yeah, Gambit Esports, they are a team that when they get into the top 10%, they do have a decent success rate, a 33% success rate from groups when they were in the top 10 to how much they converted into victories. And these statistics are very important when match point comes into play, because we need to be looking at the teams who are able to achieve those victories consistently, not just those who have the one-off game, for example, in group stages where they were able to get 1 victory. We need to see those who are winning consecutive games or multiple games to really pop off and actually take a championship home.
Yeah, Gambit had 3 wins in the group stage as well. That is joint second out of all of the teams that were in the EMEA group stages as far as total wins is concerned. So their conversion rate of almost, well, exactly 1 in 3 games. Very, very impressive from them. From top 10 performances, of course, when they get into that top 10, turning it into a win. So once they hit match point, it might only take 3 games for Gambit to take home that win. But at the moment, you can see there's a little bit of fighting going down, and it's actually going to be Na'Vi, the team who I pointed out earlier, who are dropping pretty much where this zone is going to be finishing, who are already aggressively getting pushed here by Magicians, who are desperate for a quick rotation, and that is the end of Nesh, and that is a dreadful start here for Na'Vi.
Desperate for a little bit of loot as well. We know that loot is going to be sparse with a lot of these teams not quite sharing POIs, but sharing the locations between those POIs. Very difficult to find any sort of armors. Na'Vi currently low. New Esports under a little bit of fire as well. They're getting involved in this skirmish. A few teams on the back foot right now. You've got to be careful. If you make 1 wrong footing here, you might find yourself out of this lobby.
Well, you can see it maybe is a little bit of a pull away from Lava Fissure, where initially we saw that first ring. As you can see, the teams are trying to take these buildings down at the bottom of Spring's End here. You have that Geyser and Na'Vi with that high ground up top as well, are in a great position. Unfortunately for them, though, you can see as we jump on board with Na'Vi, having lost Nesh, it's going to be a lot more difficult for them to hold. But this is another circle, Dan, where there's not a huge amount of playable area on those low ground. You had those buildings, which is why you're seeing the team so desperate to fight for them early, so that they can kind of just sit there and be comfortable for the rest of the game.
Yeah, it can be a slow and frustrating game at times when you know where the circle is or where you've landed is where the circle is going to be transitioning to, but it can also be a flawless game for you if you play it to perfection, because with these buildings, they are going to be prime position. Not only are you going to be able to hold off teams that are trying to push and take these buildings from you, but of course you could just be a real nuisance to those who are joining late. You can pick up a couple of KP here or there. As I'm talking about KP, Top Dog seem to have found a team caught unaware, and that's going to be free KP for them.
Yeah, big shots from Rabe as well with the flatline. Are going to take the other player down to pretty much 0 HP. His teammates are going to be moving in. Blast will be taken out, and that's going to be KP on the board here for them. One player did manage to escape, though, who's going to be trying to desperately survive and just see if they can get those banners and get the rest of his team back into the game. But all the action is happening around the same area, this high ground overlooking Springs End. And Top Dogs at the moment, by holding this building, going to be holding out all of the teams, not only rotating from the eastern side of World's Edge, trying to move through the likes of Harvester, but also there's teams coming through that choke from Lava from the southern side of the map. So they're in a really good position, not only for potentially moving in towards endgame, but also for picking up KP on the edge of it as well.
I'd say one of the strongest positions, Top Dogs, on the map right now. Of course, it is going to depend on where that next circle moves, but for right now, they will be extremely happy that they've been able to fight and secure that position over other teams, and as you say, might be able to pick up KP on those who are rotating in a little bit later. It hasn't been the best of days so far for Third Impact. We move across to them. They certainly would like to pick up a few more points. At the moment, they are down in 19th place and have only found the 1 point from 3 games. We know what Third Impact are capable of, but that is already a significant gap between them and first place.
Gonna have to step it up. It's as simple as that. You couldn't write it any simpler if you tried. And I think a few teams in the lobby will be feeling like that at the moment, as Jazaz is going to be dealing out a few shield cells to his teammates, but not going to be too much movement here from Third Impact. You can see they're very safe for now, and Scars now making their move. I talked about how they are kind of one of the teams who are kind of lurking in the background a little bit with that match point format, that 50 points which they have to hit. And Scars, once again, trying to make a quick rotation with Valkyrie to get to this position. Now it's about their next move. As you can see, the alternator. Not #1 pick for a lot of players as far as light guns is concerned, but it's doing some damage here for Tashi.
It's a weapon that works very well early game and not necessarily something you'll see in the late game, but you know, you get what your hand is dealt sometimes. And Scars Europe are just going to have to hold ever so slightly. They may get aggression if they do see a knock, or at least if they do a lot of damage. Elsewhere, you can see Gambit have just fallen. So after the early kind of aggression that we've seen and the big game from Game 3, they've just been taken out of this lobby in Game 4, and that will mean they wouldn't have secured enough points to get match point.
Massive story then. Gambit will not be hitting match point in this game. Aqualix, the team to take them out. And now Scars Europe and all the other teams who are chasing match point will see that in the kill feed and will have a little bit of a smirk on their face, because this is their opportunity now to try and get ahead of Gambit, to try and be one of those first teams to hit 50 points. And of course, with that chance, I should say, of winning that one game, which will win them over $250,000. Top Dogs then still holding this high ground, trying to hold out Scars. This is the team that they were fighting on the tracks, but there you're going to see Gambit Hardecki's Deathbox being looted here by Mimu. He's going to be quite happy to see that name and also take away the loot inside.
Yeah, I feel like Top Dog's just flexing their muscles a little bit here, trying to spread themselves out as much as possible and show that they are dominating this area, not allowing teams to creep up on them and then maybe catch them off guard. Instead, showing their presence in multiple places so that they can hold it successfully, and they should be in a good spot for the rest of this game. But Fire Beaver is a team we have to be focusing on here. They only need 4 points to get onto match point, and they would be our first team on that match point going into match number 5. They weren't able to secure it in game number 3, so we need to see them just be able to push themselves perhaps into the top 10 with a couple of KP, and that would be enough. It's as simple as that.
Well, they're in a great position at the moment. You can see the center zone around these blue crates. It's a difficult position to hold. You can see that they've got multiple areas of height around them, but as far as teams moving in around them, they're going to have a fairly easy spot to hold down, and maybe if they can hold it for long enough, we'll have the advantage when it comes towards that end game with a little bit of high ground overlooking those buildings we talked of earlier. But Na'Vi's still alive and still commanding the presence that they have at the top of Springs End here, around where that beacon and this platform is they're looking at now. And you can see that the drones are going out from the Cryptodes as well, trying to scout any information. Na'Vi have to be very, very careful of that as well. The fact that they are only a 2-man squad right now, if that information gets relayed to a team who are thinking about taking that position, they're going to have to hit some big shots to try and hold them off.
any advantage, you have to just push on a team if you notice a knock, if you notice they're a man down, but of course you don't want to do it willy-nilly when it might leave you a little bit vulnerable. The good thing is Na'Vi are in a great spot where it's quite an open area, but they have a lot of cover to work with. If another team does push them, is there going to be a third party? People are reluctant to push in any open area, people are more likely to be pushing for these buildings. They have the hold of a choke, and at least that's something. As a two-man, you can at least hold a choke and show presence to make them think that you're still a three-man squad.
Well, Fire Beavers, we were talking about a little bit earlier and how they've had some pretty good performances so far. One of those games, especially good performance. And the reason that I want to talk about Fire Beavers is we kind of compare what we did with Gambit a little bit earlier. When Fire Beavers get into the top 10, their win percentage is 36%, even higher than what Gambit's is. And if you want to know how high it is in comparison to everyone in the lobby, that is the highest conversion rate of top 10 finishes into wins. So Fire Beavers are in a superb position. If they can get onto match point, arguably the most dangerous team in the lobby of winning the tournament.
And when they get to top 10, their average points were 4.8. So if they get to top 10 today, in this game, that would be enough to get them onto match point and then start to be thinking about that percentage where they actually get victories. It's going to be huge for them if they're able to push on, get into this end game and secure the points. Elsewhere, we're seeing a lot of teams rotating in a little bit slowly. When you have a circle like this and where a lot of the buildings have already been taken, you have to kind of tiptoe your way in. You don't want to avoid too much, but at the same time, you've got to be careful because there's going to be so much engagements happening when there's still 19 squads left as this second circle is going to be closing. Any engagement you do take, you always risk a third party happen.
Yeah, this is going to be one of those games where we look at Zone 3 as being where we see a lot of the lobby die very, very quickly. Zone 3 moving to Zone 4 as the teams start to creep in and don't have enough playable area. One team I want to keep my eye on is the team that lands down at Thermal Station. You can see on our map overhead there, Alliance just hovering on the edge of the map. They are going to be so dangerous when it gets into these fights in a little bit endgame. But speaking of fights, 303 Esports are involved in one at the moment. There's going to be 2 knocks though, and it's all going to fall down to Bambino here, who's desperately trying to escape. He manages to do so, but there's another fight going on, and here comes the third party, and it's going to be Solo Q Goats who come in zipping with the Mastiff in hand. He's going to get a big knock as well, playing behind that arm shield beautifully.
That's why Bambino got out of dodge there. He recognized there was another team, just wanted to stay alive and ensure that he can maybe get some placement points for the squad. We still have 19 squads. There was not a complete wipe there, but Solo Q Goats coming in, but at least Bambino is able to survive. That is massive. Any points that you can find here in these lobbies is going to be big just to get you closer to match point. Put yourself within distance of possibly getting there, because if you fall too far behind and too many teams start getting on match point, you are really going to struggle to have any chance of winning this competition.
And you can see teams playing more and more nervy as these games go on as well. Every single game in our finals here is bigger than the last, and you have to keep that in mind for everybody. Bambino certainly is going to have that at the front of his mind right now as he is playing as the solo player alive here for 303 Esports and taking all sorts of fire. Teams are just trying to secure that extra KP that they can see available. He will pop the bat and he's going to try and move up, but you can see he's just getting focused by 19 other squads in the area at the moment, and it's looking like a pretty tough move for him as finally he will go down. It'll be 9 Impulse who takes him down.
So 18 now, and Fire Beavers have found themselves in such a nice spot, and that's going to be great for Low, but going to allow them just to pick up the pieces and take all those resources from other people as the lobby is nice and slow. And I say nice and slow because I do like to see methodical Apex Legends. I do like to see people have to have some strategy as to where they're pushing, and then we'll see the carnage once the final circle starts to come through. But a Kraber in the hands of Top Dogs now, and they have one of the better positions on the map at the moment. If they can hit a shot here, this could be some KP for them.
See a portal coming in, though, from that team, trying to play down on the low ground. Maybe the sound of the Kraber ringing out across World's Edge was enough for them to think, hey, we don't want to push through this choke because there's a big chance that we're going to be hit for 300 plus damage by 0-0 with that Kraber in hand. Just a quick note as well that when we saw Bambino taken out, it was at the hands of Fire Beaver. So that's 1 point at least added to their total as they scrape and claw their way towards 50 on that match point threshold. But 0-0 at the moment, just commanding space at the moment, making sure that any team in the area is more than aware that Top Dogs are here and they've got a Kraber in hand.
But even though Top Dogs were in a good position, you can see how that circle is transitioning a little bit further north as Third Impact, our other Loba team, are in a little spot of bother right now, and I wonder Whether having that Loba is going to mean you have a target on your back because you look like a similar composition to that of Fire Beavers. Third impact down to just 2. Zeke's gone down, and it's going to be all down to Balong here to try and rescue anything in this fight.
R9 in hand, he is playing on Gibby, so he does have a little bit of an advantage when it comes to 1v1s, but you have to wonder if a 1v2 is going to be too much. Jazaz has managed to stay up, but he's doing such a good job here, Balong, of just holding space and holding ground and allowing Jazaz to get some heals off. He will be able to try and command the high ground, but he'll be taken down initially. I wondered if he was going to drop down low there towards his teammate Jazaz, who's managed to get back up top, or if they didn't have the ability to actually get back up top as the Gibraltar. But you can see Balong trying to move towards his teammate, trying to crawl through the grass in the open ground. If Jazaz can get back up here, there might be an opportunity for Third Impact to play towards this endgame.
Top Dogs actually picked up some kills here. The Kraber doing the damage, so elsewhere they were able to pick up some KP. And our kill leader now is going to be 0-0, but yeah, that was a bit of a difficult situation for Third Impact. Always hard when you're trying to get away as the Gibby. It's Kraber in hand now. Are you going to be able to hit the shot? It is a Gibby. You get the crack. You always get the crack on a Gibby with a Kraber, but it's not enough to get the knock.
Not the headshot he was looking for there, 0-0, but there might be one here! As unfortunately for him, the player decides to hit a little moonwalk to the off angle. Manages to make that Kraber bullet just give him a haircut instead of removing a little bit more. But 0-0 once again, showing that he can hit shots and showing that he can really give Top Dogs a platform to play with. This is so good for TD here because of the fact that everyone knows in the area that 0-0 has a Kraber, which means nobody wants to play and take them on in a straight 3v3 fight, because one shot means you're going to lose pretty much. So they are commanding so much ground here, but as you can see from that circle pull towards Spring's End, we are going to see them have to make a rotation now, and it's going to be a little bit of a tough one as they're on the quicker side of zone.
They do have the Valkyrie. They could ultimate, get up in the air and maybe try and delay things when it comes to final circle, but I feel like you are going to have a target on your back if you do go up when it comes that late. But at the moment, let's need a France looking like they can pick up some KP here in Lava Fissure. Typebot, a man who got so many kills throughout group stages, unable to secure that one just yet, but it does mean they can get out and move into a slightly more comfortable position. Difficult to find comfortable positions right now with this zone. Look at where it is. There is only 2 buildings you can actually reside in and have safe haven.
Well, keeping an eye on the kill feed, you can see that Underrated are struggling. They might have just been eliminated. I saw 2 go down for sure. Speaking of redeploying with Valkyrie, there it is. The ultimate going to be used. The Skyward Dive comes in to find Top Dogs a place to play. Unfortunately, this is someone else's home as they get hit by EMPs, they get hit by grenades, they get hit by shots as well. But that shot is going to be exchanged. 0-0 once again with the Kraber. Hitting that one shot is going to back that team down and force them down not to poke.
This next circle is going to be nutty as Flavor of the Month, I believe, just lost 2 members. Scars getting some KP there, so they continue to push towards match point as well. But with the little amount of room to work with when it comes to this next circle, in the next 15 seconds, these teams are going to start to drop like flies. And this is a massive chance to pick up KP if you are one of these teams who resides in a power position, like Top Dogs. They can look out, they can pick up KP, but you need to be hitting your shots as another Kraber is here, and it's in the hands of Taskmaster. It's in the hands of Fire Beavers. They only need 4 points to get on match point here.
Yeah, I was just about to say I saw it in the kill feed, and this is massive for this game 4, and massive potentially for the outcome of the entire tournament here, as Taskmaster has that in his hands. And that is going to allow them to hold so much more room on this area that they were. Still on these blue crates, still inside of the zone as well, and no one on their back. It is a case now, can they pick up the KP that they need? Taskmaster has a massive job on his hands here, but also a massive opportunity here for Fire Beavers to put them on match point.
Just get into top 10. They've already got a couple of KP, and they will be there. They'll be on match point. It's as simple as that, but Taskmaster not hitting the first. Will switch over to the flat line, and at least they can do damage on those teams that are below them, but the circle is closing. The kills are starting to flow in now. Alliance have just lost a couple of members. Aqualix have gone down as well. Teams left, right, and center dropping here.
Alliance trying to make the best out of a bad situation. Hackett is going to be last player alive. There's a frag at his feet as well, and that will be Aqualix taking out Alliance. So Aqualix once again doing a great job with an early rotation to hold out any teams who were trying to move in, as they now exchange some other shots. Yuki was knocked during this battle. However, they look like they're in a position to get him back up to his feet, and that is massive, as Yuki, of course, will be on Caustic.
That's what's important, is when you do lose a player like Aqualix did, get them back up, get them back into the fight. It's something that Gambit did so successfully in the previous game here, but we're into 10 squads left. Fire Beavers have made it into the top 10. They've got KP. They should be on match point now. I can all but confirm it, and they are going to continue to push further. Now you decrease the amount of points that the rest of the lobby can secure here by getting more KP and by finding yourself further into that top 10.
Massive opportunity here for Fire Beavers to establish a gap at the top. You can see one solo player alive here, going to be Ozus, just trying to do what he can. Amaz and Totem Esports, they're the team that are currently fighting against Fire Beavers on the low ground, and Ozus might have a little bit of an impact on this as well. Solo Q Goats, well, they're in a great position as well. And if they can focus onto Fire Beavers here, then it might be Shiv with the scout in his hand, which is going to cause a little bit of upset to the lobby here. Big shots coming in from Shiv. Now, will they push on this? Will they take advantage? It looks like they're happy to hold their ground.
Yeah, look at this position. They don't want to push whatsoever. They've got a rock to hide behind. They've got a little bit of cover, and they can watch all those teams that are going to be waltzing under bridge in 30 seconds' time. This could be a win here for Solo Q Goats if they play it successfully, but these are the situations they have to be careful. When they do place their footing wrong, when they go out, you cannot get knocked, because that will allow teams to try and push on them.
The City of France is still alive as well. They're going to be popping the ultimate here of Bloodhound. Increased speed and increased frequency of scans as well is going to mean that they are going to be able to spy out so many players in the lobby. And here comes Aqualix as well. They've just managed to take down Totem Esports. Unfortunately, it's put at the loss of Nasky. So you can see Serdell in the middle of popping a Phoenix kit. Can they get in position to revive as well, to get back up to a 4-3-man? But look at the kill feed, and look at Scars at the moment. Scars, the team coming into this game, who have been on the fringes of that match point, who've been on the fringes of winning games. They're picking up KP as well.
And it's for Fire Beavers to stop Scars from getting match point. Fire Beavers getting into the top 5. They're guaranteed match point now going into game number 5. But if they can win this game, if they can stop those kills going to Scars, they can make sure at least there's not going to be any other teams on match point with them. If they have one game, they're the only team on match point. That is a huge advantage in the grand scheme of things. As we're down to the last 5 here, teams looting, booting, and ensuring they've got any equipment to go into this final circle.
The City of France with the high ground here, overlooking all of the other teams. You can see the Bangalore smokes are causing a smoke screen though, and that's a great job from Shiv on the Bangalore to do so, to make sure they can try and isolate one of these fights without giving any other lines of sight to the teams in the lobby. But the one issue here for the City of France, you can see they've got a great position. They might be able to win this game, but KP not huge for them at the moment, although Lerabenu has 2 to his name.
Does have 2 to his name, and that KP can dramatically increase here as Aqualix are going to go down. Nasky is going to be the last remaining player. Can hit some shots, but it's not enough. 4 squads remaining. Aqualix go down, and Fire Beavers again just dominating the lobby.
Doing so well here, and they may be able to drop an armor out of the black market as well. So that's exactly what's going to happen here. Loba again showing impact towards endgame. RPR will be taken down. However, by the shots coming in from Zippet, Le Cité de France now still overlooking all of this fighting going in. You can see the redeploy as well. That might be Scars who are taking that as well. We'll have to see what team that is redeploying towards the end game here, but Le Cité de France still doing such a great job commanding height on these tracks.
Yeah, they've got the power position on tracks right now. They need to be careful of this, any missiles that are coming in, but if they can just hold every team below them, they should have the advantage. They should be able to push on and potentially win this game. They know that, but of course, you do have the ability to get up now with Valkyrie.
Well, this might be a kidnap attempt. It's going to be Psychop who goes in. Now the question is, does anyone want to take the handcuffs? No, they don't. Psychop will come back himself. Not an effective move for them, but look at the kill feed once more. And it is once again Fire Beavers who are winning that 3v3 fight. And this is the opportunity now for Le Cité de France to try and take advantage, but the bubble's going to come down. And once again, Fire Beavers hold on. But here comes the push now. Gambit, last player alive here for Fire Beavers. Finally, they will go down at the hands of Solo Q Goats. But here comes Le Cité de France. Oui, as they try and close out this end game. They will get the job done. Le Cité de France with a great position towards that end game, convert it into a win, and they will put points on the board as far as their journey towards match point is concerned.
The train tracks height was absolutely imperative there in that last circle. Le Cité de France will jump up leaps and bounds when it comes to the overall leaderboards, but Fire Beavers, they've got onto match point. They'll be our first team on match point, and when we saw the likes of Underrated, Gambit eliminated in the early stages, they won't be on match point. The only other team I'm kind of questioning, did Scars do enough to get there as well? But certainly Fire Beavers are the team we have to look out for going into match number 5.
First team onto match point is Fire Beavers, the team with the highest conversion rate and the most wins as well in the group stages. All the stats are looking very healthy for Fire Beavers. We'll have to see if any teams are going to be joining them on match point. So it's up to Kate to tell us as we throw it back.
Thank you, Onset. Thank you, Gaskin. You guys brought the hype, but guess what? The teams did the work. La Cité France GG here in game number 4. Tom, I got to start with you. You know, there's so much to talk about, but I'm going to start here. Who is taking your heart and who is breaking your heart here in game number 4?
So I love the way that Aqualix was playing, and then all of a sudden Fire Beavers shut him down, and they're just proving that Loba is more and more viable. I mean, the immediate armor swap, that's an amazing team right there, Glitter. How nice would it be to just get res and then have an armor there waiting for you?
I mean, I have loved the Loba in play since we saw her on day 1 of groups. I think that she was very underrated coming into her finals here. But for me, Kate, I mean, I said that they were going to be a little bit of a bubble team to keep an eye on. Fire Beavers are just, they're kind of scary right now. And now we have to pay attention to them even more because, you know, as Dan pointed out, match point.
Match point, and it all comes down to the math, and we'll see that math in just a second. But first, let's revel in that final moment where high ground meets low ground here from La Cité France. Tom, I mean, using the bubbles they needed, but La Cité France said, nah, dog, we're going for it.
Yeah, so these, I would call it like a hot springs ending, right? It's that weird spot between, you know, lava fissure over there. So holding that high ground is really key, and they were able to execute that very well. And the thing is that there was still a lot of kills to be had towards the bottom that were still being picked up by the likes of Aqualix. I mean, Solo Q Goats really had a pop-off time as well. And the teams that were sitting outside the top 10 really started to pick it up. And this is what's going to happen. We're going to start to see the best Apex. Now that one team is on match point, we know that Fire Beavers is there. All the rest of the teams are going to show us what they have.
Well, let's take a look at what they got here in game number 4 with our results. And that is how the cookie crumbles. La Cité France bringing it in top, of course, but really we are looking down at number 3. As we said, at this point, we believe they will be on match point. The math doesn't lie, and so our overall leaderboards are coming here shortly. I'm seeing also, though, Glitter, I'm seeing T-Rex make a move. I'm seeing Solo Q Goats, as Tom mentioned. They were popping off. They were absolutely a part of this game all the way to the end.
Yeah, I mean, we see that this game was way more evenly spread when it comes to which teams were in the higher placements, but even moving, if you look all the way down to 9th place, Top Dogs was able to get 6 kills. They did go out early, but still, that's a lot of KP on the board for them. So this game kind of evened things out a little bit here, with the exception, obviously, of Fire Beavers. And there is your answer. They are at 61 points, but look how close Scars and Underrated are behind them.
Absolutely, Tom. Like we're looking at 3. We're looking at 1 team match point eligible, but we're looking at 3 teams that say, okay, give me one more game.
And we know they're going to have a mark on them now. There's going to be an X on their back. Everyone's going to be aiming for Fire Beavers. And let it be known, as soon as they're in the kill feed, all the teams are going to send it on them. And that's why it could be not that bad of a position to be kind of where Scars is, Underrated, Gambit, Alliance, 4Gang. The thing is that Scars has been flying under the radar kind of all of these first couple of games. And I really think that they're a team to watch out for too. Obviously sitting in 2nd place, but again, once you're on that match point, it feels good. It feels great. You feel like you're a game away, but now it just gets that much tougher. And we're talking about the best Apex being played. It's because now these players don't want Fire Beavers to win.
They do not. And of course, a reminder, once that team, in this case Fire Beavers, gets to match point, which is 50 points, and obviously they've overdone that quite a bit. And while we take a look at these highlights, remember, they also now have to win a game. You got to get 50 and then win a game. So we'll see, to Tom's point, if they can make that happen. Starting off here, Glitter, with some absolute work done by Solo Q Goats. We saw them, as I mentioned, throughout the entire game here, bringing it through.
Yeah, and Solo Q Goats is definitely one of those teams that we saw massive performances coming out of during group stages. So here, I'm not surprised that they're starting to pick it up, and we saw those shots coming out of Shiv with the Scout as well, absolutely shredding people. But La Cité France, another squad that that really stepped it up here in this game.
Absolutely. Tom, talk to me about some of these weapons. I mean, the reality is that those Kraber shots, woo, they make the hairs on the back of my arms stand up.
And the shots weren't even as clean as they normally were. I mean, we saw a couple of miscues. We saw some flatline shots that probably could have been on automatic instead of the anvil, but it still didn't matter. They're still rocking 61 points right now, which is just phenomenal to start this off. But LCF, comes through in a really great way. I mean, the way that they were able to hold this hill again kind of reminds me of the hill that we had earlier towards the epicenter side, and they make it look easy. That's what you're going to notice. This is a very tough lobby. These players are making it seem simple, very straightforward, keeping their back safe, watching the zone the entire time, and keeping the action in front of them.
Absolutely. And, you know, a reminder here, we've got that fantastic Apex Legends MVP powered by Monster Energy, and we have you, our community, as part of that voting. We want to make sure you find your voice, and that means using this hashtag for your player name of your choice and the hashtag ALGS Monster Energy MVP. So if maybe I thought, oh, okay, you know, let's take a look here. If I enjoyed Tashin, because who doesn't? That guy is crazy. I would go hashtag SZ_Tashin and then hashtag ALGS Monster Energy MVP. And you put that in your Twitch chat, your YouTube live chat, or of course on our Twitter at PlayApex. And you have cast your vote. We want to see you as a part of this voting because, you know, we're going to name our first ever ALGS MVP powered by Monster Energy at the end of this very EMEA Super Regional, and we're going to name the first ever. So that'll be super fun. That'll be something to think about. And as a reminder, these teams, of course, playing for that championship, but they're also playing for almost $260,000 in first place. But remember, that just cascades down second, third, all the way to 20th. So they're definitely playing for a lot of loot, we'll say. I'll put that out there. Speaking of, let's take a look at our community. You guys have been chatting all around the world, and we want to catch that chat. Oh, Lord! Hey, you'll just making me watch like this. You know what? You know what, Glitter? I suspect. I was gonna say, I suspect this is you, my friend. I understand. I want to put a pizza in the oven, but don't want to miss the action. Let's go, Fire Beavers. Got some Fire Beaver love in the chat. Thank you so much. And you know, I totally understand. Eyes are glued. I'm sure my eyes are gonna get red towards the end of this. Weekend mode activated with ALGS Finals all the way from Cameroon. Oh, thank you so much for joining us from Cameroon. That's brilliant. Let's go, Alliance. Excellent. Wow. A reminder that we call ourselves the Apex Legends Global Series for a reason. That's awesome, Tom. Glitter, Glitter, we'll start with you. Any last thoughts before we go into our next game?
I'm interested to see how these teams now handle the fact that one of our squads is on match point. You know, will they play safe and passive, just trying to ensure themselves on match point, assuming that there is a little bit of chaos and it'll be hard for, you know, everything to kind of end here in our fifth match, or will everybody turn it up yet another notch? I don't even know anymore.
Tom, I got to assume that these pro players are feeling the heat right now.
I'll keep it quick because I know this game's starting, but I love the zones we've had so far. I'd love to see more diversity in the zones. Keep them bouncing all over the map.
Bounce it all over the map. You heard it here first. Well, we're going to throw it over to our casters, but first we'll hear from these messages and some fun stuff in between, and we'll be right back here for our next game. Woo! Get hyped!
Monster Energy, the official energy drink of the Apex Legends Global Series. Lenovo Legion, gaming PCs that are stylish on the outside and savage on the inside. Lenovo Legion is the official PC and monitor of the Apex Legends Global Series.
From the outside, who would know what lies beneath? Unleash it with a machine as savage as you are.
This is how legends are made.
Lenovo Legion. Stylish outside, savage inside.
Knocked him, nice.
Lazarus, it's Lazarus.
I need a thermite.
I'm going for kidnap. I think.
Yeah, do it.
I'm going for kidnap on the down guy.
It's 74 cracked on TV.
Okay, I'm coming back.
It's a solo. It's not a team.
I kidnap two. Okay, I kidnap two.
Shit, 32.
Wipe this.
I need to.
Thurston, arm is up here.
Nice.
Arm is up. Yeah, there's your hold. Hold. Ult them.
Ulting.
One. Got him.
Nice, good job. Tracks.
Play on here. We're fine.
You're safe. I don't have any.
Shooting for tracks.
Yo, stay here.
Yeah, shooting from tracks. Careful.
Okay, I'm preventing.
Welcome back, everybody, from our short break to game number 5 of the EMEA Grand Finals of the ALGS Championships. I'm Fallout, joined alongside Girls. We get ready for the first game since the team has officially hit match points. Girl, do you think Fire Beavers has what it takes to close this one out?
I do think they have what it takes to close this one out, but I don't think they'll close it out quite yet because I think the other teams will definitely be looking out for them.
Yeah, they'll see a Loba flying, and they will then fly at that Loba to make sure that they won't win. And for those that are just watching for the first time, this brilliant match point format, the way it works is you have to get to 50 points to unlock match point. If you win a game after 50 points, the tournament is over. You are the champion. So the tournament will not end until a team has achieved that match point format with 50 points and won a game following. Fire Beavers is the only team to be over 50 points right now with 61. They are at match point. If they win, tournament over, and of course every other team will get placed based on their points after that game. So those are the stakes coming into this one. Scars right outside of the 50-point threshold at 47 points. Girl, we haven't shown or talked about them nearly enough, but they are playing great in second place.
Yeah, they've been playing great so far throughout the day. I think they had a slow start, but I believe their second game they were in the top 3 and they were doing great since then. I'd like to see more of Scars this game coming up, and now that there's only Fire Beavers on match point, it's going to be easy to target them, but once Scars and Underrated catch up and become on match point, then it's going to be a lot harder for these teams, other teams outside, to focus them. So they're all going to have to focus on winning and doing their best each and every game.
That's right. And then on top of that, a couple other key stories to keep an eye out for. Aqualix was outside of the top 10 going into game number 4. They had a really, really solid game. They are now in 8th place with 29 points, right behind LCDF, La Cité France, who also had a very big game number 4. So a couple of teams that were in like the top 15 threshold have broken into the top 10. They've gotten themselves closer to that 50-point threshold. And there's a school of thought, girl, that says you don't want to be the first team to get 50 points because then everyone's going to have a target on your backs. If you can sneak in a match point after the second or third game, or maybe the 4th or 5th team to do so, that is a better scenario because you can maybe sneak into a first place finish. As long as you get 50 points and then get a win, you win the entire tournament.
Yeah, but as we've seen with the stats, Fire Beavers does really well once they get into that top 10 situation, and they may be able to close this one out. We won't set anything aside, but another team like 4Gang, they were doing really well in the top 3 first 3 games, and then afterwards they fell off and started dying early. So even though some teams are getting top 3, but they're not getting as many kills, kills are really starting to matter because some of these teams are so aggressive and are pulling off some big games today.
Yeah, it's a great point. And it goes to prove you can't just play for placement like Forgang with a second or third place finish and 0 kills. You got to find that mix. You got to be able to slay out in those late game circles if you want to keep up in the overall standings. And, you know, to that point you made around Fire Beavers, they have the highest top 10 conversion rate. Big shout out to Onset and Gaskin. I actually walked through these stats last game, but if you missed it, 36% of the time that they place top 10, they win that game. That means they convert to a win 36% of the time once they get to the top 10. That is the highest of any team in EMEA. And they, of course, also were tied with Alliance for most wins in group stages last week. They had 4 wins last week in group stages. So what does that mean? Well, they have a pretty good percentage and a chance to close out a game and finish off this match point format. The question is, will teams find Loba, grief Loba? We'll see as game number 5 is started.
Yeah, you don't want to be that first team to grief Loba because you want to have a good game yourself, but you don't want to be the last team to have to grief Loba because it could end up being you and them in the finals and then you losing that 3v3 situation and then the whole tournament over in front of your eyes. So someone is going to have to bite the bullet. It could be Scars. It could be Underrated. After they get their 3 or 4 points that they need, they could just go out all in. They would be the ones, I would say, to take out Fire Beavers because they would be secured after they get their first 3 or 4 points.
Yeah. And what's been working so well for Fire Beavers has been dropping Fragment West, using that early Loba ultimate to loot all of Fragment West really, really quickly, and then using Valkyrie's ult to basically rotate early and get themselves one of the better positions in the late game. It has been a formula of success that has worked very well for this squad. Kind of a combination of great loot and rotation, whereas a lot of teams kind of have to decide, hey, do we want to play for loot? Like Alliance tends to just loot all of Thermal and then play Edge, or do we want to play for placement like a Qualix drops Fragment East and then early rotates, but doesn't necessarily have the best loot? They're okay with sacrificing that. They get best of both worlds here, as we see Fire Beavers right now, already off to a good start. Sunset with Purple Shields, Taskmaster, and 9 Impulse, both looking to find some better shields, some better loot overall. 9 Impulse, of course, coming from the Na'Vi squad. Taskmaster used to be on the Magician squad that found so much success early on.
Something I really noticed about the Fire Beavers while watching them in group stages last week was that they have a lot of trust in each other. They could be watching 3 completely different angles and be poking at 3 different teams, and they would be completely trusting each other not to go down, and I find it formidable from this team.
That's right. Great trust in one another. As you saw, Task actually saw a purple shield under the bridge, and that means 9 Impulse will grab himself a purple shield as well. So they are very well looted right now. That's a good start for the Fire Beavers. Meanwhile, we said we got to make sure we show love to Scars if they've been performing so well. We're going to jump on with them as they're dropping an Overlook, and they tend to rotate incredibly fast. You'll probably see that come here soon. Taishin on Valkyrie will hit that ultimate, and they'll use that to rotate probably after hitting this jump pad here, as they'll be rotating momentarily. Taishin already in Fragment East, probably picking up some scraps that were left from a Qualix, and they'll hit that Valkyrie ult momentarily right after.
Yeah, and you can see Mandy there with his charge rifle. Everyone knows that Mandy's one of the best charge riflers in this game. Unfortunately, it wasn't a 6x on his charge rifle. It was only a 1 to 2x variable, so he may be looking for a sniper scope as they rotate on by. And now moving on to T-Rex, though. T-Rex is actually in trouble, but Dippity's very nice spray onto Disbelief there, but goes down. It's all up to Querny with this 1v2 left. And here goes the EVA 8 shots. Will he be able to make it? One more shot left, one more HP left with the Elster. He's going to pre-fire both sides, but ends up going down there. Nice try.
That's going to be to 7 Oz of the Magicians. Arguably one of the most underrated players in EMEA. So incredibly talented. We saw the 1v3 clutch in group stages. So incredibly impressive from him. And quick update, we actually, Girl and I both completely must have missed it, but Fire Beavers actually switched off of Loba. So perhaps they're trying to disguise their team comp so no one griefs them in late game. They're running Gibraltar, Wraith, and Valkyrie here. So switching off of Loba onto Wraith. Interesting decision from the Fire Beavers to try and close this game out. 1, Wraith obviously gives them some survivability. 2, they're obviously going to be able to mask themselves at least a little bit as they head into late game and avoid being griefed. That's huge.
Yeah, I mentioned this earlier when the tournament started, is once you're on match point, people are going to look for your characters. It's a great thing, like you said, survivability. They chose Wraith, but they still have Valkyrie and Gibraltar. So you're still going to maybe be able to tell if they're nearby and knocking, but here we're moving on with new esports, playing with the portal, trying to get some angles on this team underneath them. The Valk actually got hit for 40, almost cracked right above them.
Yeah, it looks like Tyler wanted to kidnap there for starters, but then, said, you know what, let's just use this portal to get back to high ground. Great shots being put in right now from Tyler and New Esports, who showed up so incredibly well. The Cinderella story from group stages, perhaps the clock has struck midnight for New as they've slowed down quite a bit here, but they're trying to prove otherwise as they need this fight. Got to be careful because a couple teams nearby, Maliwan, 7 odds of the Magicians will be taken out, so the Magicians are out of this one. T-Rex eliminated as well. New Esports nearby, and it's going to be Tyler just escaping, surviving for now. We'll see if they take this fight.
Yeah, great thing about playing Wraith is using that portal to use your aggression onto a team, but then when you're taking damage, you can take it back out to your team safe. They're playing Caustic. They'll be able to place a lot of barrels around portals like this in the future and as of now. So this is going to be a really hard train cart to push and may never even end up getting pushed unless you see that Octane Revenant come in later on. You never know. We've seen them do it before. They might come back and do it again. That's team underrated.
Yeah, and one last note on New Esports. They have been slow today, and it almost feels like they're playing a more passive, defensive playstyle, which obviously makes sense for their team comp, and they like to play that way, but that wasn't their recipe for success in groups. They played ultra aggressive, and they played kind of free, no pressure on their backs, and it worked really well for them. So I want to see them get back to that same original playstyle here as, meanwhile, Fire Beavers, again, not on Loba, Taskmaster playing on Wraith, find themselves so well positioned. Early rotate to Train Yard from Fragment West, and they have themselves some shield swaps here as well. The Fire Beavers find themselves in a great position.
Yeah, you're right. They started off really well in the group stages, but do you think maybe the pressure from being that first place and having pressure of getting 50 points first actually ended up being really bad for them? Or perhaps they weren't getting the zones that they desired. So Top Dogs, oh my goodness, the flatline shots going in, almost knocked one, so he's going to come down with his massive, but is this the right decision? They take down 2. Oh my god, 1 more from Gambit alive.
And that's Gambit eliminated for now. Hardeki the last alive for his team, and I believe Alliance was also eliminated. We'll try and get confirmation if we can. But we did see a few members of Alliance get taken out. There you go, officially, Endeavor. Bryn from Endeavor is going to take out Hardeki, so we have Gambit out. IPN still alive from Alliance. I take that back as New Esports finds himself in a fight against Alliance. Only 1 member of Alliance got taken out, making a second here. As IPN's eliminated as well. And here we go. This is the New Esports playstyle that worked out so well for them. Letting themselves get loose, take some fights, throw some gas, and take as many kills as they can in early game as Tyler's leading the way.
You were talking about it, New Esports. You wanted to see them aggressive, and they can hear you right now. There is a respawn beacon in Train Yard, but they will not need it as all 3 of them are alive. They're trying to catch up, get those points that they need, and now moving on with Flavor of the Month. The Spitfire, the ultimate Spitfire on PA, doing some work. They got some kills, or death boxes, sorry, right near them, so they can definitely loot up, and that's Endeavor right in front of them.
And girl, thank you for letting the entire chat know that you're Canadian with that sorry pronunciation. Fantastic stuff. You'll love to see it. It's probably my favorite accent. Big shout out to girl, my co-caster here as we take a look at Flavor of the Month. They see Endeavor to their left from long range, and then of course Top Dogs to their right, as Top Dogs did eliminate Gambit. Gambit is out of this one. If you take a look at the overall standings, Alliance damaged in 5th place. Gambit out of this lobby in 4th place. So quite the shakeup already, but guess what? Fire Beavers alive. If the zone pulls into Train Yard, they found themselves probably the best position in Train Yard because it allows them to jump on top of warehouses. And of course, with Wraith, they can portal their way down to low ground and actually take some fights while also returning back to their god spot. So we'll see where the zone ends up pulling here. That'll be crucial, because Fire Beavers might pull off a historic 5-game win in the championship if they can win this game.
Oh my goodness, that would be absolutely crazy. There is a lot of opportunity in Train Yard to do so. And you know Gambit is taking a look at the leaderboard, hoping Scars and Underrated die off early with them, and then praying that someone takes out Fire Beavers so they can get another chance. They have 40 points. They need 1 more good game before they're on that match point. Flavor of the Month, how are they doing?
Yeah, they're doing okay. They need a better performance here in the late game. They need to go huge this game, as again, this team came out with a lot of expectations. We also did see the zone is pulling to Train Yard, so interesting stuff coming. Fire Beavers in a great spot. However, we talked about Flavor of the Month. Their need to go big in this game as they've fallen behind in the standings. Let's go ahead and jump into a listen in with Flavor of the Month and see what they're doing.
Det ligger som sagt jävligt med heavy och skit på den här snubben.
Vi är där uppe, jag tror. Nytt lag där uppe.
Men ner och hämta lite mer loot nu.
Drone
någonstans, southwest. Han drog tillbaka den.
Ja, de är drone här nere.
Ligger
jag vet inte faktiskt. Jag fortsätter bara scanna southeast nu.
Jag tror de har en drone in i grottan, ja.
Ja, den är där uppe. Jag pingade den. Det är deras.
Då kan vi typ inte sätta dem fighta in liksom, för de kommer bara EMP van dem.
Ja. Det är typ för hårda tagg så de kommer EMP defensive.
De är ute, långt ute och pikar nu.
Ja, de försöker skjuta mig i ryggen.
Jag börjar pika varje gång jag har gunshield upp. Drainar dem lite och lite för meds varje gång. 12.
Just a quick checking in on the Swedish-speaking Flavor of the Month squad. Of course, Pierre is Norwegian, learned Swedish to play alongside his teammates of 3 years. As we switch on over to Let's de France, your winners from last game have been trending upwards from 15th place last game to 7th place now going into this game with 30 points. They need 20 to hit that match point here, and guess what? They find themselves standing between them and Solo Q Goats on this rotation in a train yard. They gotta take this fight. They want it. Here we go. Les de France versus the Solo Q Goats. They have the late bubble, and that late bubble, girls, you know, tends to be the added advantage in the winner of this fight.
The defensive bombardment doing absolute damage on the Goats, but I believe they were able to take a jump pad out and maybe secure themselves away so they can heal. They're going to defend their teammates so their teammates can heal, but Les de France, they don't want to stop. They have the R9 in hand, they have the arc stars, they have the pressure, but will they be able to push? No, Joke ends up scanning. Scars, I believe, is going to end up seeing the Goats here in a bubble, so they're pinched in between two teams.
This is not where you want to be in the middle of a sandwich. You don't want to be the meat, you want to be the bread, as my man Hodzik used to always say. On board now with Scars, they find themselves looking to pick up these kills if they can, praying, hunting right now. And guess what? 2 members go down. Last member going to be DivQ. He'll get taken out as well by Larrabee New. They'll split the kills right there. Scars with a few more kills. Guess what? That's at least 2. So Scars is at 49 points, close to match point. If they got 2 kills, plus they'll get 1 for placement. Scars might just be at match point, but of course they don't want just match point. They want to skyrocket in the leaderboards as well. So we'll keep a close eye on them as they head into late game. Mandy in a very favorable spot because, girl, whenever you see Scars get a late game god spot or high ground, they play well. With the charge rifle in Mandy's hands, they put in absolute work, and right now they have a pretty decent spot, but they still have to rotate into zone. It's not going to be the end game god spot, but for now, they'll enjoy this high ground, and they'll try to get some long-range poke.
You're absolutely right. They just needed a few points, but they will be able to gatekeep Les de France if they end up holding this edge position, and then they will be the only team on this side of the map. Now moving on to underrated, they've used their Revenant Totem. They've got sent back, and they're going to be okay for now. They took down Phoenix in the kill feed, but unfortunately weren't able to get that finish.
Underrated. 46 points, and a couple kills this game will get them match point as they started strong, but it really slowed down. Again, we talked about it when we casted, I think, game 3, girl. High risk, high reward the way that they play. The highs are high, the lows are low, and we've seen the last couple games. They've been at a bit of a slump. We'll see what they can do here in game number 5. But again, the big story of this match is Fire Beavers, their early rotation, switching off of Loba, and their positioning right now in what is quite possibly the god spot for late game. Fire Beavers has put themselves in a perfect position to win this game. One team that's nearby that can try and stop them, well, it's New Esports in Train Yard, just across the way. If anyone can shut down this Fire Beaver squad, it's Tyler. We've seen how well he's performed. He, in my eyes, was the MVP of group stages, played out of his mind. We'll see what he can do here.
Yeah, and he was playing pretty well this game. He has 3 kills as of now, but they don't have a jump pad, so they won't be able to make it into that train cart. But they do have Crypto Ultimate, so they could use that to give them a getaway into that cart later on. We'll see as the zone pulls in. Does anyone know Fire Beavers is up here?
That's the question. they've been quiet in the kill feed. So I don't know. I mean, did they get any kills early on? I can't remember. I don't think they did. Because, I mean, keep in mind, any kill you get in the kill feed shows their name, reveals that they are there, and will get them griefed undoubtedly. So the fact that they got off Loba makes me think they're hyper aware of their position right now as the only team with match point. I absolutely love the way that they're playing this, getting off of Loba, playing a little sneaky, but still securing themselves the perfect god spot to potentially close this out. This is absolutely brilliant right now from this squad.
And here we are with Blast taking out Ruabe with the scout, and as you saw with Fire Beavers, they were brave enough to take 2 train carts. They actually might win this one out with the confidence that they have, the lead they have, and everyone else fighting for points. The lobby's going down quite fast here with 14 squads remaining.
That's right. It's been a much more aggressive game 5 than what we've casted here in games 1 and 3, undoubtedly. Mandy kept talking about his charge rifle prowess. Looking for cross-map poke. And you'll see New Esports got a kill in the kill feed. I'm not sure who that was on, actually, but I don't think it was a member of Fire Beavers. I missed it for just a second. So you also take a look at the player tracker here on the right. Scar's going to rotate their way in. Not looking for that kidnap, just looking for a pure rotation. That's going to help, but it's going to be a pretty brutal rotation for them. As they, of course, did have Le Site de France nearby. Not sure what ended up happening to them. They have Na'Vi in front of them, as well as New Esports. And a big fight going on between Totem and New right now. Going to jump on board with Tyler, one of the best individually skilled players from group stages. And guess what? New Esports does it again. This is the recipe for success. 4 kills, and the kill leader right now is Tyler. The young man from the United Kingdom was training to be an electrician before Apex Legends changed his life. Now he's full-time focused on Apex. And let me tell you, it's been a treat watching him play, but he did get taken out right after by Dazdo. It's going to be underrated, getting tagged out. Nice flank coming through from post-kill. Post-kill, of course, working alongside Kashera, who is the IGL of this squad. Last 2 remaining in this lobby. Tyler perhaps got a little too excited there, girl.
It will be okay if Kashira can survive and go back up into the train cart, because the res will be able to happen by playing Crypto and just popping that beacon. He's the fastest character to respawn his teammates, and there it comes through. So as long as Tyler doesn't fall to a team through the air, he'll be okay. He'll be able to recover.
Yep, loot boxes everywhere as well. Could probably grab his own loot boxes. We know that was underrated with the Revenant ult again, just wreaking havoc, which is what they do well, picking up KP after KP. That might be enough for underrated to get 50 points as well. So, as a result of this game, we will likely have 3 teams at match point. But again, if you're just joining us, the big story here is Fire Beavers. This team from Eastern Europe, or CIS, is right now at match point. All they need to do is win this game, and it is over. And guess what? They're in such a such a good position here. A little misplay there, a little self-damage, self-inflicting damage with the Q coming through from Valkyrie here, but 9 Impulse, former member of Na'Vi, Taskmaster, former member of the Magicians, and of course Sunset, formerly coming from Gambit. 3 players from 3 great teams now in a great position to potentially close this one out. And Stars, of course, hit their Valkyrie rotation and Ultimate rotate through.
Will Scars end up falling on top of the train cart of Fire Beavers? That would be the thing that they would have to do, but no, they haven't. They dropped to the low ground. They're going to catch themselves some kills onto underrated. In the corner, doing a little bit of a spam finisher here, RPR. He's always so funny. You should definitely check him out on Twitter. But it looks like the train cart isn't in the next zone, so they will actually have to rotate. They will have to fight their way to get this win, and as New Esports are going to be getting taken down very slowly, Kashira popping the battery, will he be able to survive this one?
And 9 Impulse also shows up in the kill feed. Thank goodness for Costa, keep him alive for now. Kashira last up, he's going to get taken out by Na'Vi, but again, 9 Impulse showed up in the kill feed. The lobby is now aware that Fire Beavers is alive here in this late game. Playing as a different team comp, we'll have to keep a close eye on Fire Beavers. Scars in 2nd place in this lobby right now. They have been popping off this tournament. Talk about showing up when it matters the most. I've been so damn impressed by Taishin, RPR, and Mandy playing out of their minds for the $700,000 EMEA prize pool. And that's just rounded, by the way. I've been very, very impressed by Scars.
Wow, this is going to be an incredible end zone. 9 squads remaining. Fire Beavers in this end zone. They are actually really unlucky and normally doesn't pull this far onto the train tracks. And because it does, they're going to have to fight their way for this end zone finale. Mandy taking down Mimu in the kill feed. They're fighting a little bit early, and Fire Beavers, they took the high ground. It's not a bad spot to be in. It's actually a great spot to be in, but they cannot go down here. It's very incredibly important not to go down for them.
I wonder how many teams are aware that they're in this position. The ultimate's going to come through. Sorry, that's actually Valkyrie's Q comes through to try and tag them up as VIP, but they're going to be okay for now. Here comes the push, though, from a team nearby. Sunset, significantly damaged. You can breathe on him, and he'll get knocked here, but he's going to heal back up, and just like that, Fire Beavers will get pushed, will get griefed by Aqualix and others. They are out, ladies and gentlemen. We will see a game number 6 in this nail-biting EMEA Finals. As it comes down to this late game, Scars getting some great shots in on 9 Impulse to close that out, and on Max Strafey of Na'Vi. Stars in a great spot to win this game alongside a few other squads remaining in this one.
5 squads left, not all full teams, but mostly all full squads remaining. Scars has absolutely been decimating the whole entire lobby this game, and they're getting that momentum, that hype. They're going to be a match point, but they want the win. They want to especially secure themselves more points, so in case they do not win, they get that second place prize pool money, but they do want the win. They're looking for the win. They're looking around them. They've got so much damage here, and Na'Vi getting absolutely pushed. Nesh trying to hold off here. Kuya down to 1 HP. He might go down here, and yes, he does.
Got Terry Rubik of Yapir still alive. So Scars connects for one more kill on Na'Vi to finish that one out. That's going to put them at least 10 kills as a team here, but our pair is going to get sprinkled up here a little bit. All 3 of them have fully leveled up Evo shields. That just speaks to the damage that they've done this lobby. It has been so impressive seeing them. They have some armor swaps as well in the late game if they choose to use them. Meanwhile, you'll see, keep it at the top left of your screen, where that line is pulling towards is where the zone will close into. Something tells me people watching your ranked games have not gotten this late, because this is as competitive as it gets in this late game lobby. Endeavor alive, as well as Scars, Yapirs, and 303, the final teams remaining in this one.
Wow, I actually can't believe it. I didn't think Fire Beavers were going to win this one out, but after seeing the pull, I thought they were going to win because it was constrained and they were in a great spot. But Mandy, nice Kraber shot. He's going to have to heal up. RPR getting that damage in between the stairs. Oh my goodness, he's doing absolute work, but he needs his team to help him, and Taishin comes to help clean it up. 3 squads remaining. Can they third party this?
Scars is playing out of their goddamn minds right now. They connect for 2. Can they get the additional one? Taishin forced to back up, and Mandy is going to cover for him, keep him alive. Shield swaps galore right now. The revive's going to come through as well. Scars takes out an entirely new team here. We'll take just a tick of damage, but they'll be able to heal back up. 3 squads remaining. Endeavor and 303 are fighting right now. This is Scars' game to lose here, as Noises, Bryn, and Endeavor are getting tagged up quite a bit. Blast going to go down as well. 303 versus Scars will be the big 2 squads to finish off this game, girl.
Bambino does currently have not a Kraber, a Prowler in hand here, and they do have the best spot, so Scars is going to try and take high ground, do some work here, coming through the bubble above, but the Gibraltar sees him and is doing absolute work. He has the wingman in hand, but he's down to 50 HP. Taishin cannot do this without an armor swap. The shots are coming through, the headshot came through, but he's going to go down here.
Yeah, all of it's Taishin last alive. Of course, Wingman Ava 8 combo means you don't have that SMG in hand to spray. I wonder if he would have wanted to switch off that Wingman, but he trusted his shots in the late game. However, they did not come through successfully, as in the end, they're going to lose this one to 303 Esports, who are your champions of game number 5. That's a big game for 303, a big game for Scars, of course, who performed incredibly well. They had 47 points going into that one. 303, they were down with 5 points in 18th place, girl. That was a must-win game for 303 to stay alive in this tournament.
Yeah, that was incredibly well played by them. They had the best position there at the end. They got the knock on Endeavor, but they didn't fully commit, and that was very smart because that forced Scars and Endeavor to collide in the end, and they had the best position to secure that one out. Perfect, amazing shots in the bubble fight. They played that certainly well.
Yeah, Fire Beavers has a chance to finish it. They get shut down by Aqualix and Scars combined. So certainly a lot to talk about as we get ready for game number 6. We're going to go ahead and throw it back to our analysts, Kate, T-Squared, and Glitter at the desk.
Thank you very much, Fallout and Girl. And my goodness, at the end of this, I thought I was going to say the earth wasn't scorched, it was scarred. But guess what? 303 said, no, that alliteration's not coming to you today. We are taking home this game, and we are going to upset what we thought was going to happen. Tom, let's start with you. Break me down how not just that 303 came out, but how did Scars let this happen?
It's okay for Scars, to be honest with you, because they're just trying to get to that match point, and they were able to do so. And you saw the confidence that they were coming through with that final fight. Unfortunately for them, it just didn't go in their favor. And we saw the collapse on Fire Beavers immediately. I think Fallout called it perfectly, where they showed they were in the kill feed. As soon as that happens, all eyes on them. Just immediate collapse. Aqualix is there, Scars is there, and they took them down.
They did indeed. Glitter, I mean, we knew that Scars was going to come out towards the end. We saw 303 really enjoy themselves, that nice third party at the end there. What else can you tell me that 303 did well, especially in that final circle over Scars?
I think one of the few things that they actually did really well, and we heard Girl talking about, is that they were aware that there was going to be a team coming from above. They didn't lose sight of the fact that there was a potential height disadvantage that they would be at. So when Scars tried to take the opportunity with their Kyrie to do that damage, they didn't get as much as they had hoped. 303 was able to kind of turn it around on them while also holding off all of the action that was happening down low, and I think that was their saving grace.
Absolutely. Let's see exactly what you just mentioned unfold here in absolute chaos as the foul call comes. My goodness. Tom, bring me through.
Yeah, so again, the bubble fight is really important for all these players, so you have to have the shotgun in hand. The even 8 shots are connecting. But just like Glitter and Go were talking about, the high ground disadvantage was something that they were completely aware of through the entire time. And these players are so good at getting a feel for what's all around them, whether that's getting sound cues, whatever it is to kind of maneuver around the map, these players are masters at it.
They are. Is it safe to say that we need a Gibby at the end of this? Because I feel like game 1 and 2, I was going back and forth. It was like, but now game 3, 4, I mean, 5, like, is a Gibby necessary? Do we need one? Because it feels like we do towards these last games here, Tom.
1000% you need a Gibby in the bubble fights towards the end of the zone. And I love when Fallout's like, your ranked games haven't gone this far, have they? And as we take a look at the results, we're going to see exactly how many points were put on the board and exactly how many points teams are going to need to get to match point. And we're talking about teams that want to step it up, right? 303 is right there. And Kay, I know that Scars doesn't win the game, but they do get the most points.
Yes, they do. And you absolutely said it right, Glitter. You've got to agree. I mean, they're really, at this point, it's strategy. It's get the most points, and then it's win. And though at the same time, though, you can't sleep on those points, right, Glitter?
Oh, no, not at all. I mean, you can see, even though Scars is in 3rd place, I mean, 13 KP, that's going to be massive when you can see, when we know how close they were coming into this game. Everybody wants to be on match point. The second one squad hits match point, nobody else wants to be the person that has to continue to be struggling for points. So the more teams that are on match point, the more intense these games are going to get, the more the teams are going to be hunting down those who have hit match point. I mean, Na'Vi, though, 10 kills for Na'Vi too. When we were watching that, I was sitting there thinking, like, you know, Na'Vi feels way more aggressive this time around, and they came out huge for them.
They did indeed, and I love that moment of, remember when we saw Fire Beavers finally in that kill feed, finally doing some things, doing some damage, and how that might actually impact, of course, all eyes on them. But let's take a look. We have, let's see, already qualified, newly qualified. Here we go, Scars prominent on top. Woohoo!
And you're 1 point away if you're underrated. That's tough. That's just such a tough break. Na'Vi flying under the radar. Gambit's right there. Alliance is there. I mean, we've seen tournaments end with 1 team, 2 teams on match point. We've also seen 6, 7, 8 teams on match point. So it gets pretty unpredictable from here on out.
It doesn't, Glitter. This feels like the moment to mention literally every game, every fight, every kill counts.
We've said that so many times in these games, and I love when we're able to illustrate why and just how true that actually is, because 1 point, you don't want to go into an entire game where 2 teams are on match point and all you need is 1 point to be on that same level, but you have to make it through a whole game to get there before you can try to get to your match point game. That has to sting just a little bit for Underrated, especially when you take into consideration how strong they started the day off. But that also means that anybody that is right on the tails of Underrated is in the exact same position and can also qualify for match point by our next game.
Absolutely. And Tom, we're taking a look at these Game 5 highlights. While we do, what do you think? I mean, Fire Beavers coming out, they changed their comp. I think it was masterful. Unfortunately, it didn't work, but what are your thoughts?
One of the things that I love is when Girl was talking about the switch of the zone, how it pulled kind of away from the train carts back on over towards the bridge. And that was really brutal for Fire Beavers and really just changed the entire situation that we see. It's just a domino effect of what could happen for a team like Scars, how they picked up so many points along the way. Because a lot of times when you're over towards Train, it could end directly underneath the warehouse in between the bridge, and it also ends on the opposite side of the warehouse, kind of in that grass valley over there next to the bins. So it makes things pretty interesting how that zone pulled over towards that jungle gym, and you saw the high ground coming in for Scars. This was kind of the name of the game for them. They came in with this high rotation, and then they circled back over towards the jungle gym. We saw the portal that came in from the Fire Beavers, and it seemed like there was a bubble that happened on top of that area that just disappeared. I'm not sure if I was, crazy in terms of my time or what was going on. I think an EMP came through when they were going throughout all this, but look at the spray from RPR underneath the stairs. This was huge. You could tell the momentum was just shifting in Scar's favor.
It was. Glitter, we're seeing these highlights. I mean, there's so many little moments that actually tell a much bigger story here coming into this game.
Yeah, and I think that's, why it's so important for us to be able to kind of pay attention to all of the teams, because Scars, they haven't, shown up and had that 20 kill game like we saw come out of Fire Beavers, but Scars has been insanely consistent all day, and that's something that we talk about a lot when it comes to this type of a game in general. Scars has been, I think they said it a little bit earlier on Game 3 too, they're flying under the radar for a little while, but that consistency will be way more beneficial when it comes to this match point system than a team who has one stellar performance and then falls off a little bit. So Scars is really starting to look scary for me.
Scars is looking scary. I like it. That's the title for this one. That's awesome. Well, let's take a look at what you've been saying all around the world this year, keeping up with this EMEA action. How can one be so chill with such intense Apex going on in the background? You know what? Great question. I got two of my own that are just next to me who continue to jump every time I see double digits. Either way, let's go Fire Beavers! That is the way. Thank you so much, Vonnie, for sure.
That's Kate when she sees double digits.
That's exactly. He's not wrong. Okay, real footage. Are you serious? This whole championship is nuts. My family's confused why I'm screaming so much. Oh, you know what, chat? Please put your hands up if you can agree with that. Your family's confused when you're yelling at a computer screen. Boy, do I hear that one. I'm just glad that I am holding down the fort by myself today, because otherwise I'm sure my partner would be so ridiculously confused, and he usually is. Anyway, so there's that. I love him very much. The point is that we have so much more in store because we're going to another game, gang. We are going to find out who is going to go forward in match point, or who could potentially take it all. And to do that, we've got our casters that are going to be on the other side of this break, so stay tuned. We'll be right back.
Going down all around. Flavor of the month. They know this could be their moment as another player is going to be challenging. Flavor of the month, deal with it, and now the entire lobby is trying to jump on these three players who are so close to calling themselves the Winter Circuit Playoff Champions. Pierre going to pop the battery. He's got the Mastiff in hand as well. He's got an Octane in front of him. This is all coming down to these final shots as Flavor of the month move in. One more player alive for them to deal with. Can Flavor of the month get it done? There's a player coming out of nowhere and not in a 1v1 to win playoffs here for Flavor of the month. Oh, done! Oh my God, Flavor of the month, Noff, you animal! Welcome back, everybody, once more to the ALGS Championships. The EMEA region is really coming down to crunch time right now. We have two teams who have finally crossed that threshold, Dan, and that means that this lobby is going to be more than aware of the teams around them. Scars and, of course, Fire Beavers are those two teams who are going to be focused on, but they have the chance now to crown themselves the champion.
Yeah, this is crunch time. You have a fantastic chance when you are the only team in the lobby on match point, but as soon as there are more than one and there's two, you don't have that security anymore. It gets a little bit worrying when you get into endgame. Am I joined by the other team who's also on match point? We'll be keeping a keen eye on where this circle goes, because I feel like if this is a circle that favors the likes of Scars, they are really going to be a team who can pull it off. They are a fantastic, fantastic team when the circle does favor them. I've seen them win games at Trials. I've seen them win games at Countdown. They may start at the likes of Overlook, but it's how quickly they can rotate with the Valkyrie and how successfully they can play Edge once they get there. They are a team who will be very, very scary in this endgame.
Now, let's kind of draw this back a bit. Before all of the groups got underway, I spoke to RPR. Because they've been up and down in form, Scars. They've said it themselves. They know it themselves. And their key to success, they said, is going back to what worked for them beforehand, which is early rotations and making sure that they get the best spot that they possibly can. That has been the case for them so far. They have been one of the most consistent teams in the lobby, and now they find themselves alongside Fire Beavers with the opportunity to potentially become a champion here. For those two teams, it's quite simple. You have to channel your inner Leonidas right now, which is quite simply give them nothing, but take from them everything.
And my question is going to be, are we still going to see Fire Beavers off the Loba and back onto the Wraith? They clearly did it to try and avoid being focused in that previous game where they were the only team on match point. There is still a possibility of them being focused here, of course, but they have had so much success with that Loba. In the end game, especially being able to deplete the resources of other teams and gain resources, gain ammo, gain bats, gain shields has been so big for them. But Scars are now the next team on match point as Mandy cannot quite land the jump there.
Hey, look, Gibby hits hard when he lands, all right? It's as simple as that. He's going to use the zip line to go back up top, and something as simple as that sometimes can just chill the nerves a little bit. You know what I mean? Just something like that. They know that they're on match point now. They know that this is the most pressurized situation that all three of these players would have ever been in. And if we look across to our right as well, you can see the group stage stats for Scars when we talk about turning top 10s into wins. Not the best for them in the group stages. 13%. We saw some of the stats earlier. Fire Beavers with the highest in the lobby at 38%, I believe it was. So they've got some work to do here. Getting into the top 10 does not guarantee success here for Scars.
But I will preface this by saying the fact that that was a different format. We're on match point now. They were playing in a group stage where points were very important, and sometimes when you're in a final circle, you may think, I'm not going to win this game, but I could pick up 6 or 7 kills. So they may have been pushing for kills in certain places rather than going for the victory. Now, though, I will say that the fact they get to top 10 so often gives them a fantastic chance of getting a god spot, having the possibility of getting to final circle, and giving them the best chance, of course, to actually winning the game, as Fire Beavers have gone back over to Loba. I thought this might happen. I think it's been the key to their success throughout this entire tournament, and we'll see whether they can become champions because of a Loba.
Well, talking of zone, you mentioned it before. One team that does very well with zones, which are in their favor, is Scars. Now, this is a zone that they will be extremely happy with. You saw it moving over towards Geyser, nice and close to Overlook, of course, where they do drop, and we've just seen them looting. And to be honest with you, for Fire Beavers as well, they're going to be pretty happy with it, because they've got to make a short rotation from the west side of Fragment over to the east side of the map, as I get my mental compass right in my head. But Gambit Esports, another team who are kind of just away from that match point format, but one good game here, and they could be joining the two teams that we have on match point at the moment on that 50-point threshold. They're currently sat on 40 points, and they only need 10 points to creep up to 50. The likes of Na'Vi just ahead of them as well. They're on 41 points, underrated, just 1 point away as well, as we're also seeing the rotation very early, as we would expect from Aqualix, from East Fragment to inside of Geyser.
It's pretty scary when you've got teams like Gambit and Aqualix already taking up spots, and guys, you've got 303 who just had a victory in that last game as well. Rotating in late is going to get more and more difficult as we go on because some of the best teams are going to be predicting these circles from the get-go. And we have Scars, center circle. They've rotated very, very early. And most importantly, they've managed to avoid Fire Beavers. There was a possibility both teams could rotate similarly through the same choke, but Scars have opted to go through tunnel, go through this vault area, and now they are in a prime position. They're going to hunker down. We probably won't see them with much action unless someone challenges them in the early stages of this game.
Well, here comes the rotation now from Fire Beavers. You can see Taskmaster, 9imps, and Sunset on the Valkyrie, providing them with the lift up. And they're going to be landing on the dome inside a sorting factory. So a little bit of a different approach to this circle coming in from them. They're going to take this dome and they're probably going to just hold this down and try and not show as much presence as possible. Just keep themselves quiet and not let the lobby know where they are. But I think just going back to your previous point, which is a really good one, I love the idea of them switching off Loba, trying to disguise themselves, being the first team onto match point. However, sometimes you just got to go back to what worked, right? And that is what they've done now. They've realized that maybe something didn't work. Go back to what brought you that early success. Loba back in the comp.
We did see a circle finish in that kind of north donut of sorting, and it was Fire Beavers who found a victory for them. They certainly are one of the better teams when it comes to kind of geyser and sorting finishes, so they have a real opportunity to win this one, but so does Scars, and that's what's going to make this game very, very interesting.
Well, let's jump into a listen-in with Scars now. They're surrounded at the moment inside a geyser. I'm not sure if the zone is actually going to pull this way, though, so we'll have to see what the comms are like as they try and decide on their next move.
If they're cracked, I stop shooting. I don't want to get kills.
Why not, then?
Just cracked one. I'm so close to blue.
Shit.
Yeah, white armor over there.
Keep going. I'm not holding this door, by the way. So if they just charge through, I'm fucking dead.
I can't really... Fuck, I gotta... How much light do you have, man?
155.
I have 100. I think it's gonna be enough.
Alright, just get it.
One bullet. Got it. Okay, how many cells do we have? I'm gonna use 3 here and I'm gonna have 5.
I have 6. I have 1 extra. Oh, never mind. Just take the touchy. I have 0 bats.
I'm gonna go for 5.
How much cells do you have now? I have 8.
7.
6. Okay, good.
Okay, I'm gonna try and get purple, but I'm gonna do it so fucking safe that I'm not even gonna like get close to knocking someone.
Oh yeah.
Bro, if you can knock him, bro. Please.
No.
Don't like.
Are you crazy?
Don't. But like, if you see
if
it,
it's super far away, it's like over here or something.
Yeah, but then people will know which got shot, and then this team next to us will be like, we have to hit them.
Agree. Don't fucking knock anyone. If you're top 5, knock as many as you want.
I'm not knocking until literally we have to.
I am Mozambique scout though.
Fuck me,
That's
man.
so bad.
Yeah.
How come, bro?
I looted 1 building or 2 and then I go left. Our prices go, I go.
Bro, I give you my Eva, man. I give you my Eva. Give it, come here.
Alright.
Better you have it, bro.
I'm not
Can I take the bolt? Alright, just great.
Coach. You have enough shotgun ammo?
Well, sometimes listen-ins give us more than we could have expected. That is the perfect example of what Scars are about. Entertaining, but also a strong focus on strategy as well, Dan.
Yeah, and that strategy is not downing anyone, not letting their position be heard, and basically just not appearing on that kill feed whatsoever, because the team next to them will int them straight away if they know where they are, and they know full well that they cannot afford to get involved in a fight. But that does mean that the resources aren't quite there. You heard a Mozambique and a scout is going to be the weaponry of choice, because just not the ability to loot in the early game, and of course no fights to find any better weapons either. But Scars are in a good spot. They just have to try and avoid those skirmishes that they've spoken of, and have to wait just for that final moment before they start to get involved in fights. Because we saw what happened in the previous game for Fire Beavers. As soon as they were on that kill feed, they got spotted out and they got taken down.
Going to be an interesting circle for them as well. And this kind of might actually play into their hands. The fact that there's so many teams early rotating means that loads of teams are going to be engaging with each other, doing poke damage. And if, you know, Scars can just kind of keep a low profile, the rest of the lobby might just do the work for them. And the same can be said here for Fire Beavers, who are kind of taking a little bit of a different route. They're letting everyone rotate in ahead of them, and they're playing this dome building. And again, a similar kind of thought process of letting the rest of the lobby do the work and then moving in late and playing edge. So you're kind of seeing the same tactic, but positionally different decisions being made, and now Underrated, who only need 1 point, of course, in this lobby. For them, in my opinion, just in the team. Find a fight, take it, get that point, and then move on to the next game.
I mean, they've already got the point. You can see the assist there for K-Swinny. They've achieved match point now, so you just wreak havoc. You look for the two teams who are on match point, and you get them out of the game. Any sort of suspicion of a composition that you've noticed, you notice that Loba, jump on that team, take them out of the game, and get yourself the chance for you to actually perform on match point.
So many different variables now come into the equation with two teams on match point here, as we have a wonderful little overview of Geyser and all the teams that are stacked up inside at the moment. Aqualix, who were one of the first teams to make that rotation into this Snake and Dome building, one of the best buildings to hold inside of Geyser. Currently just scouting about at the moment. They're just looking to see if he can find any angles, find any kill points. Just a reminder that Aqualix are currently down in 7th spot. They need to get 14 points on the board to hit that 50-point threshold to get onto match points themselves. So you are going to see a little bit of aggression from them, and Dell is trying to put his foot on the gas.
Yeah, and actually they could do with running into a team like Underrated, because Underrated will be more than happy to take a fight, and it might allow Aqualix just to pick up some KP here. But at the same time, you can look at the other shoe, right? You don't want to go up against a team who has nothing to lose, because they're going to be a little bit more aggressive, might be a little bit silly with their push, and Underrated certainly could cause a lot of issues as we get further into this end game. But right now, everyone just posting up within and around Geyser, expecting it to shift heavily that way. But Fire Beavers are going to have to move at some point, you would think, but they are going to be much more well equipped than the likes of Scars, thanks to this Loba.
I was going to touch on that a little bit. We talk about how effective Loba is endgame, but if they can keep Loba and their, their team and the Black Market within range of some of these teams that are fighting, when they get towards end zone, then they're going to be able to steal away some loot and kind of approach from the edge with a really strong weapon and armor composition. They're going to have all the meds they want to work with, so it's not just going to be a case of them not showing presence and a little bit like Scars, who might be devoid of resources because of the fact that they did themselves in a good spot, but they're going to be able to fight very, very effectively as well. As Aqualix now are going to be looking for some kills, as the shots are going to be coming in from Dell as the team try and come through the portal, and maybe he's going to be moving in here just to try and steal away from some of these resources himself to bring back to the dome.
Yeah, that's going to be Underrated. Their death boxes.
Job done.
Unfortunately, after getting their point, they said, well, we're going to push in, see if we can maybe disrupt a few teams, but in the end, I think they were caught out by several different portals and potential KP found by those who were surrounding. There is going to be a little bit more information on that zone. It could finish north of Geyser, right on that choke point as well. We've seen a lot of teams like to hold that choke, but it can be pushed from both sides. But right now, Aqualix, Gambit, for example, they're all going to be in a decent spot, and of course Scars. Scars being right at the back of Geyser could find it difficult if that circle does move out of Geyser heavily.
Well, Fire Beavers in their first engagement here is going to be Lacy de France, who are on the receiving end of some of those shots from Dome. Trying to make their rotation. They're going to be safe inside of that next zone, so they're not going to have to do too much as far as action. They're just going to be kind of waiting and seeing if a fight does break out. But Fire Beavers in a good position to overlook all of this fighting that's going down on the ridge ahead of them, which is really good for them as well, because if one of those teams get knocked, and that Black Market might just be in range to steal away some of those resources, once again just strengthening the composition as they try and fight towards endgame. So Fire Beavers are going to be quite happy that there's not just one team up on the ridge there, that two that could potentially fight and give them the resources to take away.
Yeah, and it begs the question of which team would you rather be? Would you rather be Scars, you're on the back foot, you've got blues, maybe you get up to one purple, or potentially Fire Beavers going into this final circle if they get there, with potentially purples and reds if they play their cards right. If they get that Loba ultimate down, the Black Market allows them to steal away from some of the death boxes from other teams who have been a little bit more aggressive. But we're going to see a potential rotation, or are we? No, it's cancelled. Maybe they thought there was the possibility of being knocked there.
I got a little worried that they were going to leave Gibby behind. I think that might have been the reason it was cancelled. Maybe it was a calling game from the IGL, but they're deciding not to make that rotation quite yet, but they are going to have to move pretty soon. As you can see, that circle on the overhead, and it is going to be pulling in towards Geyser, and it's most likely going to be ending around where 303 Esports are, right in the center of that zone. You can see those three green arrows. I'm pretty sure that is 303. They were the team to rotate there first. So you can see Aqualix, they're going to be safe. Scars just on the outside of where that, not next zone, but the one after that is going to be closing, but all of those teams in pretty good position towards the end game.
Yeah, Scar's going to have Navi on one side of them, then they're going to have to push into 303 as well, and it means inevitably they're going to have to take a fight. And you know what that means? They're going to be on the kill feed, and that is going to be the possibility of other teams to say, hey, well, we see where Scars are, let's get involved, let's take them out of the game. but it's about who's confident to do so, as now Fire Beavers are going to make that rotation. Of course, we're going to see Valkyrie spotting out all these players. Where do you go from here? 9ix is already very, very low as the Gibby. Have to stay alive, but all the teams are going to be focusing you. They're going to have to take this fight.
Oh, this is going to be massive. I was worried about this rotation because not only is it a nervy moment for them, they're running into ALGS, who wiped them in our game number 6, and now the ball is in your court, Scars. One of the teams on match point eliminated as the second team out of the lobby.
And whichever member of Scars who has to watch that kill feed as a responsibility is just going to be relaying that information now to the rest of the team. This is our game. This is our chance at becoming champions. Sure, we've seen Winter Circuit champions, Summer Circuit champions, Autumn Circuit, but being the championship winners is an entirely different thing. You get the chance to write yourself down in esports history, but still, a long way to go just yet. 18 squads still remain, but this circle is closing, and the next circle is when it's going to be difficult for Scars.
Scars comfortable for now, and they will be whooping and hollering at that kill feed, seeing Fire Beavers being eliminated. That is the most important piece of information they could have possibly asked for. It's the dream for them in this scenario to see the one other team on match point being taken out, but New Esports, they're being taken out themselves. The EMP's coming in, there's ALGS, it's carnage inside of this building, and once again, this is the building that ALGS are calling home as Kashira tries to do what he can, but once again, ALGS will wipe a team, and they are putting points on the board, and they could be onto match point after this performance.
Well, as you said, they only needed 14. I've already seen 6 kills for them. If they can get to the late game here, they could be on match point, but they have to stop Scars as well, or hope that someone else stops Scars. But the ALGS defense of this area in Geyser has been perfect, and this is why some teams don't play Valkyrie, and this is why some teams like the fact Valkyrie is in the lobby, because you get given free kills. People just drop on you, they're weak because they've been blamed out of the air, and you say, hey, thanks, we will mop up that KP. And now ALGS have a real chance to get match point in this game.
Let's see France in a spot of bother here, though. You can see there's Thermite, there's ALGS, and unfortunately for Cyclops and Lerabenu, there's a team running at them as well. As unfortunately it will come down to Cyclops here to try and get away. He'll jump into the void. He's going to go into the zone as well, which is going to be doing some very, very big damage to those health points. You can see he's trying to pop the medkit. Does he have the time to do so? In the meantime, Alliance are trying to stay alive. They currently have 37 points, but unfortunately they've lost 5. IPN now will be taken down as well, and Hackis, he's out as well. Alliance will be back to the lobby.
The Seed of France, Alliance, and Na'Vi just got wiped. So look, Goat's getting involved and having a little engagement and a scuffle of their own, see if they're hitting shots with a Mastiff, but he's going to have to back up here. And maybe we're going to have to see Shiv utilize this Bangalore to the best ability so they can survive and start to push into this zone.
They've done such a good job of resetting here, and now Shiv, he smells blood. He's going in. He's hitting the shots with the Eva. He's doing so much damage here, and look at the damage from Shiv, and his teammates are there to finish it off, and that is Gambit Esports. They've just taken out as well. Gambit, who were 10 points away from the match point threshold, get taken down at the hands of the Solo Q Goats.
Yeah, so that's not going to be match point as Aqualix again in the kill feed, and they are on a tear. That's going to be more KP for them as they get closer and closer to match point. Surely they are going to be doing enough. All they have to do realistically from here on set is get into the top 10, maybe into the top 7 to secure some more points. But this building is absolute carnage right now as Aqualix try and hold off yet another team. It's just Adele. Can he do it? Can he hit the shots? It doesn't look like he can. They fall in 13th spot.
Was that enough points, though, for Aqualix? We'll have to wait and see. And once again, T-Rex is the team now moving in on the dome building. There's only so much room for these teams to play in, and everybody wants a piece of this dome building. It is just carnage inside as your peers will be the 17th party, I think it was, to come in and finally win that fight. Third Impact will also win a fight for Jazaz. He's stuck in a Thermite, and it's going to be Endeavor moving in now. Bryn with the Prowler. All of a sudden, this lobby is kicking off.
Most importantly, 8 squads, and I have not seen Scars go down in the kill feed just yet. So have they been able to find a little bit of positioning here? Yes, they have. Still alive, still with a chance of winning the championship here. They just have to get past 7 other teams, and I'd say they're in a pretty darn good spot right now.
They are. They've got no teams behind them whatsoever. which means that they don't have to worry about their backs. They just have to worry about what is in front of them. And you can see, just still trying to show no presence whatsoever. However, it looks like a team is more than aware of their position, as sneaky as they're trying to be, as that frag grenade was just rolled out of that open door.
And it's going to have to be 303 they potentially run into, and we've already seen 303 have a big game today. And 303 want to push their way up with their chance of becoming on match point. They had a victory in the previous game. But for Scars, I mean, this is such a big moment. Down to 7 squads now. They're just watching teams dropping like flies, and they must be absolutely laughing in their communications. Imagine winning the championship with a Mozambique. Has he even been able to change his weapon at this point?
The Mozambique shot that will be heard across the world. Your peers now, with the flat line in hand of PKMK. All going to be taken as well as they try and find somewhere to play. It looks like they've found safe ground for now, but Endeavor will be up on that high ground overlooking, so they're trying to just deny those lines of sight and make sure they focus fire onto one team themselves. There is that team who's trying to take the roof, and now you're going to see them try and relocate those crosshairs, but they're going to be comfortable underneath that building. They're shielded from a lot of the fire going down.
2 up to purple now for Scars. They've done the job of rising these Evo shields. As this circle closes, they just need to make sure they find a spot within it. $250,000, $250,000, or just over so, potentially here in this final circle, if they can manage to get through these 6 teams.
Taishin with the missile strike is going to do a lot of damage, and although they don't get the kills, that might give them to someone else, which means one more team eliminated. We're down to just 6 now, and Scars Europe have the opportunity here to write themselves into Apex Legends history.
Not just Apex history, esports history. The amount of money they could win here would be absolutely unreal, life-changing amounts. And all they have to do is kill 5 other teams, but they have popped up on the kill feed for the first time. Other teams will know full well they're still here, but only 4 other teams they have to get through.
4 teams remaining. Scars desperately hoping that no one's going to be there to take advantage, but there is one player, and now Mandy and Taishin have to do something that only miracles could believe to stay alive here. They do so for now, but now they've lost RPR, their Wraith, and alerted the rest of the lobby. This could be the end here for Scars.
Surely 303 in this. Yes, they do. Paradise comes in. He'll take down 1. They have to take advantage of a weak Scars. The rest of the lobby needs to gang up here on Scars. Cannot allow them to just maintain and try and survive as a 2. And you can see all the teams trying to get involved, trying to mop up the pieces of Scars Europe. Mandy is the last remaining player as a Gibby. He goes down. We're going to Game 7.
We are going to a Game 7. 303 Esports with the high IQ play to make sure they took out Scars. And now 303, who recently won a game, of course, taking out Scars in the final moments once again. Right, a page in history that Scars will not want to see. 303 in the kryptonite at the moment to Scars, as now Endeavor moving down from that high ground and found themselves a place to play.
Now you've seen Scars drop out, you take advantage, you try and get closer to match point yourself. We have a lot of teams here who are quite low down in the leaderboards, but a big game with a lot of KP, you can push yourself up and just get closer and closer to that match point possibility. We've already seen 303 win a game, but they're still 27 points off of that match point. So they'd still need a lot of kills alongside a victory here as this circle begins to close and carnage about to unfold.
A few seconds of calm just before all of these teams are forced in by the zone. Blast will get a knock here for Endeavor. They're going to move. They might be able to take roof control here, which would be absolutely vital towards the end game. Unfortunately, Noisy is going to have to slide off as Blast will finish off that KP. 303, of course, going to be sniffing around inside of the building, waiting for their moment to strike, and here it comes. The portal's going to go down. It goes for the kidnap. I'm not sure if he caught someone. It doesn't look like they did, but now they're going to have a portal up to the roof. The final moments of this game as we're down to just 2 teams.
They can't enter because of the portals as well. They're just going to have to do as much damage as possible here and maybe try and take the high ground. There's the first knock though. 343 fall, and Endeavor take their first game here. Champions of game number 6, but the big story is we're going to a game number 7.
303 Esports so close to getting the job done there at the end, but they did the job for the rest of the lobby. They took out Scars, but it's Endeavor, the UK lineup, who managed to get the job done. And just when you thought we might be closing in on crowning a champion, we've got another game to bring you down. But that is the kind of excitement that Matchpoint brings. 2 different teams on Matchpoint, playing that circle a little bit different. Scars getting so close but not quite getting the job done.
And all it took was one team, one roaming Wraith to say, hey, who is that over there? Oh, let's go have a little poke. And as soon as we saw one member of Scars go down, the rest of the lobby said, we need to take them out. And that's exactly what happened. Unfortunately, it's not going to be their time just yet. But I'm still keeping a keen eye on Scars because they are a very, very terrifying team when it comes to end circles.
Scars looking really, really dangerous. Fire Beavers as well. The question is, has anyone else joined them now on match point? It's time for us to find out. We're going to go back to the desk. Kate, take it away.
Thank you, Ansa. Thank you, Gaskin. Of course, that hype was real, as we definitely had a theory. Maybe this could be the end, but no, they said that is not how we play. 303 coming in with that creep. I got to ask, GG to 303, or excuse me, to Endeavor, apologies. But I do want to say, Tom, let's start with this. If you have your team in match point, two match point eligible teams, and they are doing the same thing. They're ratting their team. They're getting as few kills as possible. They're keeping under the radar. But now what happens when the match point eligibility field grows?
RPR just got a little anxious. It's tough. It's brutal. And the lesson was learned very fast in that instance because he's trying to add pressure over towards the side, focus the other teams towards each other, but he realizes probably halfway through his clip, I can't get a knock here. If I knock this player, then everyone's going to know which side of the map that we're on, which gun we're using. And then literally all four teams are going to stop what they're doing, take them out, and then continue. And it's like that happened without them even being in the kill feed. So it's just really unfortunate. They didn't get the bubble down. They didn't get the defensive bombardment down. There was no attempt at a res, and that's just things falling apart right there for Scars, unfortunately.
Unfortunately, indeed. Glitter, let's take a look at that final moment, but let's really showcase Endeavor and their stinky goodness in that late game.
Yeah, I know. Not only were they able to make sure that they put as much damage on top of this building as they could, but once they realized they couldn't push through, they had a surprising amount of throwables still available at their disposal to put in against 303. Now, to be fair, though, 303 is starting to have a serious comeback. I mean, they just won the last game and now a second place finish here. So that, once again, it's just more teams that are trying to put themselves into the running.
Absolutely, and I will say, Tom, that round 5 building massacre was certainly something that helped propel the late game teams to where they are today.
It really was. There was a lot of action happening over towards that side, and that whole time I'm like, this is so good for Scars. I'm thinking they're going to have this in the bag. I thought they're going to rat it out over towards the backhand side, and that just wasn't the case. They just got a little bit too anxious as we take a look at some of these highlights. And it's unfortunate for them that it's basically a 50-50 on which side of the building that it's going to pull on, and they had everything down to a T as we take a look at the Fire Beavers rotation that just didn't work out for them. And this was that building of death. They send it over towards the caustic gas. That ends up being a Qualix. They picked up a lot of points along the way, but Glitter's right. I mean, we got to look out for these teams that are playing consistent over towards the tail end here. We have Endeavor playing consistent. That's another top 3 for them, back-to-back games. And then we also have 303 being a very good force as well.
Yeah, absolutely. Glitter, let's expand on that a little bit, because as we've seen, consistency, the spice of life here. You can have great pop-off games, but if you don't have those consistent points, you come out kind of like Gambit, unfortunately. And we saw this in the group stage and here as well, where they're either at the top or out early.
Yeah, and we had even said last time around just how consistent Scars was. I mean, Gambit, we've seen Gambit struggling here today, but Scars, I mean, we're going to be seeing them here towards the end of these moments. I almost feel like them being forced into a situation where they had to be passive, it was outside of what they want, their comfort zone. It wasn't what they wanted to do. We've seen, how solid they were when they're able to play the game the way that they want to, and being forced into a position where they're not allowed to take the engagements they want to take because of the fact that the entire lobby will turn on them, really threw off their game.
And it's so true, Glitter, because these players, they play so much, right? But how often are you in a match point format where you have to kind of rat it out, play a little bit differently, unorthodox? It goes against everything that you're used to. You're typically playing aggressive, trying to wipe the lobby. At this point, you're just trying to stay off the kill feed. And that's why I love the listening that we had right there. You can't emphasize that enough. And the more teams that get on a match point, the easier it is to kind of lose track of what's going on. So while we're still at this point where there was only 2 teams on there, all focus is going to be on them. They already saw that Fire Beavers was eliminated early. All eyes are going to be on Scars. And you can see they kind of just froze. They're like, oh man, we don't know what to do here. We lost a player. Can we rat it as 2? No. All 4 teams collapsing immediately.
Collapse, collapse, collapse. That layer cake, that souffle has done collapsed on itself. But let's talk about what the math says, because we've got those game results ready. Oh, this is where we have the fun moments. Okay, Endeavor, coming in hot with double digits, but a relatively even lobby outside of that. But you know what? Listen, Endeavor, they needed these points, and boy, did they get them.
Yeah, it's impressive. I mean, Endeavor, Yapirs as well. I mean, Yapirs started out really slow. They were in last place for quite some time. They started to really pick it up. Top Dogs has been consistent. I'm interested to see the overall results, though, because we've been on 2 teams for quite some time. You know who's been hard stuck? Gambit. Gambit's been stuck for a while, and I've been looking forward to them kind of bumping it up. But hey, Glitter, underrated, got their point.
And that's, you know what, and it was literally only the 1 point. So once again, it just emphasizes how important 1 point can be, how it can make or break something, because they went out with only 1 KP, and at least it got them to their match point situation. But like you were saying, Gambit is kind of really hard stuck at 41 right now. Endeavor and Aqualix both moving up the list. Look at the increase in placement for Endeavor after that match.
It's huge.
Absolutely.
I mean, keep in mind the amount of money that's up for grabs here. We know $250,000 is up for first. All of these players want first, but look at what Endeavor just did, just like Glitter's talking about, to skyrocket, to give yourself a chance at that 250, but also to just get over that hump, right? Where you could say, okay, we're in the big money now. We're pushing 6 figures as a team. That's a feel-good moment.
Absolutely. And you know what, Tom? I think it's spot on, because we sometimes forget. We keep this big $260,000 number in our mind for obvious reasons, but you're still getting triple digits if you're second. You're still getting incredible money if you're third. And the reality is that once we get to match point, they have to win the game to take it. And guess what? It could be the lower of those points. And then once we find out who won, that's when the point totals really impact who's coming home with that second place, that third place. And Tom, I gotta say, I gotta imagine, I'm gonna go back to your former pro days, because I want you to tell me, kind of go back into this, because we've seen some of the mentality shift, as you mentioned, shift their play style simply for the strategy that Matchpoint offers. What kind of other culture, what kind of other mentality changes do you have when you were under the hot lights, the pressure that a prize pool and a title like this can really showcase?
It takes a couple of games or 2 to adjust, and unfortunately, that's when the other teams start to catch up, and that's where this thing just gets so interesting. I love the format that we have, and you really can't count anybody out. But now that a third team is kind of introduced, again, that makes things just a little bit more difficult to keep track for the rest of these players. Now they're like, okay, not just Fire Beavers, not just Scars, we got to watch out for underrated as well. And if you're one of these teams that are on match point, you learned a lot by watching what happened to Scars right there.
You did indeed. Well, let's take a look at remind you that you can vote. You can be a part of this vote for our ALGS MVP powered by Monster Energy. And for that, we want to make sure we put up this graphic. This will show you all of the hashtags for all of the players. And that is going to be what you're going to need to do. Go ahead and take that player hashtag, that player name, and use the hashtag ALGS Monster Energy MVP. We want your voice to be heard. We want our community to have that voice, to have that vote count. So make sure in our Twitch feed, in our YouTube live feed, or of course on our Twitter, make your voice heard. We want to hear who you are going for here for our Monster Energy MVP, because that is another hotly contested race, to be sure. You know what? I think this is a good time to take a look back, because we've seen some incredible gameplay across the board. This is a little segment we like to call a rewind. So especially if you're one of those players that are watching now that are looking to up your own game, looking to learn for some pros, and really looking to dive deep into some of the game mechanics, well, we got you. Take a look.
Welcome to Rewind, where we break down the most memorable plays from the ALGS to learn from the pros and show you what makes them great.
TSM's in a very good position, right? Things are going to get insane. It's going to be a crazy finish. The team's going to have to traverse across open grounds.
And this week, great is spelled with 3 letters, NRG, as we rewind Game 7 of the North American Winter Circuit Finals. In this final game, 4 teams are on match point: Counterlogic Gaming, TSM, Solafide, and NRG, each poised to take it all. Round 1 was all about choosing your battles, as 2 of the qualified teams, NRG and CLG, found themselves shoulder to shoulder in the tunnels north of Skyhook and Survey Camp. And while taking out another of the match point eligible teams may seem like a no-brainer, these two play it safe, electing to hunker down instead of engaging. We fast forward to round 3, where playing it safe wasn't an option for Solafide. They become the first of the 4 match point eligible teams to engage another squad, taking out 2 of the 3 members of Rare Excellence, netting some kill points and getting them one step closer to winning it all. Meanwhile, the TSM squad, holding onto the northeast edge of the circle, find themselves mano-a-mano with KSZ. But the dreams of the newly minted Cloud9 roster are quickly dashed, as Imperial Hal shows off Octane's mobility with a quick rotation and his own skills with the Spitfire to finish the fight. Rotation was also on the mind of CLG, as they emerged from the tunnels only to come face to face with complexity. It was the battle of Hunker Hill, as CLG traded EVA 8 shots with the Autumn Circuit champs. And though the fighting would heat up, the round would ultimately go to the match point eligible CLG. The rotation wasn't as kind to Solafide, as their attempt resulted in a skirmish with fellow match point eligible team, NRG. A fight that would see Nathan from NRG knocking Solafide's Resulta, who was later finished off by Team Liquid's Abraleli. Talk about a third party. 12 teams remain, as TSM and CLG position themselves nicely on the edge of the circle, setting them up for some late-game bloodshed. With 40 seconds left until the ring closes, NRG decided to make their way out of the tunnel and start the push. But with only 2 blues and a white between them, the state of their Evo shields could spell disaster. Meanwhile, Solafide proves you can't sleep on their squad, as Resulta manages to respawn with a mobile beacon, and the team takes up arms in an ideal position. And just like that, all qualified teams are back in action, at full strength and ready to take the circle by storm. Round 4 sees CLG try to take advantage of their less than favorable high ground position, as Madness does some long distance damage with his charge rifle, while the circle creeps in ever closer. At the end of round 4, that elusive final circle is revealed, as teams begin to get in position for their final chance at greatness. The rotation is crucial for all of the match point eligible teams, including CLG, whose great positioning throughout the game is tested once again with the final circle pull. Then, as if on cue, NRG releases the Dogs of War, as Sweet proves his skills with a Mastiff are enough to catapult him to the title of Kill Leader, with 6 kills to his name. In the midst of the chaos, Solafide is eliminated. With 3 of the final 4 teams on match point, the stage is set for an explosive finish. But the fight doesn't stop there for CLG. First to drop is Lou. Then, Vaxlon's 1 HP forces the squad to retreat, leaving their chances of victory entirely up to Madness. Despite a hail of enemy gunfire, Madness manages to hold off the onslaught, giving CLG a chance to reset. Meanwhile, reps from TSM take out Kubsky from Flashpoint. And with that, the final teams are set for a showdown.
Whoever wins this game wins the tournaments. Let's go, boys. It's us, CLG, and TSM.
But only one could be named Winter Circuit Champions.
So all 3 squads remain. Our teams are match point eligible. It comes up there. The final game is NRG is going to push against TSM.
The first moves come from NRG with a push towards TSM.
Watching the other team. Other team rapping on me!
The 2 exchange unpleasantries before NRG pulls back to heal up and avoid being third-partied by CLG. The moment of pause gives NRG a chance to move to high ground, as TSM and CLG use some shield batteries to get back to full strength. Everyone knows now is the time as the final circle closes in. NRG takes advantage of their position to send a barrage of grenades at TSM.
Nice!
As Rocker knocks Imperial Hal off his with a frag, and reps with an EVA 8. The circle lights up as abilities fly and ultimates are unleashed. CLG makes their move towards a battered TSM, and NRG makes the call to engage. TSM breathe their last breath as Rocker throws the ever-effective late-game Gibby bubble, and the fight reaches a fever pitch. As if choreographed by the Apex legends themselves, NRG pushes CLG on the low ground in a masterclass of gunfire and patience. The shots were true, the fighting swift, but in the end, the squad from NRG Esports would take out Panorlogic Gaming.
NRG is going to be your champion.
Take the title of Winter Circuit Champions.
ALGS Champions.
You don't get to a finals match in the ALGS without some talent and guts, and each of our qualified teams have those in spades. But it was the NRG squad that demonstrated their prowess by taking advantage of the terrain to rotate.
Let's go this way. No, we're fine. Go down low. Go down low. We need to get on this rock.
Their abilities to bombard, their comms to organize.
I need light ammo. I
have no light. I have none.
And their skills in a team fight to come out on top when it mattered most. GG to the ALGS North American Winter Circuit Champions, NRG. Until next time, when you see a great play that you want to watch again, remember, you can always rewind.
And of course, champs spelled NRG there. Tom, a North American team and a nice, interesting look, but certainly something to look out for tomorrow.
Tomorrow's going to be so hyped, but did anyone notice that that game ended on Game 7? And what game are we going into, Glitter?
Oh, are you going to speak it into the universe right now?
It could be happening. We'll see.
Love it, Tom. That's perfect. Here we go. You know what? You heard it here first, and I'm not going to disagree. So in that case, we are going to head over to our casters right after this, but make sure to stay tuned. We're coming into game number 7. Could this be the end? We'll find out soon. We'll be right back.
Hey guys, Rain Day here talking about my favorite laptop right now, the Lenovo Legion 7i. The thing I love about this the most is that it's a gaming PC. It's a beast of a gaming PC, but I can take it anywhere, whether I'm at home, whether I'm out getting my coffee at my favorite coffee shop, or whether I'm even on the beach in beautiful San Diego where I live. This thing is the perfect laptop for people who want to be a little more subtle, but also get their game on. That's why it's my everyday carry.
Increasingly difficult for Cooler, who's going to have to make this rotation. They're going to heal up, and they're going to have to go. And no Gibraltar on this Cooler squad, so they're not going to have any cover. It's going to be a brutal rotation for Cooler with 3 squads remaining, but they find a way to sneak out. Yuki's got to be a little bit careful here. It's just a matter of time. Na'Vi, in my opinion, currently the best positioned team to win this game, but we got Magicians nearby as well.
Magicians right down below. Na'Vi has angles on them. Wow, he puts him down to 1 HP, actually taking Maliwan down over here. That's 2 down from Magicians. Magicians isn't going to survive for much longer, so it's going to be Na'Vi against Cooler. There's still 1 left alive on Magicians, still 3 squads left remaining. Na'Vi's going to jump down, try and finish off Cooler. Nice shots with the 301 by Max Strafe, and this game is almost about done, and Na'Vi is the champion of Game 3, clearing up both of the squads below. That's got to be a lot of kill points, Fallout.
That's right. Angles for days, and that's the name of the game for Na'Vi. They're able to take their angles so incredibly well from high ground. Welcome back, everybody, from a very short break to game number 7 of our EMEA Championship Finals of the ALGS. Fallout here alongside Girl as we get ready for game 7, and that means we have 3 teams match point eligible now. Girl, it'll be interesting.
It is going to be interesting. Both of the last match point games, I've been on the edge of my seat. It looked like Scars was going to win that last game. It looked like Fire Beavers was going to win the one in Train until the zone pulled. So I'm really excited to see what happens in this next game. There's about 9 teams that have 40 points or over right now. So there's going to be so many teams coming up in match point as this tournament prolongs.
Yeah, that's the craziest part to me. I mean, Aqualix in 4th place at 45 points, all the way down. I would honestly include Yapirs in 16th place with 26 points. Any of those teams within a 12-team range can pop off, can get to match point eligible. And we saw that last game. I mean, Endeavor was in 16th place going into last game. They have a huge game. Now they're tied with Aqualix in 4th and 5th place. I mean, honestly, at this point, it is so neck and neck in these grand finals that anyone can make it to that match point. But one thing I've also noticed, teams are doing such a good job at griefing the match point teams. We saw it with Fire Beavers in their first game. We saw it with Scars right there as Yapirs was able to shut them down. I have a feeling we are in for the long haul. I think you predicted 9 games, right, girl?
Yep, I predicted 9 games. Did you predict 11?
I just threw 11 out there. I'm feeling it right now. I don't know why, but I think we're gonna be here for the long haul.
I think that a lot of these top teams have been making it to end game, so it's going to be a lot harder to grief another team once there's so many teams in match point. But, you know, the more the merrier. I'd love to see more games go on today.
Yeah, my 11-game prediction was, kind of off the walls. But you know what? We got to shake things up a little bit here. I think realistically, 8, maybe 9 games. I like your prediction at 9. Could be possible here. We're going into Game 7 right now with only 3 teams eligible. And that's a pretty low amount of teams relative to past championship finals that we've seen. Typically at this point, we'll see 4, maybe 5 teams match point eligible. Right now, it's only 3. And again, that's because of the even point distribution across the board. Something tells me in North America tomorrow, we'll see something completely different, as it's kind of interesting how things have flipped. NA used to be pretty well distributed. EU used to be very top heavy, and that's kind of flipped. NA is so top heavy right now versus EU. There's so many teams across Europe and EMEA that can perform at any given moment.
Wow, I'm taking a look at the map right now, and it looks like the solo queue goats are very close to Les Cités de France on Skyhook. So it looks like Larabinu might be in trouble soon if Zippeth and Shiv decide to look his way, but they typically don't end up fighting off drop. They like to loot up. They like to get their trials loot before moving on. And that's why you see those two, when they rotate, you see them collide so often because they're rotating from the same position. Now moving on to Fire Beavers. Now take a look at the map. Countdown and Lava Fisher.
Yeah, Countdown, Lava Fisher finish. Trainyard slightly in there as well. So this is a fairly good zone for Fire Beavers. Again, after deciding to change their comps in game number 5, they went back to Loba in game 6 and 7, what's worked well for them. And here's one thing, girl, I'd love to get your take on, as things are a little slow here to start. A lot of teams, you heard from Scars last game, are intentionally playing for the match point win. So they're intentionally not getting kills, not playing their play style, not playing aggressive to try and win the game. A team like Scars, they're known for playing edge. They're known for playing aggressive and fighting for kills. Do you think that's going to cost them? Do you think that that's the wise decision? Because in my eyes, why not continue to play the way you play? Because you never know how late this thing is going to go, and you always want to try and fight for top 3, top 4 finishes. What do you think the best way to play is?
So I think it's a wise decision for these past 2 games, but now that there are 3 teams on match point and potentially further after this game, if the tournament continues, I think it's okay to play the same way you have been, because it's going to be harder for teams to focus you, and if they do end up focusing you, another team could potentially win. So later on, most teams are just going to go for the win instead of targeting other teams and throwing their game. That's what I personally think anyways.
Yep. That's a great point. It's kind of dynamic. It's not a static, black and white answer. But depending on what game it is, how many teams are match points, how you should kind of play that out. And I think that's a great point. If there's 2 teams alive with match point, or 2 teams in the lobby with match point, you want to stay a little more stealth. Once there's 5, 6 teams, it's not like every single team can be griefed at once. You can play a little more loose, that's for sure. But you wonder, in those 2 games where you're playing a little more stealthy, are you sacrificing kill points? Or are you putting yourself in a scary spot? Because Fire Beavers, Scars, they were well ahead against the rest of the lobby, and teams are slowly but surely starting to narrow that gap.
So one thing to consider is that they are playing some games without getting any kill points like they normally do. And if these teams end up catching up, they could potentially take their position in the leaderboard. So if one team decides to win on match point, they could lose their 2nd place seed and go to 3rd, 4th, maybe even 6th place, depending on how many teams advance ahead of them.
And by the way, that's the difference between 50, then 30, then $15,000 from 2nd to 3rd to 4th to 5th. So every single placement counts, which is why every single kill counts, which is why I want to kind of bring that up and talk about different strategies, different viable ways to play here. As we just saw Navi get knocked by New Esports, and now News Crypto is just scouting the area, seeing, hey, is this something we want to push? Meanwhile, the bread and butter strat that's been coming through for Fire Beavers, leverage Loba for quick loot with Black Market over in Fragment West, and then leverage Valkyrie for a quick rotation to get one of the best positions, and they're going to do exactly that. Great positioning here for the Fire Beavers. Meanwhile, Aqualix finds himself in the fight against Navi.
Kuya is currently down. They're in a 3v2 situation. Yuki almost went down for free there. Luckily, surviving with 1 HP. They get Crypto EMP. They're losing their armors. Navi's gonna have to heal up here and recover. Kuya is currently down. It's gonna be hard to retrieve that banner.
Yeah, I don't think they're gonna be able to. And that's also the Aqualix special, is finding the best position and the best place to rotate and then just bullying their way in. One thing to keep in mind, it's not just coincidence. You don't just kind of blindly rotate and say, hey, where am I going to end up today? These teams have strats. They have power positions that they typically like to hold, and the top teams know which power positions other top teams like to hold. So for Nasky and the Aqualix squad, they love holding that basement here over towards Lava Fissure, and they just bullied their way in. Getting that kill on Navi, they're going to be very, very content, especially with Caustic. That's one of the best positions for them to hold here in the late game.
Yeah, and that's going to be a hard position to push because you're in such a secluded area in the map here. As Taskmaster gets some flash shots on a team nearby, Shiv FPS goes down to Jazaz there, and that doesn't look so good for Solo Q Goats.
That's right. Solo Q Ghost tends to have been kind of hit or miss in this lobby. They've had some ridiculously good games, performing very, very well, and they have had some games where they've been a little bit more quiet. But overall, I've been impressed. They've gotten a 2nd place finish, 8th, 6th, 10th place finish, but then more recently 15th and 2nd place finish. Of course, last game, or sorry, 12th place finish. Last game they got 12th with 9 kills though, so that was a good pop off for them. They need 10 points right now at 40 points to qualify here, but it's looking a little slow for them.
Yeah, unfortunately for them, they did lose Shiv there. Navi not looking so good. Max Drake, last one alive with the flatline, doing some massive damage, but Yuki with that Mastiff just finishing him off.
There it is. Again, that's the Aqualix special, bullying their way into the best position that they think is in the lobby. And of course, with Caustic, you can take those close range fights, especially given it was a 3v2 right there. Not much that Max Strafey and the Navi squad can do. So Navi coming into this game in 6th place with 43 out of this lobby. They're the first team eliminated, and Aqualix will be the bearers of the fruit.
Yeah, and they only need 5 points, so they've been able to secure their 3 points. They're in a very good position. If a team wanted to grief them now, it would be the time, but I doubt it. I doubt anyone's going to focus a team that's not on match point right now.
Yep. Meanwhile, we're jumping on board with Scars. Again, similar kind of meta for them. Any team that runs Valkyrie either runs that one of 2 ways, takes their time to loot, and then uses Valkyrie ult to rotate, or loots quickly and uses that Valkyrie ult to rotate extra quick to get one of the better positions. Scars is the former here, as they're going to be rotating through after looting the majority of Overlook on the northeast side of the map. They'll be posting up at this choke and at this kind of position here on train tracks. We'll just be chilling for now as they just settle in to their late game. Meanwhile, Underrated, another team that's been quite hit or miss, started so strong with a 1st place finish and 17 kills. Since then, girl, they've had 2 20th place finishes, so have really, really slowed down, and that's been kind of a continued story we've talked about. Kind of hit or miss, high risk, high reward is their team comp with Revenant.
Absolutely, and they are the only Revenant team playing in the EMEA region, so when someone sees that Revenant, they're likely to push them and kill them. But they're rotating now. They're on the edge of zone. Let's listen in. Let's take a listen in and see what they're going to do next.
There might be a team waiting, so we should wait around the corner. Don't show us more. Don't expose too early.
I'm waiting you. You're far again.
Yeah, I am. I need to syringe wait. Or should I wait? Should I not
Here
syringe?
when we get out.
Oh, okay, go.
I don't see nothing.
I hear people shooting on the right. Like,
I hear up here.
Yep.
I'll keep on going and check it
out. They're on the right.
There's a team on the head, team on the rock. The charge.
Alright.
We can go back around if you want.
Yeah.
Back and pad.
Yeah, pad.
Stop shooting us in there, please. They know it's us now, so yeah.
It's fine. We have time.
We're chilling.
Someone
up here.
Yeah, I heard people on Dorito.
Okay.
Wait, what do you say? It's Team Dorito?
Dorito. He's on Dorito. Yes, he's on Dorito.
This split, because the Wraith's playing the rock above.
You can play right here and push. You go.
He's running. Just work on him. Oj då. The blue backpack there.
He's there.
You know what my favorite thing about underrated listens are? It's always hearing Horizon calling to push someone. This guy is one of the most aggressive players in ALGS, always trying to take fights. The controller player in Horizon. Been so impressed by him and his rise on this underrated squad since the late summer circuit last summer, actually towards July, August time frame is when Horizon really leapt on to the scene and started performing so incredibly well. Since then, this underrated team has kind of been a staple, but continues to kind of be slept on as an underrated squad that either performs so well or, you know, typically is in the kind of the lower parts of the top 20. Again, kind of hit or miss as a squad overall.
Yeah, one of the most underrated squads. Yeah, nobody really considers them as a top 5 team, but they have performed incredibly well. Sometimes they get those 17 kill game wins. They've been around for a while. They've been playing together. They're a strong team. Obviously, they made it to the EMEA Championships. And one thing to note about Horizon is he brings a lot of great vibes when you're playing with him. He's always so hyper. He's so fun to play with. I've had the pleasure of playing with actually everyone on the squad before, so I can speak. They're all phenomenal players.
Love it. One of our 3 teams on match point right now, but keep in mind they are using Revenant. So that'll kind of help have them stick out like a sore thumb. Teams will see them, will automatically know. That's one of our 3 teams on match point. Can you just imagine, though, the pressure, the feelings of saying, hey, if we win this game, we can win $260,000. You can imagine the thought process, the nerves that go into that. You just can't even think about that. You just got to treat it like another game.
Yeah, you're absolutely right about that. You just have to treat it as a single game. You're competitive already. It's in your blood to compete. Just try and win this. Whether you have 50 points right now or 70 or 100 points, you just got to win. That's all you have to focus on.
That's right. As things are staying a little slow here on round number 2, we'll take the time just to explain to anyone watching, maybe the first time watching competitive Apex. Really, a lot of our teams can be defined as one of 2 play styles, either fighters or survivalists is kind of a generic way to put it. The more, I think, on-brand term to put it is either you play for fast rotation or you play for a slow rotation, you play edge. Or placement versus kills, a couple different ways or flavors in which you can call it. Some teams like to rotate very, very fast, find one of the most favorable positions in the zone, and then post up. They'll tend to play Caustics, or back in the day, of course, Watson was the very popular meta. Teams that like to play Edge, well, you'll see them run Octane, you'll see them run Bloodhound, you'll see them run a lot more aggressive team compositions. Those are the kind of 2 various play styles, and again, to kind of bring it to life here, Aqualix is one team that we talk about often as an early rotate type of squad. And then, of course, on the flip side, we saw Scars, we saw Underrated, we've seen Alliance. They like to play Edge, they like to play kills. And then you have some teams like Gambit that can kind of play a hybrid.
Yeah, and Fire Beavers, I would say, is one of those teams that like to rotate early. They're always getting great positions when I see them. Underrated, though, we're taking a look at them, and they're doing the really wide rotation, as you've seen. So they're taking in a lot of storm damage. They are completely trying to avoid any team around them. They do have jump pads, so they will be able to try and escape this team, but it's Gambit. Gambit trying to take away that jump pad from them.
Yep. Leave it to Gambit to be gatekeeping right now. Keeping this underrated squad just hunting. This is one team in Gambit that will not let you survive. Hardeki, of course, leading the way. They're going to push this. They want this kill. They want somebody. They don't even know that it's underrated, I don't think, and they still just want to play aggressive here. They've had a slow past few games. They're probably frustrated by that. But then we know Gambit can turn on the gas pedals really, really easily. They got 17th and 14th place in the last 2 games. It tells me this will be a pop-off game for them.
They definitely know it's underrated because they're the only team playing Revenant right now, so they're very happy about this. They're taking a lot of damage, but they're able to heal up. So Underrated is able to heal up, but they're not able to escape the grips of Gambit here. So Gambit's going to chase them, try and get the kills. Playing Edge and securing these kills on match point teams is incredibly important. And they're doing a great job.
That's right, but they will let Underrated survive for now. How many resources have Underrated had to leverage just to get to this point? All of the syringes to get through to the zone as they were eating zone damage, and now all the way around getting tagged up by Gambit. They're going to have to use a lot of their shield resources, so it's looking a little slow, a little scary for them. Meanwhile, one of our other 2 top 3 match point teams, Scars, and of course alongside Fire Beavers, Scars right now find themselves themselves in a pretty favorable spot. In zone, this is one of our multinational teams, one of our fan favorite teams. You got RPR, the Croatian. We'll keep a close eye on them. Meanwhile, here comes the push from Hardeki. They want this fight, and they're going to take it here. Great Peacekeeper shot to kick things off. That's 160 damage done by Hardeki to start. Connects for a second. Paradis is going to get actually knocked. ASCII right after the Hardeki and Gambit special. Finding teams, taking those 3v3 spots, and just wiping the entirety of a squad. Nice job right there from Gambit.
Astonishing. Well played by them. Full team wipe. It was so clean. And now moving on to Flavor of the Month that are trying to attempt to do the same thing. And that's Gambit that they're looking at. There's a few squads around here. So now you're going to have to be really careful. If it's not a clean team wipe, you don't want to do it.
That's right. They're going to back out for now. Flavor of the Month in 15th place with 28 points. It's currently well behind their expectations as the winter circuit champions and as a team that started off really strong. Taylor goes for the kidnap though. Is he going to connect? No, does not. ASCII though, taking out some members of Totem at the top right of your screen. We'll keep a close eye on that kill feed, trying to keep you guys up to speed here in this game. This could be the last game as we have 2 teams on match point. Sorry, 3 teams, all 3 teams still alive, I believe. Flavor of the Month here, pushing up, and we're going to jump on board with Underrated. One of those 3 teams, you're going to be finding themselves in a 3v3 fight. Dazzo goes down, so all up to K-Swinney and Horizon. Keep in mind, they're showing up in the kill feed here. K-Swinney knocked. It's going to be Endeavor that shuts down Underrated.
Brain unfortunately went down, but great thing that they have the portal and they have the caustic to secure the portal. So he's going to pop that trap. Unfortunately, gets that trap popped off, and now going for the syringe heal, the slow heal. Moving on to Flavor of the Month. They got 1 knock. Can they get another knock here? Gibraltar goes down, and there they go. Full team wipe. Flavor of the Month trying to get those points that they need to come back into this tournament.
Indeed. As we switch on over to the Fire Beavers, Flavor of the Month looking good. Aqualix looking good. Endeavor looking good. Endeavor, of course, in 5th place with 45 points. They just got 3 kill points, and if they can get 1 more placement threshold, they will get 2 points in placement. They will qualify. That is Endeavor. We'll see if that's the case, though, if they can clutch it up and stay alive. Meanwhile, Scars and Fire Beavers are 2 match point teams still alive with 13 squads remaining. 9imps, though, is going to get knocked by Vifes of Alliance and taken out by RPR ultimately, as we have Fire Beavers down to only 2 players remaining, Taskmaster and Sunset.
Yeah, and Scars has shown themselves on the map, so some teams should be aware of where they are. They see the solo queue goats right behind them in a favorable position. Endeavor not looking too well. Blast taking a lot of damage. May be able to pop this battery off before he gets pushed. Another trap goes through. eBay shots coming through, but not enough. Carry Rubik with the Prowler. Absolute strong, great work.
I didn't see where Noises is of Endeavor, but if he can survive long enough to break in to the 2nd points threshold to get 2 points from placement, no, he'll get taken out. I don't believe they'll get the 2nd point. I'm not sure. We'll, of course, try and verify that if we can. They get 13th, and I can't remember if that's 2 points or 1. They did get 3 kills, so we'll see if that's enough. We'll let the leaderboard speak for themselves after the game, as we see post-kill taking out Balanji of 3rd Impact, who's been the quietest team of this tournament. Really surprising, as they were streaking big time back during the summer and autumn circuit. Alliance still alive with 12 squads remaining. Could this be the game that Alliance needs to break into match point? They need to get through this team first. Great shot put in by IPM, but he's last alive. Will just skirt his way out as Valkyrie tagged up significantly, and Alliance is going to have another poor game here.
Unfortunate. IPN couldn't do the clutch that he needed to do, but he has able to escape, and there's 11 squads, so maybe some placement points for them. New Esports going to clean this up. No, they actually get traded off here, and no one's looking at Scars right now. That is not good.
Scars is in a great position, center zone right now with great shields, great loot to close this one out. Can they do it is the question. Yapir's going to take out T-Rex in the kill feed here and on screen. Currently with great shields, 2 fully leveled up Evoed shields. Yapir's has really swung into full force here in Game 7 when they certainly needed to, with 26 points and 7 squads remaining. You saw RPR get another kill, so everyone in the lobby knows right now that Scars is still alive, but can they stop them is the question, because this Scars team has looked so freaking good all tournament long.
They have such a wide amount of space to play. They're playing so incredibly well. RPR is playing up top. Mandy's playing down low. They have the whole zone to themselves, it seems. But when it comes down to it, they should end up playing together, because once a 3v3 comes in, they're going to be in danger being that split apart.
As our thoughts have certainly been with Denmark's Christian Eriksen after a tragic fall in the UEFA tournament, we now keep an eye on the other Danish individual, aka Mandy of the Scars squad, as he's looking to pick up a win for Denmark here. On board now with Piers, Terry Rubik, alongside OJ, and PKMK. All three still alive in a great position. 5 squads remaining here. This could be the final game in game number 7, with Scars still in the best position overall. High ground to their name. Might have to drop it here as Ultimate's going to come through and tag them up significantly. Piers finds himself in a tough fight against Solo Q Goats. It's going to be Shiv going huge after getting knocked at the beginning of this game. Shiv is back, but PKMK trying to clutch up. He's going to get taken out. Shiv is the last member alive. Drops the smoke to keep himself alive, but for how long is the question. And for every squad that gets taken out here, girl, that opens up the door for Scars to close this game out.
It looks like the game for Scars here. That's 2 big teams eliminated from this. They almost have 0 opponents to fight now. 4 squads left, only 9 people remaining. If they can kill this team, they're looking really good for the big win for the championships.
So well positioned is Scars right now. RPR, Mandy, and Taishin, the German, on board with them right now as Mandy's going to put some great shots through. Sitting on top of high ground and just raining down on everyone in the lobby right now is RPR and Co. But Shiv says something about it. He takes out 0-0. So you're targeting the wrong team right now. You want to focus Scars. Scars is actually going to back out, bubble up, and just reset and heal. They are chilling right now in a great position to close this one out, girl.
Everyone needs to put their firepower onto Scars right now, but Scars notices that they're getting shot from all different angles. Shiv trying to do God's work here by taking down one of Scars, but unfortunately wasn't able to do it, and it looks like one more team eliminated, and Shiv trying to do his absolute best to do some damage here, but oh my goodness, man, he's gonna be able to survive with a bat.
Mandy does such a good job surviving right there. If he gets knocked, that might be it for them. 2 squads remain. Scars versus Fire Beavers. Ladies and gentlemen, this is the final game of the EMEA ALGS Championship between Fire Beavers and Scars. Can Fire Beavers do the unthinkable in a 2v3? Scars has no idea where they are. I don't even know if they know who is alive, but they're going to go for a kidnap here. They're going to find them and use the portal to try and at least get some visibility. Doing a good job playing their angles and playing this slow. Recognizing they have the high ground, they have an advantage, and they can close this out here, girl.
Oh my goodness, and RPR comes in the back with the wingman. Perfect shots on Sunset. It's a 3 versus 1. They cannot lose
Brilliant
this,
plays.
and they are going in.
And just like that, ladies and gentlemen, Scars are your champions of the ALGS EMEA Championship. Congratulations to them. What a finish and what a performance from the multinational squad picked up by the Japanese organization in Scars, and what a showing. You can hardly believe what we just saw on screen. Every single game, they performed, they showed up, they rotated so incredibly well and played their team composition to perfection, girl.
Oh my goodness, nobody knew they were center zone that whole entire game, and no one was able to take them down. Shiv tried to do it, but unfortunately knocked someone on the wrong team there, and Scars ended up doing that 3 versus 2 there at the end. They played it perfectly. They were in the middle of the zone, but everyone fought around them, and nobody knew where they were.
Unbelievable. And for them to have to rotate all the way from Overlook on the far east side of the map all the way to the west side of the map for basically a max rotation and a max finish. Not only do they rotate quick, not only do they play Valkyrie to perfection, but they close it out in the late game when everyone in the lobby knew that they were still alive. They played so incredibly well. I cannot even imagine how hyped this squad is. Again, congratulations to Scars, the champions of ALGS in EMEA. That's going to be it for Girl and I here at the caster's desk. I'm going to go ahead and throw it back to our analyst to break it all down.
And thank you to Fallout, thank you to Girl, and thank you to Onset, and thank you to Gasket. Okay, here's the deal. Scars, winner, winner. This is how we do. Tom, Glitter, Tom will start us out. Just rain down that love.
I am so hyped. I'm still trying to catch my breath right there. I thought Shiv was just going to just dominate this lobby as the solo queue go over here as Bangalore, like Girl said, possibly doing God's work to shut these teams down. But how hype is it, Glitter? We have Scars, we have Fire Beavers duking it out. And once you see that advantage, you have to love that for Scars.
I was screaming at my monitor watching that go down, okay? No one could hear me, but I was losing my mind. Not to mention the fact that Scars they played it perfectly. I love the fact, like you said, Tom, that we got to see two teams that were on match point battling out there at the end. But I just... Does anybody realize how much money that was just for? Does anybody realize how life-changing that is for Scars? Are you kidding me? I talked about their consistency, and I said that that could be the factor that put them in that top position, and they just absolutely closed it out.
They did indeed, and Tom, I gotta say, like, one of the hardest things to do has got to be to change your strategy from going aggressive to holding back, and that's what Scars did incredibly well.
And sometimes the stars just align for you right there, where you go and you play a position that really is kind of unorthodox. It's not really a god spot. Under that bridge is pretty tough. You get griefed from a lot of different angles. They're able to make things work. The zone pulled in their favor. They go and take that high ground, and now they can play in their comfort zone. They can keep teams back. They can collapse, play to their natural ability, which got them this far to begin with.
Absolutely. I mean, let me ask this question. I've asked it a few times. Glare, we'll start with you. Who had your heart this time, and who was breaking your heart this time? We know Scars was obviously incredible. Personally, my broken heart for Fire Beavers. I had them, I love them, they're great. GG to Scars, of course, but coming just short.
I mean, same. We had mentioned Scars early on because they were one of those top teams coming out of groups. We had also mentioned Fire Beavers, so the fact that it ended up with those two there at the end in the final moments couldn't have been any more poetic and perfect. However, I mean, I don't even know that I could be sad. I mean, I am sad, but not. I mean, second place is still, that's an insane accomplishment, Tom.
And what's key is you got to start ending this thing soon, because there's a lot of good teams that are going to start creeping up. You can see Gambit was heating up, Aqualix was heating up, Endeavor was heating up, even your peers who was starting out in last place started to pick things up. And all of these teams are so evenly matched. All of these players want it so much that there comes a point in time where you have to make your big play, you have to make your big stand. And it's kind of poetic, because we saw after Game 6 that breakdown of what happened with NA, with CLG, TSM, and NRG. Well, we had a pretty similar situation just with two teams on match point, because Underrated, they got eliminated fairly early. So again, this was the moment where Scars gets up on top, and Shiv was doing so much work down here. I mean, this fight was ridiculous. You could see the strafing coming through, and there's a reason why people love watching Shiv stream. I mean, these moments right here where he's just clutching things out are what it's all about, and he's not even able to get his teammates back in. He was still just a one-man wrecking crew after that.
One-man wrecking crew. I like that, and I suspect he will as well. This is something that obviously we have seen these as a reminder, you know, and I think I like that Fallout called it out, which is Fallout call-out. Yep, we saw that already. Which is that they are a recently orged org. You know, a huge GG to them coming into this. Excuse me, Tom. I'm sorry, I'm verklempt. This thing happened today. We absolutely did.
A lot went on, okay? I understand if you're a little bit flustered here, Kate.
You know, and thank you. I appreciate that, because something to remember is that, and as I said at the very top of this show, this journey began long before we fired up the engines of our machines today. This started, Tom, more than a year ago. This is absolutely, they had to get ALGS points to get into the group stages, just to get in for a chance. And then once that happened, they had to find their way through an obnoxious group stage just to have a chance to make it through this scary lobby, Tom.
And it's so difficult to keep your cool throughout all of this, and that's exactly what they did. You could see the amount of fun that they had with the listen-ins too. They were collected the entire time. There it is, your Game 7 results. It ended in 7 games. We weren't sure how fast it would happen, because Fire Beavers with the hot start, Underrated with the hot start as well. But there it is, and they did it in style, Kate.
They did indeed, and I will say a reminder. This is very interesting. Of course, Fire Beavers. Sure, they got out at number 2. They almost, they were on match point as well, so they almost pulled it out. But here's the deal: their strat was, don't be seen. And you know what? We didn't see them. We didn't know at the end. It's possible Scars didn't even know who they were shooting at towards the end of that, Tom.
And unfortunately for Fire Beavers, they lost a player pretty early. And there you can see it, 90 points overall. Fire Beavers is going to take second. And look who snuck up there. Solo Q Goats actually takes third place.
Now, I was going to say, Glitter, this is one of those moments where you have to remember, we keep harping on this, but this is the reason why. Because points matter. Sure, getting to match point matters, and winning after that matters. But once you get past that number one, points matter, and we're seeing it. And wow, well done to Solo Q Goats. The difference between the prize money 6 places lower is got to be substantial.
Absolutely. I mean, and that's why it's important that even if you weren't going to take home the dub in that final match, you really boosted yourselves up the rankings. That's exactly what Solo Q Goats. Shiv held on for as long as he possibly could there at the end. But this also is kind of illustrative of what I was saying about Scars. We watched them play a match point game where they tried to play a little bit more passively. It didn't work out in their favor. You see them here, when they win, they still get 7 KP to close everything out. That's a solid performance. They are very, very deserving of this position right now.
For sure. Now, Tom, we saw, I mean, one of the storylines from today's competition has got to be going off meta with your team comps. Like, it makes it so much fun for us. I personally love to see that happen. You can add to some chaos. It can obviously showcase some holes and some different player abilities. And I think it's something we saw certainly on display in games 1 and 2, and a little bit less towards the end game. Talk to me a little bit about these comps and sort of the story that they told.
11 different legends were used through all of this. That just goes to show the state of Apex. It's in a great spot. The balance is amazing. Heck, we even saw some alternator shots being ripped over towards the side. We saw, Scout Mozambique, and Gaston's like, will they win with the Mozambique? And the Geyser game, that would have been pretty epic. And then everybody would have been running around in rank with a Mozambique probably at that point if you just watched someone win $250,000 with it. So kind of fortunate that didn't happen because I don't want my teammates running around with Scout Mozambique. But it was just a great day of Apex. And what an up and down for all of these players. And if you were a fan watching, oh man, that was intense.
Absolutely. Well, we have one of those intense moments here, brought to you by Lenovo Legion with our Lenovo Legion moment of the match. Let's take a look at the end game. It's absolutely the way Apex was meant to be played. Glitter, I mean, we've talked about this before, but bring me through. Just Apex brilliance here.
I mean, we saw this. We saw RPR try to do this. That Geyser finished as well. They were able to get so many angles. He did some damage from below, takes the portal back up, does some damage from above. They had such a solid split. They worked well as a cohesive unit. And like I said, so deserving for Scars.
So deserving indeed. Tom, what were the big, outside of our team comps changes and certainly some of these teams that are now the orgless versus the orged, we had so many storylines throughout groups. Curious what your thoughts, what are those big highlights for you here in this final game, now knowing what we do, having crowned that winner?
Well, first of all, congratulations to Scars. They killed it. But everybody really showcased how you could play certain legends. I mean, again, Shiv with Bangalore. We see the Crypto Caustic coming out. We see Revenant coming out for Underrated. It's a lot of fun to watch, and it makes it just, kind of unpredictable throughout all these situations. But there was also little meta mini games happening in terms of switching off Loba, for Fire Beavers and going on over to Wraith. Just a lot of small things that end up, making you realize that there's so much more that goes on. There's so much preparation that these players put in. So I just want to give hats off to all the players, whether you even made it to this champs or not, whether you're watching. Hats off to y'all for all the time you put in, and it is so fun to watch you guys play.
Absolutely. Glitter, what's top of mind for you at this moment? I mean, we're sitting in the glow of an EMEA championship, having done what they do best in Scars.
I mean, part of me is just really wondering how they feel. I mean, like I said, from the beginning of today, it's stressful to watch these games. They're intense. There's such a high skill level. They're entertaining, and you can never know how it's going to turn out in the end. I mean, we saw a bunch of different teams really stepping it up here today. So when it's all said and done, how does it feel for the Scars players? I mean, they have to be losing their minds right now. I don't think I would know what to do with myself if I just won over $250,000.
Well, and also something, and Tom, you've got experience, lifting trophies and being down there on land, on those stages when the confetti goes off and everything happens. Talk to me about this. This is a very different way to play.
But the prize money when I would win, Kate, wasn't nearly what we have today, okay? So let's just get that straight. And you know, who better to hear it from the players themselves? So I think we're getting ready for an interview here very shortly with the winning team, which is going to be super exciting because, Glitter, I know you wanted to get in their heads, and I think that opportunity is coming very shortly.
I did. I really did.
Yeah, well, you're going to get your chance. In fact, Fallout's going to give us that chance. We have a player interview, and I actually don't even know who this is, so we're going to find out right along with you. Fallout, talk to us about who you are talking to and tell us what they're saying.
Who are we talking to, Kate? You already know. We got to talk to the man, the myth, the legend himself, Mandy. We're interviewing again, post-championship win, this time for a hell of a lot more money. How you feeling right now, brother?
I'm feeling so good. It's crazy. My voice is completely broken, and dude, it's the crazy thing in my entire life.
You guys played out of your minds all day long. The most consistent team by a mile, multiple top 5 finishes. Did you just eat great breakfast this morning, or what exactly happened? How did you guys show up and play so consistent? Walk me through it.
Listen here, it's all about putting the trust into RPR and Taishin and just trusting them in what they're doing, and they're making the right call. I could not in my entire life ever be in this situation with anyone else but Taishin and RPR. I do not want to. They're my teammates, and that's how it's gonna be. I love those homies, and they're the best things in the entire world. And we're just like, we're bonded. We've been that for a long time, and you can't break us because we got the best. We're some of the best people on this planet together. We're just so happy for each other, and we just love each other and want the best for each other, and that's how it is, and that's how it should be.
Absolutely. Since the very beginning, you guys have been the definition of a brotherhood. It's been an honor to watch that along the way. But walk me through the origin stories. I mean, for those that are maybe new to Apex or watching for the first time, introduce yourself. And how'd you meet these guys, RPR, Taishin? How'd you guys form as a team?
All right, so I played with North in the start. We had Taishin, we picked up Taishin, and it was me, Metafi, and Taishin playing. And you know, it didn't go as well because Metafi had some problems with him not being able to play because of his country. And then we had to find a new third, and we knew that RPR really wanted to find a team that he could grind a lot with, and we knew who he was because we've been playing ranked since the start with each other, and we just like we vibed with him like he's a homie, right? And then we asked if he wanted to join, and he just instantly approved our team. Like like we can always call each other, always talk to each other. If it's on stream, off stream, we can. They're like brothers to me. I can if I'm feeling bad or something, I can call them and ask them like about anything, and it's just the best thing in the world. And then we formed and signed with North, all 3 of us, and I got the opportunity to leave the guys and stay at North to find 2 new teammates. But I chose to take the different route where like I have to like bank on getting signed. But you know what? I believe in myself and I believe in my friends, and how could I leave them after everything we've been through, all the wins, ups and downs, everything? We had a very hard down period now, but we all 3 spoke together like adults, and we just all 3 spoke together and found it out, and then boom, now we're here, dude. Now we won the championship, and we're just, dude, it's crazy, man. Oh my God.
Unbelievable. Unbelievable. Loyalty truly pays off. You guys get signed by Scars. You win the championship. So clearly proves that loyalty is the most important thing. And I got to ask you, perhaps most importantly, $265,000 first place finish. What are you planning on doing with the money, my man?
Invest in myself, invest in my future.
Love it.
Not spend all my money on weird shit. But it's not all about the money. Also, it's also about like being able to have a trophy that you can lift up and you can be proud of and have in the background as a memory. And this is probably by far one of the craziest days of my entire life. And I don't know, I'm probably not showing right now, but I'm the happiest I've been ever. And I don't know, I'm just so happy, man.
It's amazing, especially with the competition in Europe.
It's crazy.
I can't imagine how it feels. It is absolutely unbelievable, that competition. And I'm sure your dad is there somewhere. It wouldn't be a Mandy interview without your dad being hyped in the background. So if he is there, tell him congratulations as well. Any final words, any final shout outs before we wrap up?
Shout out to all the friends and family, and shout out to Play Epic for the big tournament. Shout out for the amazing cast. Shout out to just everyone, and I want to make sure that everyone that sees this, I want you to call your mom or dad or anyone close to you and tell them that you love them, because it's super important to do also. Because I don't tell it enough to my parents, but I for sure will start doing it more.
Wow, it's amazing, man. Great message to wrap up on, man. You're one of the greatest human beings I know, and in this community, we're lucky to have you. And of course, congratulations again on the first place finish. So well deserved, brother. Thanks again, man.
Thank you. There, let's go, baby.
And on that note, we'll go ahead and throw it back to Kate and Co. at the desk to wrap us up. Congratulations again to Mandy, Taishin, and RPR on the championship.
Oh, Mandy, there he goes, making me tear up. Come
I was gonna say, he's
on.
gonna make me cry.
It's just, you know, when you think about, and we've, as a community, we've been with these players day in and day out for more than a year now, and to see the end of this be so beautifully and eloquently put, and to see family, you know, and friends and teammates that are treated like family, and to see them win out. So often we see, you know, we don't see these great wins, or these things come out on top. And yet here we are, Tom, today. That Mandy kid, I'll tell you what. Just gonna sit
Mandy
back
makes
here.
you want to cheer. He makes you want to celebrate, get hype. He makes you want to laugh, and then he makes you want to cry, and then he makes you want to laugh again. So, just like how you know, the ups and downs of the tournament were really. I mean, what a character! What a time to be alive in terms of, you know, how happy he is, seeing that on his face, and just sharing that moment with everybody. I mean, hats off to them. You could see the hard work that he put in. Just an awesome time.
They did. And you know what, everybody? This is a great transition. We just talked to Mandy over on Scars, and we have been talking about different players throughout our circuit, throughout our finals, throughout those group stages, about the players that were our MVPs, that were your community MVPs. And we have to talk about that here in our ALGS MVP segment, powered by Monster Energy. Oh, sorry. There it is. Thought that had the cue. That's the way. Exactly. I'm sorry, gang. You know what? This is what happens when you get verklempt. I'm going to blame Mandy on that one, too. Darn you and you're being great at this game. That's on them. At any rate, you know, we've got so many great names to talk about. And before we reveal exactly who it was that is our MVP here, Glitter, let's start with you. Who had your heart here? Which team had your... Oh, just kidding. Oh. We're revealing it.
Taishin.
I quit. I just absolutely quit. Yes, was that Taishin? Was that yours? As well?
Can I say Can I say all three of them though? Like, man, God.
Yeah, I think that's well deserved, to be sure. Tom, Taishin, #1 here for our MVP, our inaugural, our first ever ALGS Championship MVP. Thoughts? Agree? Disagree? What do you think?
I agree, and let's just go back to what Mandy said, is that he wouldn't be able to do it without his teammates, and that's just such an unselfish approach. You love that. You love the selflessness of these guys, where they come through and really care about each other, and there's so much to be learned just from that interview, from, you know, talking through things, and, you know, togetherness, and picking and choosing. I mean, brings back memories, man.
Exactly. And you know, Taishin, that name, that gamer tag, that player was on the mouth of every caster, almost every game in some way, shape, or form. Certainly something that has, you know, these teams, it's 3 players, you know, and you've got at least one IGL, certainly. Sometimes they change depending on the timing of the rounds and everything. But Glitter, I mean, this isn't a surprise. I mean, would Taishin be your pick?
Yeah, I mean, for me, it would have been a toss-up between Taishin and maybe RPR. But like I said, all 3 of these players, they just played so well. And we heard Mandy say it himself during that interview. It obviously is a group effort. They all work so well, so cohesively together. You know, they trust in each other's decisions and callouts, and we saw that reflected in their consistency, in their success, and obviously in the culmination of their win of the entire championship. So I feel very lucky to have watched this and participated in this.
Absolutely. Well, let's take a look at the kill leaderboard, because this may be the Monster Energy MVP, and it may be Taishin, and GG to him. But let's give the rest of our players some love here, because it's 100% obvious that we have some crazy talent here, Tom.
So many good players. I mean, just making it here is a testament to how great you are at this game. And it was just so closely matched the entire time. But when it's all said and done, it was just the togetherness. You have to overcome just so many things to get to this point, and Scars shows that. And their teamwork was just phenomenal. I mean, all the teams are looking at you. They're trying to hold you off. They're trying to take you out. It's so competitive, but everyone's still so close as friends. And it makes it so difficult to hold off the entire lobby, it feels like. And Scars was able to do that together.
I mean, holding back a waterfall, that's got to be the most metaphoric thing I can say at this moment. But you know what? We actually have an interview. We're just going to go down the line and interview everybody from Scars. But Guess what? He's our first ever ALGS MVP powered by Monster Energy, and it seems only right that Fallout should catch up with Taishin. Fallout, over to you, bud.
Oh, how you guys doing?
Doing fantastic, Taishin. Hey, listen, you are not only an ALGS champion, but you are also the first ever Monster MVP. How does that feel, both individually, both personally, and of course on behalf of your team?
I didn't even know that I'm actually the Predator. Actually surprised me. 15 kills. Pretty good.
15 kills.
We played so well. Like, I'm surprised that we played that well. We also all had 2-digit kills. It's crazy. It was so intense.
You had 15 kills, RPR with 14 kills, and of course Mandy with 13 right after. You're also the damage leader with 8.6k damage overall. You played out of your mind the entire time.
Correct.
Take a look at a little replay package right here.
Bad.
And I gotta ask you guys decide to obviously switch up. Valkyrie gets dropped a few months ago with the Legacy update. You guys decide to start running Valkyrie. Why did you guys decide that team comp?
We felt really comfortable flying around and taking the best spots possible. To be honest, and the risk we took, well, it always paid off. Like, always paid off actually using that. So why not? Valkyrie is pretty OP. It's nice.
Yep, especially rotating all the way from Overlook, kind of on the far outskirts of the map, makes total sense. And I asked Mandy this, but also love to get your perspective. You know, you guys as a team, you and Mandy have been playing together for such a long time. You pick up RPR, and since then, y'all have stayed together and just grinded as a team. Talk to me about your teammates and about your preparation going into this grand finals.
How can I say this? Like Mandy and me, we already took 2 years playing together. RPR, we met for 1 year, I would say. And it's all about just growing together and not like having, swapping teams every 2 weeks and hoping for the best. That doesn't work. We really have to grow together. The synergy must be ready. Yeah, be confident.
And you're one of our many multinational teams coming in Europe, of course. You have Mandy from Denmark, you're from Germany, RPR from Croatia. Was that a little difficult, the language barrier at first, or did you guys just mesh together really easily?
It's perfect. I'm actually learning way more English now with them. Like speaking everyday English just helps me really out. I really appreciate the boys speak loud.
It's amazing, man. Well, hey, congratulations again. Obviously, all three of you play out of your minds. And I want to ask, I asked you a little bit, but I'd love to hear your perspective. The last couple of weeks, practicing, preparing for this tournament, and then throughout group stages as well. You guys had a kind of a slow start to group stages. You bounced back. What was the preparation like for these grand finals?
The preparation was just like, keep calm. Don't push anything you see. Be like, just play safe. Yeah. Patient.
Patient gameplay. And it clearly paid out really, really well for you guys. Congratulations again. I'll ask you the same thing I asked Mandy. I want to ask you, any final words, any final shout-outs, words of wisdom for people watching right now?
Guys, all the support we got today in chat was insane. Thank you, guys. I really appreciate it. It was awesome. Awesome tournament. All the intense games. Love to see it, guys. Keep going like that. Thumbs up, chat. Hype up. And the boys, I don't want to lose you guys. I want to stay with you guys forever. That's all I want to say, dude. I love the boys.
Scars for life. You guys stuck together through thick and thin, and in the end, you guys are the champions of ALGS in EMEA. Congratulations again. Blow it up in the chat right now for Scars, for Taishin, Mandy, and RPR. It is well deserved. And again, congratulations on being the Monster MVP as well to you, Taishin. As we wrap up, I'll go ahead and throw it back to Kate and Co. at the desk.
And a huge thank you. And oh my gosh, Taishin really pulling it in, making the love known. And to use to co-op a quote from the replacements, we dig scars and glory lasts forever. Feels appropriate at this moment there, Glitter, doesn't it?
It does. That's actually, you know what? I like that one, Kate. He was just radiating so much happiness, so much joy that it was contagious. I mean, I love being able to see that out of our players.
Absolutely. Tom, any last words about this Monster Energy MVP?
Just what a great group of players, and it's just amazing to see again the togetherness that everyone has, and there's just overcoming so many different things. And he's like, I want to stay with y'all forever. I think that was amazing. And you think about it, scars really don't go away, so sounds about right.
Right there. That's exactly how they do it. Well, a huge congratulations to Taishin, as he is our first ever ALGS Monster MVP. Oh man, and with that, we've just got a couple more things, and then we are out of here, gang, because we have been with you, and you have been with us, our community all over the world watching. Some of you losing some sleep, some of you going through and watching instead of doing school or business. We'll go about that. But either way, the point is that you have been on this journey with the rest of us, and I gotta say a huge thank you to our community, to all those in chat. Thank you so much for joining us on this journey. It has definitely been quite the way to go. You know, Tom, I think at this point there's not a lot left to say. What do you have anything else that you'd like to throw out there as we close out our day here?
We got NA tomorrow.
Oh, that's right. I forgot.
We have NA tomorrow. So if you love Apex, make sure that y'all watch that, because the EMEA region, it's just so competitive and it's just awesome. But, you know, one thing's for sure is I know it's been kind of a rough 12 months for everybody, you know, with everything that's been going on over the world. So, you know, I'm really looking forward to seeing all these players and seeing people in person. And eventually when it all happens, we'll see you watching at home in the stands as well.
We will indeed. Okay, well, we definitely want to make sure you also tune in. You're with us this whole time. We love you for it. And as Tom mentioned, we got some stuff happening tomorrow you're definitely going to tune in for. But we've also got a sister show that I think you should know a little bit about, especially if you're into FIFA. Don't talk to Onset about FIFA. It's a sore subject right now. Either way, the FIFA 21 Global Series campaign is beginning to wind down. The best FIFA players on the planet, they're going to compete once again for their region's playoff to secure a spot in the all-important FIFA E-World Cup. They'll have the chance to become the FIFA 21 World Champion. Not too shabby. Don't miss the world's best go at each other in these FIFA Global Series playoffs all through the month of June. Visit futchampions.com for more details. That's, again, futchampions.com. It's exactly where you're going to want to be, especially if you are into some great FIFA esports coming up around the world here. Just, you know, watch out for Onset. He gets angry.
He does get angry.
And only about FIFA, it seems. Either way, that's the point we're going to go ahead and make. But you're absolutely right, Tom. Tomorrow, if you just don't want to have this Apex Legends Global Series journey end, don't you worry. We got one more day for you. We're going to be crowning the best North American team here in ALGS. We're going to be finding out if NRG is going to take it out. We saw them earlier in a rewind, but guess what? We've been seeing them nonstop in the kill feed throughout our group stages. And certainly they are the scariest in that lobby. Glitter, who's got your heart there? Do you have any ideas?
I mean, I'm not going to lie.
How do you go against NRG? That's the question. How do you do that?
Well, the thing is, I've been a big fan of NRG as well, and they are just so painfully consistent and in a dominating fashion across so many events at this point that, like you said, Kate, it's hard to kind of go against NRG. And they have the point cushion. So,
oh, for sure. Well, and I got to say, Tom, to close us out here, TSM definitely breathing down their necks. We've got a lot of teams that are doing just that here tomorrow, and you're definitely going to want to tune in. Am I right?
It's going to be unpredictable in that match point format. It's going to be interesting because, like you're saying, who's going to take down NRG? All these 19 teams are looking to do that.
They are indeed. Well, I'm going to say this right now, a huge thank you to our analysts, T-Squared and Glitter Explosion. They are the coolest ever. Trust me, if you don't already know and have seen, they are definitely helping this out, and you've been breaking things down masterfully, and we appreciate both of you completely. And with that, I'm going to say a huge thank you to our casters, a huge thank you to our crew, a huge thank you to you, our community, for making this possible and for really just coming along with us on this long and winding road. So until next time, we'll see you.
It has been a wonderful day in Europe.
We get to watch the best of the best.
It's just about getting over that final hurdle, showing that they are part of the top 20 best teams.
Legacy comes from the mark you leave.
Now we get to witness Apex the way it was meant to be played.
We get to see teams that we didn't expect to do so well show how big a game Apex Legends is.
Let's go! My eyes are wide open for Nasky, Strafe, and Dell to continue their dominance.
It looks like it will be GSD.
This tournament, it's a straight 3v3, North versus Nasky, Strafe, and Dell. This will never happen again in Apex history. A heal off. And so actually North is going to play aggressive here. They're going to let one person stay for the heal off, and they're going to send the other two flying, and that's it! Nasty Straight Dell does it.
There's so much to look forward to in Europe. It keeps surprising us. Dead Inside should be taken down. Stan is going to be jumping in. It's a wing, it's a prayer, and it's a death. It's August and Hungary.
Dykebot is playing like an absolute maniac here, but can he do it all by himself on set?
Oh my god, he's going to be moving in to do this. What a play this would be if he manages to pull it off. Oh my god! They've gone for the kidnap as well, and I wonder if they did manage to get hold of one of those players. They did. What a play coming in from Hackey's.
Masterclass of kidnapping. I think it goes to Hackey's for sure.
Here comes Hackey's again, and he gets another kidnap. He is stealing souls.
I can up two. Okay, I can up two.
It was Liam Nielsen type taking stuff.
Can they get the victory? We're down to 2 squads. The armor swap now. It's a 1 versus 1. Dead Inside could take this to a game, but they don't. Le Site de France.
Le Site de France. They end up on top. France on top, baby. What a finish it was. I can hardly believe it.
Get away with 1 HP, takes the portal.
And he's going to take that portal right to a T. Puts in work. Oh my goodness. Hardecki just went huge.
I can't close my mouth right now. That was the most insane thing I've ever seen in Apex Legends.
Hardecki, he's the king of clutch.
There's so many teams out here that can go and win EU.
Europe just keeps surprising us with the fact that we still have so many teams involved who can win.
Let's go!
Can Flavor of the Month get it done? There's a player coming out of nowhere and not in a 1v1 to win playoffs here for Flavor of the Month. Oh! Done!
Let's try and get some kills here. Pushes in with the Eva 8. One will go down, but there's only 2 squads left. And Tyler trying to heal this one off, but he cannot do it on set.
I'm even more excited for the ALGS Championships than I was before we kicked off, Dan. Where is Artigo? Is he in position to pull this one off at Gambit? It would be an absolutely monstrous play. The beam's coming in for the 301. Can he finish it? No, he cannot.
3, 2, 1, go!
Here comes the push. Wise decision with Valkyrie, and Alliance takes matters into their own hands.
I got the ring! Let's go!
They have an advantage, and they can close this out here, girl.
Oh my goodness, and RPR comes in the back with the wingman. Perfect shots on Sunset. It's a 3 versus 1. They cannot lose
Brilliant
this,
plays.
and they are going in.
Just like that, ladies and gentlemen, Scars are your champions.
If you want to see a great Apex, you've come to the right place.
Remarkable. Simply remarkable.